You can catch our live weekly broadcasts on YouTube, Roku, Livestream, the Sahara Reporters website, the SaharaTV website, and even on your mobile phone. Did I say mobile phone? Yes, your mobile phone. You can also watch the show through Livestream on your laptop or on your mobile device. Just visit new.livestream.com and search for Sahara TV. Now, for viewers who have Roku, for those of you who don't know what Roku is, it's a streaming device, just like Apple TV. Search the Sahara TV channel where you can watch us live along with all of our videos. And if you missed the show, don't worry, we upload the different segments onto YouTube, so they're always there. So remember, catch our live broadcast every Saturday, 12 to 4 p.m. EST, 5 to 9 p.m. GMT. Check your local time zone to be sure to tune into the show. Sahara TV is everything Africa.
Hi viewers, it's 12 o'clock in New York City and 5 p.m. in Nigeria. That means it's time for your weekly show on Sahara TV. Now, today is May 10, 2014, but on this day in 1994, Nelson Mandela was sworn into office as the first black president in South Africa. Mr. Mandela had spent 27 years in prison before that, making him the symbol of the long struggle against apartheid in that country. Now, once again, this is Sahara TV. You're welcome. My name is Adeola Fayon. But before we go into the details of what we have in store for you guys today, let's take a quick look at the stories that are making headlines in African press. Over to you, Tracy.
All right, in the news, South Sudan's President Salva Kiir and rebel leader Riek Machar have agreed to a peace deal to end the 5-month conflict in the country. According to details of the deal, an immediate truce is to be observed by both sides. Also, the formation of a transitional government ahead of the drafting of a new constitution and new elections forms a vital part of the peace treaty. The conflict, which broke out months ago between the former allies, has left thousands dead and more than 1 million rendered homeless. Recent revelations suggest that Nigeria's military has advance warning of the attack on the town where some 270 girls were kidnapped but failed to act. Human rights watchdog Amnesty International made this known in the course of the week. According to the release, Amnesty International has received credible information to the effect that the military had more than 4 hours warning of the raid by Boko Haram militants, but failed to prevent the attack and the subsequent abduction of an estimated 270 schoolgirls in the northeastern town of Chibok on April 14. 53 of the girls escaped soon after being seized, but more than 200 remain captive. The revelation has fueled the anger of millions of protesters worldwide who poured on streets across the globe to prod the Nigerian government into action and to demand the immediate release of the abducted girls. Government sources, however, described the report as lacking veracity. Information Minister Labaran Maku told reporters that the government would have acted promptly if indeed it had received such information. The African National Congress, the ANC, has won a commanding victory in South Africa's general election, according to the country's electoral commission. With all the votes counted, the ANC had 62% of the tally, followed by the Democratic Alliance with 22%. There was a thick air of uncertainty surrounding the success of the ANC in this poll following several complaints of corruption and human rights abuse against President Jacob Zuma. But the party seems to have put in a last-minute effort to allay the worries of South Africans who voted en masse 20 years ago to bring the country's first majority black president to power. Julius Malema's Economic Freedom Fighters Party came third in the poll with 6%. The Electoral Commission says voting passed off peacefully in most areas with turnout as just over 73%. And that's it for the headline news. Let's now take a look at stories on the Sahara Reporters website. Nigerian military authorities deny Amnesty International report of advance warning of Chibok. Nigerian military committed genocide in Birnin Gwari communities, says survivors. Hashtag bring back our girls to Nigerian military. Our sole focus is to bring back our girls. Ibeju Lekki land grab. Villagers reject offer to settle lawsuit. Amnesty International says Nigerian authorities received advance warning about Boko Haram raid on Chibok school, but ignored them. Now, these and more stories, opinion pieces, and lots of videos can be found on our sister platform, www.SaharaReporters.com. Now, let's go back to you, Adiola, for the rundown of today's show.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Now to the big story that has been making headlines throughout Nigeria and throughout the world, actually, for the past few weeks. That's the abduction of more than 200 girls in Chibok. Well, guess what? Today we actually have somebody that will be speaking to us from the town where these girls were abducted. I'm talking about the youth leader, Mr. Alan Manasseh. He will bring us up to date about what the town looks like now, 3 weeks after the infamous abduction of the girls. Also, we've been giving you update every week about the ongoing national conference in Abuja. And today, James Akpedem, the spokesperson for the Nigerian National Confab, will be the one that will give us update about what's going on at the national conference. Now, David Rice, a professor of the New York University, NYU, will also be here to speak on the 3-day World Economic Forum that just ended in Abuja. Now, on to South African election. St. Jacobs, the founder of Africa is a Country and an assistant professor of international affairs, will be here to help us make sense of the intricacies surrounding the politics of the country and how the ANC won the election despite a rather low rating for Jacob Zuma. He will be joined by journalist Lindsay Chotel as well. Now we'll bring you an interview with Yao Nkunim, a parliamentary candidate in Ghana. Mr. Nkunim, who is from the party of Ghana's first president, I'm talking about Kwame Nkrumah, will share with us what is the party's plan to bring back the heyday. He will also speak on his party's vehement opposition to Ghana signing the Economic Partnership Agreement, the EPA, with Europe. Now, on our Inspire segment today, we will speak with the author, Chud Gideonwo, and he will review his book, which is titled, Are We the Turning Point Generation? Now, our question of the day is, should the U.S. and other Western countries send troops to fish out Boko Haram in Nigeria, or should they just offer technical assistance? Please, we want to hear your views about this. Make sure you put down your answers on Facebook, on Twitter. I like to read some of them because, as usual, your opinion completes the equation. So we encourage you to put your response to this question and other concerns. Also, don't forget to join our Skype segment with Rudolph Okonkwo, as well as our phone callback, talkback segment, and that is where you have the opportunity to make your voices heard. We'll also bring you our regulars. This week on Dr. Damage's show, The Good Doctor presents the top 10 craziest things that President Goodluck Jonathan said at the recent media chat. And on Keeping It Real with Adiola, she talks about the global fight to bring back the kidnapped schoolgirls of Chibok. And as usual, she does it with her dose of humor. Now, it's just about a month to the World Cup, Brazil 2014. I can't believe that it's here already. And guess what? Africa is being represented by Algeria, Cameroon, the Ivory Coast, Nigeria. Yes, go Nigeria. And of course, our brother, Ghana. So far, our sports desk has received leaked team sheets for Ghana and Nigeria. The question is, who goes to Brazil? Who gets to go to Brazil? And who is dropped off? Who is dropped out? Now, find out as we bring you Sahara Sports 121 on the show today with Kwesi Bako. Now, this is Sahara TV once again, and we will be right back with your show for today. But in the meantime, we want you to enjoy this video of people protesting the girls that were abducted in Chibok, Nigeria. And we'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. It's my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music. also known as Kwam 1. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, aka Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
It was the third of several rallies aimed at drawing further attention to the missing Nigerian students. Unlike previous gatherings, this time the rally was held in front of the Nigerian consulate offices in Midtown New York. The small crowd of about 40 carried signs that read, "Step up or step down," aimed at Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan, who many here believe has been ineffective in freeing the kidnapped students. The actual number of mostly young female students varies, but it is believed that upwards of 270 may well be in the hands of the Boko Haram. That group is composed of Islamic extremists who call for Sharia law and who believe the classroom is not the place for young female students. Yet the prevailing mood of this group of protesters is simply that the office of the Nigerian president is not doing enough to free his own citizens, held against their will, and whose whereabouts at this hour is unknown. We spoke with several who took part in this gathering, and the message was emotional.
This is a huge injustice being done. And these girls that were abducted 3 weeks ago were doing the right thing. They were going to school. They were being in school, and they were taken from their school by terrorist group into the forest to be married off, to be mutilated, to be raped, and nobody seems to be doing enough about this in Nigeria to recover them. And it's an outrage. And part of the reason is because these girls belong to the rural, poor parts of the country, and so they are the lowest on the totem pole, and that is not acceptable, because it's one thing to be out here and to be living happily and freely, or even to be living happily and freely anywhere else, and then these girls are stuck in the forest, held by terrorists, being raped, being mutilated, and being subjected to horrible conditions.
People have been missing for 22 days. The first time I heard about it on CNN was last week. And so to us, we think that if we must have a premium on lives everywhere. African life is not less important than any other life. But going back to the issue that you mentioned, they've been killing pastors, they've been bombing churches, they've been killing men. However, there's something about the human nature that the most vulnerable amongst us, women and children, even mad men, know that you should leave women and children out of it, because most of them can't defend themselves. I'm not saying or justifying killing adults. However, children in their school, these children were not running on the streets. These children were in school. My understanding is that they had exams the next day.
22 days is enough for the federal government of Nigeria to do something to make sure that these children are back. Yes. The more these children are in the forest, the more they're being raped, the more they're being abused. You know, it's a time that these children are brought back to their parents, are brought back to their families. So if you look at the news, their families, they're crying, while the politicians go around and they're politicizing the issue. Instead of working together in order to bring the children back, the president and other politicians, they're all knocking heads together, you know, trying to outmatch each other in the newspaper, campaigning about the issue. You cannot campaign about the progress of Nigeria's children. They're not for campaign. I know if it's the children of the rich people or the politicians who are kidnapped, they could have done everything to bring these children back.
I am here to support the protest concerning the kidnapping of our children. These are people's children, sisters, daughters, friends. Yes. This condition has been going on in Nigeria, and our government had turned a deaf ear to this operation of Boko Haram. It is enough, is enough. There is time now. This is the right time for the government, Nigerian government, to stand and do the right thing. We want the release of these children now and not tomorrow. Today,
Nigeria's consulate is literally around the corner from United Nations headquarters, and many of the passers-by who stopped to observe were UN employees. Yet the kidnapping of the students who attended the all-girls school in Borno State has struck the president's office like no other crisis in recent years. Some political observers say President Jonathan's stature has been weakened by this crisis, and with the World Economic Forum about to kick off in Abuja this week, Jonathan will be closely watched like never before.
We're here today to put pressure on the President of America and the the President of Nigeria and the Nigerian government.
One thing remains certain. Unlike other crises to hit Nigeria, with a large contingent of the international press covering this small rally, is that the world is paying attention, watching Nigerian affairs closely this time. The issue of the missing 200-odd students from Borno State is not likely to go away anytime soon. This rally behind me is just the first of many that more than likely will pick up steam in the days and weeks ahead. Eric Williams, Sahara Television, New York.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We at the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up? My name is Bright A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Sahara TV, I'm going to respect. So hallelujah now. I'm going to
Hello, this is Dike Memutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denka, the first they call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and in a good watch them. 5 and me I know they say but in a good watch.
He hails from Cape Town, South Africa. He's a holder of a PhD in politics from the University of London. He also holds an MA in political science from Northwestern University. Professor Sean Jacobs is also the author of numerous articles in various publications, including the New York Times, The Guardian, and Politique Africaine, to name but a few. He's also the editor of a book about the South African former president, Thabo Mbeki, actually called Thabo Mbeki's World, the Politics and the Ideology of the South African President. Professor Jacob is right here in the studios to discuss with us the South African elections that are being conducted today. Professor, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so we have 20 years of South Africa's independence, and we also have the ANC in position as the main party. What is the meaning of these elections at this time, and also because the South African born frees will be able to vote for the first time?
I mean, this is the first election that South Africans will vote without Nelson Mandela present. I mean, though he had not been involved in South African politics for more than a decade,
right?
His presence, it sort of loomed over South African politics in the way that he would rebuke, say, ANC leaders publicly,
right,
for the corruption or for the lack of consultation or the way in which he supported AIDS activists by, you know, publicly going to them and then embracing them and appearing with them on camera. So he's not there. And on the other hand, the ANC has progressively over this time become embroiled in scandal, corruption, lack of delivery. So this might be the last time that they can almost use Nelson Mandela as a trump card. Nelson Mandela and the people, you know, who along with him are associated with freeing South Africa.
Okay.
So this is that moment. And for these young people, the people born after the end of apartheid or born when he came out of prison, they have no memory of apartheid. For them, that's, you know, something their parents talk about. They might still live in a township. Their mother might, you know, they might see their parents still suffering. But in their estimation, it's the ANC government who's responsible for their conditions, like where they live, where they go to school, what kind of services they get. So their judgment is with the ANC.
Okay, so now there's also been sentiments about how disinterested and unwilling to vote these born frees have, and only 1/3 of the, you know, the population of the 18 to 19-year-olds have been registered to vote, and that's according to the IEC. Now, one of them here says that I realize what I'm going to vote for. I don't believe in our government leaders and their empty promises. And he's only 19 years old. His name is Asanda Mkwane. So why do you think they have this kind of attitude towards?
I mean, I think there's two things. One, I think there is definitely that attitude is sort of the pressing attitude towards elections. That's real, because on the one hand, the ANC can afford to do nothing. And, you know, I think it's become arrogant in the way that it dominates South African politics. So it doesn't really have to care anymore. There are strikes, there are protests, you know, there are communities where today people did not turn up to vote because they were mad at the ANC. But on the other hand, the opposition is, you know, terrible, doesn't respond to people's needs. But then another factor is a lot of South Africans don't just think about elections anymore. A lot happens in between elections. There are these emergence of all kinds of social movements. Then the trade union movement around housing, around healthcare, around schooling, and that's where people are beginning to put their energy.
Okay, so it's also predicted that obviously the ANC is going to be the victor in the presidential elections and the general elections. So it's been 20 years. Could this be out of that people are still carrying that memory of this is the Liberation Party, they made us enjoy the end of apartheid, and it's out of respect? Could that be the case?
I mean, I think it's partly to do with the way that South Africa operates or is organized, the racial political economy, in other words, how South Africa looks, which is that inequality in South Africa is still largely organized around race. Black people are mostly or exclusively poor. White people, you know, still own much of the means of production. They run the economy. They live in the suburbs. If you're a poor Black South African living in a township and you're taking a bus or a taxi into the city, then you can see this. It's in the physical landscape. The only organization or party that claims, just at the rhetorical level, to do something about that is the ANC. The opposition, the main opposition party in South Africa is identified with protecting the interests of whites, their privileges. They are against any forms of affirmative action, any forms of redress. So when people look at this, they think, you know, the ANC is still the only party that can do for them. But at the same time, you're right, history is important in South Africa. People, if you're a young Black South African, even if you're like 19-year-old or 20-year-old, in your house, your mother, your grandmother, they lived through apartheid. I mean, I lived through apartheid. I went to high school still under apartheid. So in my memory, it's very hard to imagine a future even without the ANC. So, you know, these things are real.
Okay, now the presidency of President Zuma has been scarred and marred by a lot of scandal, including his, you know, gaffes when he talked about AIDS and saying that he could just take a shower and it would go away. When he married numerous wives, and I think he keeps going. And then there's been the latest, the Nkandla, you know, developing the Nkandla rural home, where he's allegedly used the public funds and denied that these were public funds to the tune of 20 million. Why do you think the ANC allowed him then to run into this presidency? Because just before the elections, it was kind of like brushed under the carpet, if I could use that
I mean,
word.
there are many reasons. One is they can afford to. They know they can win, and there's a sense among some people that when the elections is over, they might then ask him, to step aside and ask one of the other ANC leaders to
step in
and become president. The other options are, they also have problems, like the deputy president of the ANC is implicated in the Marikana, massacre of miners. On the other hand, I think the issue with Jacob Zuma was when he became president of the ANC and president of the country, he was very popular because his predecessor, Thabo Mbeki, who was, very good at handling the economy for business, and was a very good negotiator, and the way that he represented South Africa on the African continent. South Africa became much more of an African country under him. But at the same time, locally, under him, black people became poorer. Things became privatized.
Right.
So there was a lot of disquiet with Thabo Mbeki. There's the whole arms scandal. In that vacuum, the unions, the Communist Party, because they're still prominent in South Africa,
right.
they organized around Jacob Zuma. Jacob Zuma was going to be the linchpin. He was the man who would, pick up the fight and pick up the spear and change the lives of ordinary people. Unfortunately, I mean, this is the problem of hitching your cause to an individual or a figure.
Right.
Is that he also turns out to have clay feet. He's quite corrupt. He
fails to perform.
He fails to perform. There's no decisive leadership on his part except to take care of either his own house or his family. So in a way, I think there's a lot of disappointment in the ANC, and you can see how people are voting by holding their nose. They stink, but they're voting anyway because they're so committed and they have such a long relationship.
I'm going to
with
read a quote here from a South African political commentator. His name is Justice Malala. So he says many are hoping that the ANC will get a scare in these elections and begin to reflect on some of its failures. So I think what he's trying to say in context of what he was talking about is their drop in number of votes in this current election. So do you think that the ANC is going to get that scare? And how do you think they'll respond to this scare?
On a number of fronts, I think the ANC is, they faced over the last 20 years, the major opposition party was this white opposition party. But increasingly, black South Africans, which is the majority, where the majority of the politics is happening, there's a lot of disquiet. You saw the emergence of Julius Malema.
Right.
Now, how far that can go is unclear. We will only know that by tomorrow. But with him, I mean, that's not a real political project, I think, in a sense. The more interesting things are happening, and this is probably where the scare is coming from the unions. The trade union movement, they have reluctantly endorsed the ANC in this election. Some of their biggest affiliates have broken away from the ANC. The National Union of Metal Workers, which is an important union in South Africa, they have declared that for the next election, they're working towards forming their own political party.
Right.
That's going to be really interesting. The Marikana massacre, I think, is also important. That for many people,
it's still fresh.
Yeah, they looked at the ANC for
unresolved.
leadership, and now the ANC is associated with violence against poor black people, shooting them in,
something that reminds them of the apartheid days.
So there you've seen also from the National Union of Mine Workers, a new union emerged called AMCU. I think that's where I think the interesting politics are going to come from in the cities. With young school children who are protesting around, proper conditions around in their classrooms.
Right.
So yes, this might be the last election where the ANC can count on their support, but by the next one, I'm not so sure.
Okay, so I know the next one will be 2019, and then I think another one in 2024, actually. So now Julius Malema and this Economic Freedom Fighters Party, the word fighters, and the whole stance of toying on the streets and the militancy. South Africa left apartheid, and then you had a president like Nelson Mandela who reconciled, who called and appealed to the people's senses to create what he called a rainbow nation and start rebuilding. And everything died down. Then after Mbeki and then Zuma, then you'd hear songs like Mshinwa, Mshinwa, almost reminding people of fighting. Do you think that at this point, Julius Malema, who has quite a following, at this point South Africans are going to pay attention to that kind of politics?
I think that's again a reflection of dissatisfaction with the failure that people haven't seen any real change in the way they live. So listening to this music, this rhetoric, that's kind of, the style, everything appeals to them, takes them back to a time when they were unified
and fought
for something.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I think a lot of the fascination with Julius Malema stems from the media. Julius Malema is a colorful figure, wears a beret, makes kind of soundbite, he plays soundbite
and
politics.
Enjoys the cameras.
He enjoys the cameras, and he's a bit of a pop star. He's very popular among young people, as you said earlier. We're not sure whether they may not, they turn up in low numbers to vote. So a lot of the fascination with him is, I'm going to go. Julius is at the stadium today. Let's go see him. When it comes down to it, I think he will probably take less than 10% of the vote. Well, less than 5 maybe. And because many of the people who are sort of looking at him, they're just doing it to send a message to the ANC, and they'll probably go back to the ANC. He also hasn't offered up anything concrete.
Concrete for them to.
In the people around him, it's a very thin kind of organizational layer, and it might just be something that's very much, because of elections right now.
Okay, what about the Democratic Alliance Party?
The Democratic Alliance has existed since 1994, and in that period, they have only come up to 20%. So over a period of 20 years, they went from, 0 to 20%. At that same time, there was a small party called COPE, which was formed couple of months before the last election. They went from 0 to something like 5% in a couple of months. Malema probably will get, between 4 and 5%. So it shows you that because of the nature of, it's a party with its history in white politics. It has a very strident attitude. It's very critical of the new order. So people associate it, for better or worse, people think of it as a party that wants to represent and preserve white privilege. They may have now, they have a black leader running in one of the provinces. Many of the leaders underneath the main leader, Helen Ziller, are black. But even her rhetoric, the way she talks about black people sometimes is quite racist. Her comments about people who are not from the Western Cape who are black, this is the province that the Democratic Alliance governs, she has referred to them at times as refugees. The refugees in their own country so it's not appealing. I think they would have to make a conscious choice, and not because they think, we need a black leader, so they pick anybody, and this is what they tried to do when they appointed Mampela Rampela, who's a former World Bank governor, and it didn't work out because of the way that their parties run. But they would have to make a conscious choice about who's the figurehead of the party, and most probably they're going to have to pick somebody who's black. But at the same time, also their policies have to appeal to black people.
Okay, now in closing, thank you very much for joining us. South Africa is called the Rainbow Nation, and the policies of apartheid were segregation. People were classified, and obviously the major class was the white race, the Caucasian, and the coloreds. And in South Africa, colored would refer to people biracial, mixed race. So how has the harmony in these 20 years crossed over?
I mean, Rainbow Nation in South Africa I think it's a facade. It's something that appears when people are at a rugby match or, some sports event. When the sports event is over, the truth is that the way South Africans live, I think that the real test for South Africa is that the neighborhoods aren't integrated. Yes, there are the integration of the sort of middle class, which is a small part of the population, where you have a kind of non-racial, black, white, colored Indian, new immigrants from the Congo, Zimbabweans, who are also now South Africans. There's a place in which all of them coexist. But outside of that bubble,
back to business.
It's still back to business. It's highly racialized.
Hate.
People still use quite racist language towards it. If you go online on websites like News24 or the comment sections of the Mail and Guardian, it will shock you at the kind of defensive posture of most whites in the way that they talk about apartheid, pretending it never happened. So the rainbow, I think, is more a marketing slogan, rather than a reality in South Africa. South Africa can only become a real rainbow if you deal with those massive inequalities that are in which race is a form of class. Yeah.
Is South Africa a xenophobic nation?
I mean, definitely. How else could they not be? This is a country in which people were taught through their schooling, including black South Africans, to hate other people who are different than you. I mean, black people resisted that idea. The ANC, I think, and the movements that organized against apartheid fought hard against that notion of difference. But if you are taught, you know, that everybody is, where difference is emphasized, secondly, that it's a country under siege. Throughout apartheid, very few South Africans traveled, both white, black, everybody. Secondly, you know, there was very little interaction with people from elsewhere. Most South Africans learn about foreigners through what politicians say or what they hear through the media. They rarely meet people who are from somewhere else. So I'm not surprised when South Africa is deeply xenophobic. The education, I think, that people receive has very little about the fact that they are in Africa. That they live on the African continent. Finally, also, the way that South Africans learn about history, they don't know, very few know that actually Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Botswana, Namibia was occupied. It was a colony of South Africa. They had to pay the price because of apartheid. Few South Africans know that.
They don't.
They just assume these people are coming here, they're trying to take my job. They know very little about the fact that sometimes South Africans had to go live there fleeing apartheid. And finally, that for as long as capitalism existed in South Africa, South Africa has always been a regional economy. The mines, the workers who worked on the mines in South Africa, they haven't always been South African. They came from Lesotho, Zimbabwe, Malawi,
Mozambique.
So there's a sense in which I think South Africans lack, they need better education about their place in Africa.
Okay, so you would say South Africa is a nation that's caught in between its past and maybe its future.
It's still living in the baggage of its past. I think is still overwhelming. Yeah, you know, we can celebrate some of the things that are great about it, the sort of resilience of its people in fighting apartheid, the heroes that they, you know, Mandela, Sisulu, Katrada, etc. But I think Mbeki, but more than that, I think we haven't yet made this new society. There's a new society, but it's only for a few. And for most white South Africans, it's wonderful. It's great. They better off. They can go wherever they want to. For the black middle class, it's fine. But for most black South Africans, the country is the same or it's worse.
Okay, thank you very much. We don't have much time to go in, but I know that in 2 days' time, we would know, obviously, the results of these elections. This was Professor Sean Jacobs, who's from Cape Town, currently at the New School here in New York. Thank you. Stay tuned, and I'm Fungai Maboreke.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Predegas, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls!
So Nigerian government. Bring back our girls.
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 Bring back our girls. Sahara love the people. Sahara love the Masis.
Hi, Lindsay Schutel lives in Johannesburg, South Africa, and is a current affairs producer for a local South African news station and a blogger for AfriPopMag.com. She's been on the floor, actually on the ground, of the Results Operations Center of the South Africa's fifth democratic election and the first election since the death of President Nelson Mandela. Lindsay joins us via Skype from her home in South Africa. Lindsay, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thanks, Bunga.
Yeah, so this is the first election after the death of President Nelson Mandela, and this is also the first elections that the born frees were allowed to vote for the first time, and these are the people that were born after South Africa became independent like 20 years ago. So can you briefly tell us how the elections were conducted this past Wednesday?
Well, during the campaigning, what happened was that the ANC leaned a lot on Madiba's memories. So what they did, for example, was they would invoke his memory at rallies, at election rallies, and also, for example, literally posters saying, "Do it for Madiba," and "Do it for Tata," Tata being grandfather in South Africa, and what South Africans refer to Madiba as. And I think what it worked in the sense that it wasn't only the campaigning. I think South Africans still feel that they owe Nelson Mandela a great deal. And so despite the fact that many are some people seem quite unhappy with the ANC, and there has been dissatisfaction, we have seen their numbers drop, I still think the power of Nelson Mandela definitely came through.
Okay, yeah. So Okay, so I was going to basically say, I see that quite a lot of parties took part in these elections, like these 2 pages full. This is from the Electoral Commission of South Africa. So can you tell us briefly, the major party was obviously the ANC, followed by the DA. Can you just tell us briefly, how this went by?
Yeah, so what happened is this year we had the longest ballot paper that we've ever had since 1994. I'm not exactly sure what the number of how many parties there were. I think there were well over 20 parties. I think what happens is the parties differ depending on each province, but nationally over 20 parties took place. So what happened is that the ANC remains the main party, but we've also had a lot of splinter parties since. In the last year, we've seen Agang, and the Agang was formed by Steve Biko's widow, Mampela Rampele, and then of course the Economic Freedom Fighters were launched last year, May, and they were started by Julius Malema, who was the expelled youth leader of the ANC. And we've also seen a number of small parties that, frankly, none of us had actually ever heard of until we got to the ballot paper. For example, many people were confused by a party called the BRA, which was the Bushbuck Ridge Residents Association. Bushbuck Ridge is a small town in the east of the country, and yet they were competing nationally.
Well, this is kind of like a sign of showing true democracy, isn't it?
I think so. I mean,
2 pages full of parties that are trying to run for presidency and, to be able to rule South Africa.
Well, there's a debate about that. Look, the argument is the ANC will be in the lead for, some would say, the next 10 years, some would say the next 20 years. And they have been in the lead in the last 20 years. But what South Africa really needs is a stronger opposition party. The Democratic Alliance is currently the strongest opposition party, but they're coming in with just about 22% of the vote compared to the ANC's 62.18. And in the last election, we also saw opposition parties, and those opposition parties haven't been able to grow in the last 5 years. So I think the test of South Africa's democracy will come from the fact that we don't have a long list of opposition parties, but rather that we have a few really strong opposition parties that can maintain momentum, not only during election time, but in parliament and in the neighborhoods that they're present in.
So we'll talk about the EFF party. This is the Julius Malema party, and it was drawing a lot of youth. And obviously, a lot of youth have been affected with a gross unemployment in South Africa. There's been a lot of corruption. There's been also a lot of downslide in terms of the economy. Now, the EFF is obviously standing for the Economic Freedom Fighters Party. And why do you think a lot of youth have been drawn to Julius Malema's party?
Well, Julius Malema's point of departure was the fact that, yes, we have political freedom. Yes, we are able to vote. We're able to move since the end of 1994. But what does that mean if you don't have economic freedom? And I think that's the argument for a lot of young people, especially unemployment amongst South Africans under the age of 35 is nearly 50%. And so their argument is that their lives haven't really changed. And so that did definitely attract a lot of young people's votes. But the other argument with the EFF is that could they just be a party that was started because they were disgruntled by the ANC? Because just 2 years before Julius Malema became the new, so to speak, opposition, the new kid on the block, he was saying that his blood would forever be green and gold, which green, gold, and black, which are the ANC's colors. So we're still out to see how long it will last. The other argument is that other argument is that the EFF was gunning for the youth vote, but only 1 in 3 young people under the age of who were born after 1994 actually registered to vote. So I think that certainly did knock his numbers, but he still came in at over 1 million votes, which was about 6%.
6% of the poll. Okay, so now why? I understand that the youth had no interest in voting. I mean, the percentage that registered. Is it maybe because they're not informed? Is it because they're so disgruntled that they don't just care of where this country is going? Or is it because they're dejected by how the leadership, mainly from the ANC, has been taking the country?
I don't think it's complete apathy. What I think is that on the part of opposition parties, it's a failure to really court the youth vote. I can't think of how many of the opposition parties, other than the DA and the EFF, really went for young voters. And then what's interesting is within that dynamic, the EFF went for who they felt were disenfranchised young people, and the DA went for the so-called black middle class vote. So there's no real in between. And how many of those parties are actually speaking to what young people in South Africa need? The ANC had a very strong youth league up until the time it expelled Julius Malema, and we haven't really seen the youth league come back. So it's a combination of perhaps South Africa's has always been a very politicized country. You know, we talk politics all the time, but what is perhaps changing is it's just how politicized we are and what we expect and how we form our political identity. I think there's a real change in how South Africans see their political identity. I don't know that in the next 10 years that the Do It for Madiba campaign might actually work.
Okay.
It depends on...
Yeah, you were talking about that South Africa is also kind of like a violent nation where people are not afraid to go into the streets and even cause havoc. We've seen it in the military. We've seen it also in the police in terms of how they handle some of their people in their custody. And then we've seen it in how people respond to one another depending on the xenophobic stance they have in the country. How was these elections? Were they peaceful? Were there any reports of violence around?
Well, South Africa's violence has, when we say violence, I think what we should look at is the fact that we're prone to protest. So the protests aren't necessarily violent. The shock came last year, in 2012, when 44 miners were shot in Marikana. But I think now what we're looking at are the so-called service delivery protests. And yes, there have been a few deaths by police hands, which we're all still quite shocked by. But with these elections, it's been more peaceful than we expected. There were the so-called hotspots where we saw serious service delivery protests and where people actually expected to be prevented from voting. And inevitably, people were allowed to vote. And on the day of voting, despite the fact that there was a bit of tension and a few protests the day before, they did vote. For example, in the town of Beckersdale, they did burn down the voting station the day before, but the Independent Electoral Commission was able to set up an alternative voting station, and people were allowed to vote. There was a surprise protest in Alexandra Township in Johannesburg. They're currently having a bit of a service delivery protest right now in front of the Independent Electoral Commission because they're questioning just how accurate the votes were. It's a small group of people, but their line of questioning comes from the fact that some of the voting stations have been vandalized. And although the Independent Electoral Commission says those votes were actually already counted, the fact that the votes were then taken out of what was supposed to be a secure voting station and then thrown around in the street is what's worrying so many people, and that's why they're protesting tonight. Whether it will be successful, we'll have to wait and see.
So when do you expect the results to be, complete? And I know it's 99.9%. When is the announcement going to be? Tomorrow? Next week?
So nationally, we're sitting at 99.93%. The delay was a bit with Gauteng, which is a province where Johannesburg and Pretoria are, and that's where you saw some of those protests. Those results are coming in now, and the official result will be out at 6 p.m. tomorrow. So that's 6 p.m. on Saturday, South African time.
So obviously this is where the president or maybe the Electoral Commission is going to step in and make the announcement. So do you expect peace during that announcement?
We're expecting peace during the announcement. We're not, the thing with the isolated protests is they're unpredictable. For example, Alexander protest, I don't think anyone saw that one coming. So for now, generally, we're expecting peace. There may be isolated incidents of protests and in areas, for example, like Alexandra again. But what's happened where there have been complaints lodged, the complaints have been taken up officially by the IEC. And so we'll see just how far they get with those complaints.
Okay. Now, obviously, President Zuma's presidency has been dogged by a lot of scandals. And just before the elections, they managed to quell down the scandal, the latest one being the Nkandla, where he used public funds, allegedly, to build, and extend his home, complete with an Olympic-sized swimming pool, a helipad, and all the works in the middle of the village. What do you think the normal populace is going to say after he steps back in as president?
The Nkandla, it's called the so-called Nkandla debate or debacle because it's all we've spoken about, it's all we've heard during the campaign from the opposition parties. And what the ANC has done is that they said they've referred it to a parliamentary committee. Well, of course, the parliamentary committee can't function during elections, so the scandal hasn't disappeared. It's still hanging over his head. And we'd love to see what the ANC intends to do with it because Jacob Zuma is the presidential candidate once again because he is the ANC president. So it's interesting to see what will come out of that. But whether the Nkandla scandal was a topic amongst voters, that's an interesting one. For example, the ANC believes that the Nkandla scandal is only really a topic amongst voters in the urban areas. They've actually gone so far as to refer to some urban voters as the so-called clever blacks, which many middle-class black South Africans in urban areas find extremely insulting. They argue that people in the rural areas don't feel that way. And what some analysts are saying is that what you're beginning to see with the ANC is something with what happens with ZANU-PF in that their support base moves more to the rural areas and the urban areas move more towards opposition parties. So we'll see what happens.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lindsay Schutel. I kind of like taking your last name and But anyway, thank you very much for joining us. And that was a beautiful update of what's going on in South Africa. We are obviously going to tune in and wait and see exactly how these elections results are going to be tallied and then also presented to the world. But thank you. That was Lindsay Schutel calling from South Africa. You're watching Sahara TV. Stay tuned. I'm Fungai Maboreke.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. Giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hundreds of concerned New Yorkers rallied at Union Square in Manhattan on Saturday to protest the kidnapping of over 200 schoolgirls in Nigeria. They were demanding more action on the part of the Nigerian government and the world to find and rescue the girls.
I think it's ridiculous. That is the only word I have for it. It doesn't make any sense.
It's so wrong that girls can't feel safe going to school. It's just going to school. That's supposed to be one of the safest places you're supposed to go to.
Women demonstrators wore traditional head wraps, an African symbol of intense emotion, in this case, of mourning. Men expressed their grief in other ways.
This is actually drawn because I was angry. This is the president. He's just lazing around. Amidst all this, they're still holding rallies for 2015 elections.
The girls were taken from government secondary school Chibok in Borno State on the night of April 14. The Nigerian Islamist militant group Boko Haram, through its leader Abubakar Shekau, has taken responsibility for the kidnapping, saying God instructed that the girls should be sold.
It took the Nigerian government and the world 2 weeks to realize how serious this issue is.
I think Nigerians are just used to sitting down and watching things happen.
We're generally passive people. We don't like speaking up. We just like to take things as they are.
And this may not be far from the truth, as the New York protest was organized by Guguletu Mlambo, a South African lady who could not understand why the situation was not getting more attention.
234 girls missing is an international issue.
234 girls missing is an international issue.
The world should care.
The world should care.
And if they don't, we will make them care.
We will make them care.
Several other people expressed their emotion.
A government that cannot protect. Its little ones. Its girls. Does not deserve. To be in office.
To the Nigerian government. Our eyes are watching. Barack Obama. Our eyes are watching. To the UN. Our eyes are watching. We will not be silent.
Anyone wishing to join in the discussion on social media should include #BringBackOurGirls in tweets and captions. From New York, I'm Toyosi Phillips with the New York Film Academy.
Hi, Dr. Alan Manasseh is a veterinary doctor by training, a graduate of the University of Maiduguri in Nigeria. He's also a business development consultant specialist in agribusiness development. He's also a businessman and community youth mobilizer. He is formerly a national president of Save Chibok Group, the National Kibaku Youth Organization of Nigeria. Presently, he works as a chairperson of the Board of Trustees of the Pan-Chibok Youth Association. He is also a human rights commentator, a poultry farmer, and employer of labor in the Chibok community. Dr. Manasseh, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, so Dr. Manasseh, you are based in Chibok. This is the area where 234 girls were kidnapped by the Boko Haram, who've actually claimed responsibility for this.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Now, can we just backtrack a little bit? Can you tell us when the terrorists struck, when they made these abductions?
Actually, the incident occurred on the 14th of April, 2004. That's about 3 weeks ago.
Right.
The terrorists entered Chibok about some minutes to 11 p.m. in the night. That's midnight.
Mm-hmm.
They came in pickup Hiluxes and some trucks. Some of them were using motorcycles, and they came with a lot of heavy weapons. So they were bombarding the whole town. So the security personnel on ground were few. They tried to stop them from entering the town from the exits they were coming in, because Chibok is a remote location connected to the Sambisa forest. They came towards the eastern part of Chibok and they entered, and the first point of call was to the school where these girls were writing their exams.
So there is no form of security at all at this school. Obviously, it's really a school.
Within the school, there was no form of security apart from girls in school, and there was fence and one security man on his duty post. And the security man is a local security man, not an armed security man.
Okay, so you say they came in trucks and some had motorcycles. So yes, obviously they're eyewitnesses to this event.
They were eyewitnesses because people were really moving, running away from after hearing the gunshots and the rocket bombs. And because there are a lot of communities along the way coming into Chibok, so some people saw them even before coming to Chibok. So there were a lot of phone calls to people in the community that there is this unusual movement coming towards Chibok. So these are the description of those people coming in. So there was.
So, okay, so people actually saw and they made phone calls. Did they make any phone calls to the police? And what time was this attack precisely? And how long did the police take to respond to this?
Actually, according to the discussion I had with the local authorities, because this thing happened in the night and people had gunshots, so they started running. But exactly when they saw this unusual movement, they were called. And the chairman of the local government called the security men on ground and informed them of impending danger of that unusual movement. So the security agents, actually, we have only, as at then, there were only 15 soldiers on ground, you know, on guard. So 15 soldiers and some few policemen. They tried to really block these terrorists from coming into town, but because these terrorists were having sophisticated weapons, so they really could not match the firepower of terrorists. So they had to, after exhausting all they had to stampede for safety.
They didn't call for backup.
Community people.
They didn't call for backup.
That I can't say exactly, but according to what I was informed, they really informed the superior authorities that they really needed backup, but there was no backup, so they had to really run for their lives too.
Okay, now tell me, so far since it happened, you said that this is since the 14th of April. Have these girls been? Does anybody know the whereabouts of where these girls might be? Like, you know.
Actually, nobody can say exactly this is the whereabouts of this, because immediately the following morning after the attack, we rushed to the scene of this incident, and we really saw the direction to which they follow. And after mobilizing the youth to get a proper information on what really happened, the security agencies were on ground to evaluate the level of damage. And that was when the chairman also rushed to town to see the level of damage. And then, as for the first day, there was no attempt to follow the lead or to really determine where they were heading to. But that same morning, there were some few girls that escaped, about 4 of them, of which one of my cousin's sister was involved. Was also one of those that escaped that same day of the first day of the attack.
Okay.
So they really gave lead to where the direction to which the terrorists were heading towards.
So I'm just interested to find out what your cousin's sister said and how they were treated and how she managed to escape. Can you explain to us?
Actually, when the terrorists came, these girls were sleeping. So on hearing the gun sound, they were all awoken, and when the disruption started, they started helping, the terrorists started helping the girls with their luggage, loading them into their trucks. So when they were moving, actually not far from Chibok, some of the vehicles started developing mechanical problems. So when they were trying to repair one of the vehicles, my cousin's sister now stepped out of the vehicle and then escaped through the bush.
Okay.
So she started trekking around 4 a.m. and before 8, 9 thereabout, she was rescued by some Fulani headsmen. So they brought her home.
Okay, so she's safe and sound right now.
Yes, she's safe and sound right now.
Okay, now I want to find out real quick, because obviously there was delayed response from the authorities, the security authorities, after these 15 security officers that tried to stand off with these guys were overpowered.
Actually,
yeah.
Sure. This is the bond of contention now, because the parents are so angry with the government for the fact that immediately after the attack, before the attack, the security agency were notified, nothing was done. Immediately after the attack, there was no effort to cordon the area to which these terrorists were heading towards, after knowing quite well that their usual operation is to strike and disappear into the thick forest.
So now, since it's 3 weeks after, and the president of Nigeria has actually accepted help from other countries, mainly the United States, China, and I see France is also chiming in, and I think the United Kingdom. Has there been any signs of people in terms of the military or security forces trying to comb these forests to look for these girls?
According to what I know and according to what I was informed by the community, by the...
Yeah. Okay. Dr. Alan Manasseh, are you there? I think we've lost him, but this is Dr. Alan Manasseh, who's actually the chairperson of Chibok Youth Association in the area where these girls were abducted. He was also one of those first responders that arrived at the scene in the next morning to establish exactly what would have happened. And he's telling us that obviously when these insurgents came to the school, into the village, they were identified as strangers coming in, driving in a convoy, and some of them riding motorcycles. So the security forces that were on the ground, he named 15 of them, could not contain the firepower that these insurgents carried. So they actually ended up running away and into hiding somewhere. So he's talking about one of the girls also escaping. So Dr. Manasseh, welcome back.
Yes.
So, Dr. Manasseh, has the government sent any delegation to Chibok to at least try to establish exactly what could have happened on the ground?
There was no any government delegation to Chibok in the past 3 weeks.
Wow.
On the side of the federal government. But on the side of the state government, the state governor himself went to Chibok after 4 days of the attack. And just 3 days ago, the wife of the governor of the state was in Chibok to sympathize with the parents of this girl. But on the side of the federal government, it was today when I was coming to Maiduguri today, because we are staging a protest tomorrow. When I was coming to Maiduguri, I learned there was a delegation from the federal government, including the army chiefs and some police executives.
Okay, so I know that the villagers obviously were the first responders here, including yourself, who was at the scene the next day. What did you do as part of the community to help in the recovery efforts?
In the recovery efforts, as on our side, we try to see how we can make information available to the security agents. So we keep talking to neighboring communities if there is any sight of these girls. So we have been communicating since then. We have been moving from villages to villages, talking to people, but to no avail.
Okay. Now, what's the the average age range of these girls?
The average age of these girls between 15 to 18. 15, 18.
Okay.
That's it.
Now, so far, we haven't seen any pictures posted out on on any media to say that if you see this girl, because now Boko Haram is threatening to sell these girls, so we are not too sure where they might end up and which neighboring country, hopefully not. But do we have any images of these girls at all? any pictures?
Actually, on the first day, we started collecting names and pictures of these girls. But we were advised because of the past experience of some people that escaped from the hand of these terrorists, the stigma involved because they are they involved in raping girls and all form of sexual harassment. So we decided some parents asked us to keep some of the privacy of these girls.
Okay, but you do have pictures of these girls. It's just that you've had advice to keep.
We have pictures of some of them.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, there's been a lot of Twitter campaign. You know, people have been tweeting and, you know, dominating the cyberspace, bring back our girls, bring back our girls. Everywhere in the world now, they bring back our girls, you know, hashtag sign is being shown and flashed on all the cyberspace. Has there been any real help on the ground besides, you know, yourselves trying to assist the security forces?
Yeah, we have other volunteers, those that can volunteer in supporting the parents with counseling on psychological trauma and all this. That very much I know. But apart from that, apart from the help from the state government with some small food stuff for those that lost their businesses and others, I don't think there is not any other form of help to this traumatized community.
So in your view, how do you think the government should handle this if you had to give them advice? Or
if I am in a position to give government advice, I will advise the government to intensify effort in whichever form, and that the government should not be ashamed to accept assistance in whichever form it may come for them to do away completely with these Boko Haram terrorists. Because not just to rescue these Chibok girls. If the Chibok girls are rescued today, another community may be in danger. Because few days ago, another community was attacked and about 200 people so I learned lost their lives. So it's not about just Chibok community, but a lot of community in the northeastern part of Nigeria are under the mercy of Boko Haram. I am advising the government to really intensify effort to comb the bush, to do away with every camp, and to possibly, you know, intensify security information gathering, so that they can identify the sponsors of this Boko Haram and bring them to justice.
Well, I know that in the past, some French tourists had actually been abducted. A family of French tourists, they had actually been abducted, and I think they were abducted somewhere in Cameroon by these Boko Haram insurgents. And it is alleged that there was a 3.8 million settlement to release these people. So do you think the Nigerian government has offered a 300,000 reward? Do you think money can help in trying to uncover or recover, actually, these girls?
I may not be absolute about that, because I knew very well that such amount of money was offered for anybody that has information about the commanders, the officers of the Boko Haram in sometime last year. And I have never, I was never informed, or either in the media, or I never heard that somebody brought supplied information that led to the capture of any one of them. So I don't think this offer can do anything. I suggest if the government can use this 50 million naira in supporting, in equipping the security agencies, I think it will do better.
Okay, so anyway, in closing, I'm just going to ask how secure and how safe you guys are out there, because obviously it seems like you are very vulnerable and there's no security at all promised from the government or, you know, anybody else.
The truth about this matter is nobody is secure, because if you are secure in where you are not secure when you are moving. because if you are moving from point A to point B, at any time, these terrorists can intercept you along the way, and they will kidnap you. Others, they just slaughter and throw away. Others, they take them away as captives.
As a community organizer,
nobody is sure.
And as a community advisor and organizer, what have you taught your community to do in response to any suspicious movement? What have you learned from this incident? What are you going to tell them to do next time they see something?
What we have been doing in our communities for the past few months is for every community to identify themselves so that any stranger coming in, they know. And any suspicious movement should be reported to the nearby security agency. We exchange numbers to all the communities, and the securities too. We are comfortable with them at point in time because they will drop numbers that we can call anytime we suspect any movement. So that's very much I know we are doing.
Okay. Anyway, Dr. Manasseh, thank you very much for joining us. We hope that these stepped-up efforts will help recover these girls safe and sound and be brought back to their families. We also pray that you stay safe in your continued operations in Chibok. So that was Dr. Alan Manasseh calling from Chibok in Nigeria, the area where 234 girls went missing. It's been 3 weeks. The United States, the UK, China, France, and a whole lot of other people have stepped in, including the Nigerian government, to try and recover. So please stay tuned. My name is Fungai Maborge, Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam One. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, aka Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Bring back our girls! 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 Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Bring back our girls!
Sahara.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. Though recent events in Nigeria may have put the national conference off the front page of Nigerian newspapers, it is still ongoing. And in our continuation of our coverage of what's going on at the national conference, we're honored to have the Assistant Secretary, Media and Communication for the national conference, Mr. Abanden James, joining us today. Mr. James, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you, Rudolph.
James, let me start by asking you, at the beginning, there were concerns by the delegates and the people who are managing the conference about media coverage. But in the last few weeks, we can say that in the media, they have essentially moved on to other stories. Do you think that is a good thing for the conference?
Well, you know, there are lots and lots of events, issues coming up on a daily basis in the country. So it depends on the intensity of the subject and the perspective of the events. The media will move. Expectedly, when we started, the focus was on the national conference. But since then, we've had other events that have taken the focus slightly away, but it returns intermittently.
So how is the conference going from your perspective, from the perspective of people who are managing it?
Very well so far. Very, very well so far.
Now, there were reports that the secretariats or the delegates might ask for more time. How is that going now?
About 2 Mondays ago, we, as part of our engagement with the delegates, we had a meeting with the leadership of the committees. And of course, they raised the issue of the shortness of time allotted for committee work. And of course, they also pointed to the fact that even the number of days given for committee work had been eaten up by public holidays, the Easter holidays, the May Day, and of course, they also raised concerns about the days that the World Economic Forum for Africa will also take. And of course, these were genuine concerns, which also necessitated the extension of the period for the conclusion of committee work for 1 week. And that shifted it to to May 15.
So what happens after the committee work is done? What is the next thing?
After the committee work is done, the reports will be submitted to the Secretariat, and then the delegates will return to plenary session. It is at the plenary session that the reports will be considered, the reports submitted by the committees. The recommendations made by the committees will now be considered for the final report at the plenary.
So have your management group of the delegates, have you put in anything in place so that during that last process, it won't be as as confusing as it was at the beginning when they were debating the president's speech?
Well, the debate of the president's speech was not confusing because what happened was that everybody was given a chance to say something. But when we return, or when the delegates return to plenary this time, it may not take that format because already they have leaders in each of the committees, and we expect that the leaders of the committees will present the report. Then, for each of the committees, then if other delegates have something to add or comments to make, this will be allowed.
Okay, so now let me ask you, as someone who you've covered the political class in Nigeria for many years, as an editor, as a reporter, what do you say about the class of people who are part of this, the delegates? Did you see anything different from the political class that you hear?
Well, the delegates are Nigerians, and most of them are Nigerians who are passed through different levels and spheres and sectors in the country. And so they have the insight about what the problems are. And they also are likely to have solutions to some of these problems. So what government did was to gather people from different sectors, different levels, different age brackets, and also different orientation to come together to, first of all, point out what the challenges are, and then also profess solutions, to likely solutions to those challenges. Basically, that's what it is.
Now, what do you think you will consider a success? What will happen and you will say that this conference was a success?
Sorry, can I have that question again?
No, I said, what will you consider a success at the end of this conference?
Well, if the recommendations made and articulated are largely implemented or given the right focus as it should be. It's not just putting up the report and telling them that it's the issue. I mean, it is what will come out of the reports, the recommendations.
Now, at the media chat that the president had on Sunday, he was asked that question about what happens after the conference, and he said that he's confident that the presidency will push through the recommendations through the National Assembly. Are you confident that that will happen, knowing that at this present time, at least, that the presidency is battered and is really under attack? Do you think they have what it takes to push through whatever recommendation that will come out of this conference through the National Assembly?
From the one, the president had given his commitment to this project, and he has consistently reminded everybody that he is going to do the needful. So we expect that it will be done.
Now, I know you are not a delegate to the conference, but watching what is going on there, is there any mechanism in place where the people who manage the conference can interfere? I give you an example. If there is a decision that the delegates at the committee level, if they make a decision that is not something is acceptable to the people managing it, do you have any way you can interfere?
That will happen in a situation where there's a mindset already. But in this case, there is no mindset. The president has said, discuss everything except two things. The conference secretariat is to give support and guide deliberations at the conference, but not to dictate. So whatever comes out as a result of the deliberations by the delegates will be put in proper form and then passed on to the appropriate quarters.
Now, let me ask you, you as a reporter for many years, you've covered several conferences, and how do you think this will be different from, how will history remember this, and how will it be different from the past ones?
You know, given the plurality of our society, whenever there is an event or a conference like this, the people will see it from different perspectives. And this was not different, including being pessimistic. But from what is happening and what I am seeing, I think a lot of people have come to the realization that there are issues to be tackled, and now is the time. So the level of dedication that I have seen here is unprecedented. And I know that given the zeal that the delegates have put in, that it will come out fine. As a journalist, as a reporter, I think I have seen something different in terms of the commitment of those who are part of the conference.
Now, one thing I want to know, how do you classify or how do you rate the performance of reporters who are covering the conference so far?
I think it's okay. I mean, you do not expect perfection every time. But largely, I think it is okay.
Okay. And I would say thank you so much for joining us. And we hope that we'll keep talking to you when as we go on with this conference.
time. Thank you.
That was Abandem James, the Assistant Secretary, Media and Communication to the National Conference going on in Abuja. Stay tuned. We are still going to bring you a delegate, Yinka Odumakin. She will join us to talk about what is going on at the conference now.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We at the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Bride A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Sahara TV. I'm going to respect to Hallelujah now. I'm going to
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga. The first, they call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and in a good watch and 5 and me I know they say but in a good watch.
Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls!
All I did was send out an Instagram flyer.
All I did was send out an Instagram flyer.
And all of you are here today.
And all of you are here today.
In support.
In support.
In strength.
In strength.
And I thank you.
And I thank you. Yes.
Do we know their names?
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 How would you feel?
How would you feel?
If one day you were in a classroom.
If one day you were in a classroom.
And someone just came out of nowhere and took you.
And someone just came out of nowhere and took you.
And 3 weeks later.
And 3 weeks later.
We still don't know your name.
We still don't know your name.
Do we know their names?
Do we know their names? Sahara love the people. Sahara love the masses. Sahara.
Hello and welcome back to Sahara TV. The ongoing saga of the missing schoolgirls from Chibok in Nigeria has taken many a turn and has been reported around the world and continues to be reported. And with numerous different new reports coming out, including one that came out very recently that Amnesty International released a report stating that in fact they had informed the military in the area 4 hours prior to this attack and abduction of these over 200 girls that an attack was likely to happen, and that the report stated that yet the military did not respond in a manner to prevent these attacks. With me today is Christina French, Managing Director for the Identity and Discrimination Unit of Amnesty International USA. She's also an adjunct law professor at the George Mason University of Law. Prior to this, she was Managing Director for the Women's Human Rights Program and Interim Managing Director of Government Relations. Thank you, Christina French, for speaking with us today on Sahara TV.
My pleasure, David. Thank you so much for having me.
So I'd like to start out and say now that this report is out and there was a video produced by your Nigeria researcher that talked about the credibility of the sources and the fact that Amnesty had been able to provide this information prior to these attacks. Of course, the government has now come out in denial of this report, stating that they only found out the that the attacks were occurring while they were in progress. This is probably not the first time that Amnesty has released reports like this informing the government in advance. So if you could just tell me, like, why is it that Amnesty feels that the government doesn't respond, and is this in fact perhaps the first time that Amnesty has released such a report?
Well, I can't know for sure what the Nigerian government was thinking, but unfortunately, signs point to them not taking this seriously, thinking that they could get, quote unquote, get away with just not responding to this situation. The Nigerian security forces had more than 4 hours of advance warning about the attack, but didn't put in reinforcements, didn't ask for reinforcements, and indeed, reinforcements didn't show up even after the attack, leading us to believe that no request for reinforcements was ever made. Unfortunately, this very much fits with what we've seen in North Nigeria. We released a report about a month ago and found that over 1,500 people have been killed in the first 3 months of 2014 alone by both Nigerian security forces and Boko Haram, and yet nobody has been brought to justice for these human rights violations.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like what you're pointing to is this pattern of either unresponsiveness by the Nigerian government and the military. And there were numerous sources, even ones that spoke to other organizations, perhaps even besides Amnesty International, that stated the same thing, that in fact the military was not there at the time that they responded, and in fact that even afterwards reinforcements showed up, like it was much later than what had initially been reported. Now, as far as the report itself, what is Amnesty International hoping this report will generate? Is there any particular response that you hope to see from the government or from the military, other than, of course, the denial that they've now put out?
Absolutely. Our primary area of concern is the safety of these girls. And so what we're hoping is that by not only the activism that we've seen on the ground by the family members, other protesters, but the activism around the world on social media, and this report can all help to shine a light on what's happening there and make sure that these girls are released in a timely manner. Every moment that we wait puts these girls at further risk. There have been reports of them being sold into sexual slavery, being broken up into groups and trafficked across borders. So what we're really trying to do with this report and with all of our activism is support the families and support the girls and make sure that they are released and have some accountability by the Nigerian government, which has been slow to put out information, if at all, and obviously derelict in their duty to both protect civilians and take action afterwards.
Now, there's a talk about now like outside forces coming in, particularly assistance from the US and the UK, and it's taking some shape and form. I don't think if that's been completely worked out yet of what the total assistance will look like. But Amnesty International has also reported numerous times of the abuses by the Nigerian military and security forces in the past, and also the fact that while Amnesty International stands and doesn't necessarily support or oppose military intervention, one of the most important things is to not have such assistance that would lead to further human rights abuses. Now, given the track record of the Nigerian military and perhaps the track records of militaries that are coming in to support, or at least the advisors that are coming in to support, does Amnesty have faith that something different will occur this time around?
Well, unfortunately, what we've seen from the Nigerian military is a pattern and practice of human rights abuses. And so we are calling on any government assistance to not help further those abuses and go to the military units that have committed such abuses. And so I think that we're incredibly concerned, again, the safety of the girls first and foremost, but incredibly concerned about how this is going to play out in the ground, and are calling on the Nigerian government to make sure that they're taking all lawful measures. Amnesty doesn't support or oppose military intervention, but we are taking a look at the human rights abuses that are occurring, and we will be watching.
Now, I know the government has spoken out against a number of reports over time that Amnesty International has released given the number of years of the ongoing Boko Haram conflict. Has there ever been any fear of backlash against Amnesty, or have any members within the country experienced any direct backlash from the government or security forces?
Well, we are keeping our sources confidential for this report. And what I would say is that Amnesty International follows a research methodology that involves, obviously, checking and rechecking the research that we are finding on the ground to make sure that we can independently verify any of the reports that we put out. That is the way that we conduct our research, and of course, keeping sources confidential if they would be put at further risk of human rights abuses.
Okay, Christina French, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Sahara TV. Viewers, that was...
My pleasure.
Thank you. Viewers, that was Christina French, Managing Director of the Identity and Discrimination Unit at Amnesty International USA and an Adjunct Law Professor at the George Mason School of Law. Thank you so much, viewers, for tuning in. Please stay tuned. We have a lot more to come.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Prendergast, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Aaron Mate. Welcome to our listeners and viewers around the country and around the world. Well, bring back our girls. That has become the rallying cry in Nigeria as protests continue over the kidnapping of nearly 300 girls from a northern boarding school. On April 14th, Islamic militants stormed an all-girls secondary school and seized the students. On Monday, a video was released showing the leader of Boko Haram claiming responsibility.
Just because I took some little girls in Western education, everybody is making noise. Let me tell you, I took the girls. Girls go and get married. We are against Western education, and I say, stop Western education. I repeat, I took the girls, and I will sell them off. There is a market for selling girls.
Nearly 300 schoolgirls remain in captivity, while 53 have managed to escape. State officials report some of the girls have already been sold off as brides for as little as $12. Others were reportedly forced to marry their abductors and taken to neighboring Cameroon and Chad. The area in northeastern Nigeria where the girls were kidnapped has been under a state of emergency for nearly a year, and their school was reportedly the only one still open. Hundreds have taken to the streets, calling on Nigeria's government to intensify its search for the students.
What we are here to do is to let the government know that they should declare the identity of the kidnappers and release our daughters. This is not too much an assignment for Nigeria to do, and that is why we are here.
We want security to be doubled up in our schools. We want these girls to be rescued with immediate effect. We want them back alive because they are tomorrow.
On Sunday, President Goodluck Jonathan vowed to win the girls' release, but hours later, police arrested 2 women who helped organize protests over the government's seeming inaction. The 2 had just met with First Lady Patience Jonathan, who accused them of fabricating the story of the abduction in order to embarrass her husband's government. The story is making international headlines just as Nigeria prepares to host the World Economic Forum on Africa.
For more, we're joined by 2 guests. In Lagos, Nigeria, Ijoma Uduma is with us. She is writer and former journalist who's attended recent protests in Lagos, calling for more to be done to find and release the kidnapped girls. She's also part of the Stolen Dreams campaign to draw attention to Nigerian government corruption. Here in New York, we're joined by the Nigerian journalist Omoyele Sowore, publisher of the online news site SaharaReporters.com. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Let's go to Lagos first, to Ijoma Uduma. Tell us the latest news. Can you talk about the significance of this video that has been released by Boko Haram, and what exactly has happened?
The video being released, I guess, I don't know if it answers a lot of questions, because many people have been claiming that, like the First Lady said, that none of this has happened.
We're having a little trouble with the video stream to Nigeria, so let me take this question to Sowore. Omoyele Sowore with us, and it's really nice to see you again. I traveled to Nigeria years ago and worked with Sowore in the Niger Delta. Sowore, talk about what's happened here.
Well, maybe I should start with the update that as of this morning, they've carried out abductions of 8 more girls in a place called Warambe.
In addition to the 308 more girls were taken.
And they've taken over a township known as Gwoza, very close to Maiduguri. So what has happened here is that there are 2 things. The abduction did happen, but the Nigerian government do not want people to know that this abduction took place. And after the day after it took place, the army came out and said, you know, the girls have been rescued, only for the principal to say this was a big lie. And then for the first time, Nigerian Army or Defense Forces did retract that story. So the girls, nobody knows their whereabouts. President Jonathan says he doesn't even know where the girls are located as the chief, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces in Nigeria. And then people within his cabinet do not believe that this is some kind of conspiracy against the president, and as a result, this should not be made a major issue. As a matter of fact, it will be almost 3 weeks now that the abduction had taken place. We're just getting to put pressure on him, or he's responding to pressure 2 weeks after. It is likely because of the World Economic Forum that is taking place. So nothing is known about the whereabouts of the girls, and there's just a lot of speculation as to where they are. What I know, and I can tell the public, is that Boko Haram has begun to create his own territory within 4 countries: Nigeria, Cameroon, Chad, and Niger. So whenever they do anything, they carry out their own little government within that turf. So when they said they are distributed in Niger, no, there's nothing like Niger, Chad, or Cameroon anymore. Boko Haram has its own country now.
Who are they? Who is Boko Haram?
Well, these are Islamist militants that became really deadly when the Nigerian government in 2009 went in, extrajudicially killed their leaders. And they never got justice, and it was known that this was like mass killing by the Nigerian government of a largely fanatic but peaceful group that had schools and preached, that they want pure Islam to reign in Nigeria. But it was not until the Nigerian police went and killed their leaders that Boko Haram became a big problem for Nigeria and Nigerians.
What does Boko Haram mean?
Boko Haram means Western education is a sin. They don't, but you'll be shocked that most of their leaders and operatives are actually graduates. So, speak fluent English very well, because we used to be able to talk to some of them, but now they've mostly gone on the ground and become more deadly.
And since they launched their uprising 5 years ago, what has the situation been like in the north? I mean, unfortunately, this is one of dozens of atrocities. We've had massacres. Back in February, there was a burning of a school for boys. Around 50 boys died.
Yes.
What has the situation been under this Boko Haram campaign?
Well, what we're seeing now is that they're increasingly becoming bolder. And like I said, they are creating territory, and they are becoming a regional problem in that region of 4 countries where you have Chad, Niger, Cameroon, and Nigeria. They are creating a territory there, and they are carrying out more deadly activities, not only in Nigeria, but even in Cameroon. In Cameroon yesterday, they broke into an army barracks in northern Cameroon and freed one of their 2 high-profile leaders from an army barrack. They become more audacious to the extent that when they go for attacks, they actually film the attacks and release the edited videos of the attacks. So that tells you that these guys are not joking. We may just wake up one day and find out that these guys have overrun parts of Nigeria, especially northern Nigeria. And they are coming closer and closer to the south. I mean, in the last 3 weeks, they've bombed a major bus station in Abuja twice. And there was a raid this morning of a primary school, which the police is saying is just armed robbery, but you never know.
Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls!
Up until now, the story hadn't been heard, and we still need for it to be heard. So our work doesn't end here. We'll go home and continue. If you need more information, you can find us on Facebook, www.facebook.com/rock-a-crown-for-234.
Sahara. Good day. Eric Williams, Sahara Television, and thank you for joining us for this segment. This segment, we will be talking to Professor David Rice. Now, I just wanted to simply say that in the capital city of Abuja in Nigeria, they've just concluded the 3-day conference known as the World Economic Forum. Now, a bit about David Rice. He teaches about Africa and international development at New York University Center for Global Affairs and conducts research on the impact of private investment on economic and social development in frontier markets. He spent the summer of 2013 as a visiting faculty member at the University of Nairobi in Kenya. David is the Africa advisor to the Milken Institute. It's an economic and financial industry think tank based in California. And he's also a contributing writer to Fortune magazine, as well as Ventures Africa magazine, on issues related to business and investment in Africa. He is also the senior managing director of Development Equity Partners, a consulting firm advising investors and corporations on how to invest in emerging markets to maximize both profit and regional prosperity. Joining us from Abuja is Professor David Rice. Professor, thank you for joining us here on Sahara Television.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Okay, now, right away, I've got to ask you this, because I've got to say this, and that is, to many in the general public, the forum to which you just attended over the last 3-4 days, by the general public, it is viewed, meetings like that, as well as even the United Nations, they see it as a useless talking shop composed of big shots. How do people like you dispel that perception to the general public, first and foremost?
Well, the World Economic Forum has been in existence. I can't speak to other conferences of its type, but the World Economic Forum has been in existence for over 30 years. And they're also the hosts of the infamous Davos gathering every year. And certainly conferences like this, they have a lot of bigwigs, as you said, and there's a lot of talking. But the most important thing that happens out of these conferences is building new relationships and raising awareness about critical issues. And the attendees at this conference were talking about African development, as well as how to bring greater prosperity to the continent of Africa. Now, a gathering like this is critical because it raises awareness about the opportunities that exist in Africa and helps to promote those opportunities to the rest of the world, which will hopefully result in greater investment, stronger private sector growth, and more attention to the kinds of challenges that Africa continues to face as a way to mobilize resources.
Okay, great. But I got to ask you, coming out of such a gathering, and that is, coming out of such a gathering, do you walk out of there a lot more hopeful than when you first arrived and hit the ground in Abuja?
You do, but like any gathering where issues are discussed, it is not an end in itself. These types of conferences are a means to an end. And so that what you're actually hoping for is for certain actions to be taken as a result of these discussions. So it's all about the follow-up that comes after the event.
All right. Now, on the matter of follow-up, as has been the case with so many forums, international and even domestic within the United States. And that is that some people see it as recommendations take place, business cards are exchanged at some of these meetings, and maybe even some conclusions may be published out in the public strata to digest, and then very little happens. In your experience in attending such gatherings like the one you just concluded in Abuja, do you get a sense that, in fact, there will be follow-up action behind that? And please explain to me why, if that's the case.
Sure. Well, again, I can't speak to the conference in its entirety, but I can tell you about what I was doing here and the types of things that will happen in the coming weeks and months as a result of our presence here. We actually were launching something called the Afro-Capitalism Institute here during this conference. The Afro-Capitalism Institute is a Pan-African think tank that will focus on conducting research and driving policy change to create a better enabling environment for the private sector to thrive around the continent. We announced that new institution here during the conference because a lot of the stakeholders that we're going to need to engage in the coming weeks and months were here. So we can start to build awareness with those stakeholders and educate them about why this notion of Afro-capitalism is so important. So for us, this was a launching pad to announce this new institution and start to engage people about the kinds of work that we're going to do going forward.
Makes perfect sense to me. I got to ask you this on a slightly different topic because, of course, the World Economic Forum moves from country to country, and this year it took place in Nigeria, in the Nigerian capital of Abuja. And of course, the story out of Nigeria these days is the controversy surrounding President Goodluck Jonathan. I'm not trying to put you on the hot seat on that, but one has to assume with all of the international focus on the kidnapped students up there in the northeastern part of the country, that there would have been at least some talk, perhaps off the record, among the various delegations who attended about that. Because I don't know what you are seeing in Nigeria, but even here in the United States, that is one of the biggest international stories, maybe second to only what's occurring in the Ukraine. What have you heard, if anything, regarding this issue that is certainly has put the president of Nigeria on the hot seat this week?
Well, you raise an excellent point, and actually that particular issue has dominated the conference in many ways.
Really?
As you would imagine, this event is taking place in the midst of a national crisis, and that is not lost upon any of the attendees, whether they're from Nigeria, other parts of Africa, or around the world. Everyone here at this conference was talking about the fact that this tragedy continues.
Oh.
And
go on, I'm sorry.
Sorry, so there is indeed a lot of pressure on the Nigerian government because they are ultimately responsible for ensuring the safety of all of its citizens. And whether it was the administrator of the U.S. Agency on International Development, Raj Shah, or whether it was the president of the African Development Bank, Donald Kaberuka, everyone has been talking about this issue. The key is to talk about it in terms of what can be done immediately to get these students back to their families, but what are the underlying causes that led to this crisis? And that was the other topic that was being discussed during the conference, which is there's an understanding that this needs to be dealt with quickly and effectively, but over the longer term, how can the things like this be prevented in the future? What kinds of changes need to be made so that this type of terrorism doesn't continue to happen?
I totally understand that. The thing is that because you're talking about money and finance and economics, when it comes to any kind of crisis, let alone a crisis like this, wouldn't such an issue preclude some would-be investors from saying, you know, hey, I think I'm going to sit this one out and fold my arms and stand on the sideline? And, you know, of course, when we're talking about a country like Nigeria or any of the other African nations, including South Africa, you know, in terms of the outside investor, whether they are from Australia, North America, or from Western Europe, there is a perception that it's just better for it to cool down before they step into any place. One could make the same argument, for example, how many people would go running to make investments in the Ukraine right now, given that unstable situation, albeit it is different. So do you get a sense coming out of this conference that there is a bit of nervousness, at least inside of quarters running from academia like yourself into the power brokers on Wall Street?
Well, again, you're absolutely right. This is one of the big long-term concerns as a result of this crisis. Again, you know, everyone's immediate concern, at least the people I spoke to, is to get the girls safely home and return to their families.
Of course.
But the longer-term concern is, how does Nigeria change its narrative? And this is an economy that was recently designated as the largest economy in Africa. And in many ways, this conference was meant to highlight the success of Nigeria economically and to talk about the ways in which they've started to tackle some of the fundamental challenges that continue to face the country.
Indeed,
and that's what makes this tragedy all the more sad, frankly, is that this was meant to be Nigeria's moment to talk to the world about how things have improved and about the opportunities that exist here. But now, as we're seeing, and rightfully so, the world is paying attention to this very, very sad event. And Nigeria will have to redouble its efforts to talk more about the opportunities that do exist and the fact that the issue with Boko Haram and their ongoing war against peace and security is actually very limited. It's in a rural and very isolated part of the country. There have been acts of terrorism that have affected the capital of Abuja, which are also tragic and sad. You know, they have joined the League of Nations around the world that have suffered from terrorism. But as you know, the international investor community can be somewhat skittish, especially if they're looking at markets that are still emerging and where certain fundamental challenges still exist. And you're absolutely right that this event does not bode well for Nigeria's image, because perception is everything, and it will drown out the story about the number of opportunities that do exist here in the country.
Okay, let me ask you this, because you are one of the leading experts in the USA on Africa. And just to kind of diverge away from the crisis currently engulfing Nigeria, and that is this, Professor Rice, and that is, have you, in your time as a professor at New York University and teaching about Africa and talking about Africa, could you give us an example, or two even, of where you have seen a situation like what is now occurring in Nigeria, you know, go on for a certain period of time, and then once the thing is sorted out, the crisis is sorted out and comes to an end, that has become a success story? I think we need to hear a little bit about that. So what can you tell me about such a, if you don't mind sharing, what kind of example you could share with us where, you know, a nation is in a crisis, they get out of a crisis, and then better days are ahead? What comes to mind?
Sure. So, you know, Sub-Saharan Africa, by and large, you know, is home to 7 of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world. It wasn't that long ago, I think it was around 10 years ago, that the cover of The Economist magazine, their cover title was The Hopeless Continent. And that was a sentiment that was shared around the world. Now, whether it was justified or not is really not the point. The point is that the perception of Sub-Saharan Africa was that it was a place that was in need of charity and development assistance and would not be a place that people would want to turn to do business. And only 10 or 11 years later, then the cover of that same magazine was Africa Rising. And that predominantly has been the narrative about Africa in recent years. So that, for the continent, is a success. And one example that comes to mind, most often is that of South Africa.
Okay.
It wasn't that long ago that South Africa was suffering under the scourge of apartheid, and through political transformation, they became a democracy, and it is a very successful economy. Now, certain challenges still remain, social challenges, but it has become the highest recipient of foreign direct investment, and South Africa is actually the source of the most foreign direct investment into the rest of Africa. So South Africa, because of their political transformation from apartheid to a true democracy, is now the leading investor in other African nations. The other example is Rwanda. Rwanda, this is the 20th anniversary of the genocide, where 1/10 of the population was slaughtered via ethnic violence. And now Rwanda stands, despite the fact that it's a small economy, it's landlocked, and they have very few natural resources, has become one of the fastest growing economies and has become a beacon around their economic governance to the rest of Africa.
Certainly two good examples. I just think in terms of the fact that, yes, it is true that it is 20 years this month that South Africa became free and had all-inclusive elections, and 20 years this year that Rwanda was engulfed in the mass slaughter and genocide. Now, that's 20 years ago. And so I'm kind of curious about whether or not would it take 20 years, if that's a template, if you will, on an economy, especially in Africa, to actually emerge and that where would-be investors would feel much more secure about investing. Okay, 20 years is one thing, but in both the cases of Rwanda and South Africa, this investment has been going on for at least 10 years, in spite of the Economist gloomy headline of 10 years ago. Would you agree with that?
Well, I agree that that Africa has suffered a lot, and both in real terms and in perception. But to say it will take 20 years, I think is too strong. I think that it will take less time, because Africa will soon have the largest population of working-age people in the world. So they will be the source of young, capable workers. And that demographic dividend could help transform the continent. Another good example is a few years ago, Africa had the lowest number of fixed phone lines in the world, despite the fact that it is much, much larger geographically and has a very large population. But once the mobile telephone revolution began, Africa experienced by far the most rapid uptake of mobile telephony than in any other place in the world. Now, granted, they were starting from a low base, but the fact that they were able to adopt this new technology and transform that into economic opportunity is emblematic of how fast things could change under the right circumstances.
Gotcha. So basically my last question would be, and please elaborate on this, and that is, coming out of this World Economic Forum meeting in Abuja, walking out of there today, and you are about to jump on a plane and head back across the Atlantic, I got to ask you, do you feel, even with all of the issues and crisis that is now transpiring inside of Nigeria, do you walk out of there, given what you've seen in the last few days, a lot more hopeful or less hopeful about the direction that particular West African country is moving in or will move in? In other words, do you feel hopeful? Certainly it hasn't been a waste of time, but again, your own perceptions. I'd like for you to share those with me a little bit.
Sure. And actually, I have one correction, which is I am getting on a plane, but it's to go to Lagos, which is where I now reside.
Okay.
I believe in putting my money where my mouth is, and I relocated to Lagos in January because that's how hopeful I am, that there is so much potential here in Nigeria and in other parts of Africa that I relocated. I moved from New York City and am now residing in Lagos because I see the opportunity that exists. I think that it's a place that, despite the ongoing challenge of the terrorist element in the far northern rural part of the country, that there is a tremendous amount of opportunity here, and I want to be a part of that.
You know, I think what we're going to do is we're going to leave this discussion right here. But I certainly would like to have you come back and join us again to talk about other stuff, because certainly you have a wealth of information as one of the leading experts on Africa in the United States. I wasn't aware that you had moved to Lagos. That really is putting your money where your mouth is, you know. But anyway, I want to thank you, Professor Rice, for joining us on this segment.
My pleasure, and I'm happy to come back anytime.
Thank you. I'm going to hold you to it.
All right, sounds good.
We've just been speaking with Professor David Rice. Now, he's a professor who is based at New York University, who just revealed to us here that he's actually moved to Lagos and to see what he calls an emerging market, a country that, despite all of the challenges it now faces, has a tremendous potential and a tremendous upside. We'd like to thank Professor Rice for joining us. I'm Eric Williams, Sahara Television, New York.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catala, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls!
I'm here because I'm a Nigerian woman. I'm a mother. My kids insist that I should be here. And I wish I was here today commenting on the girls having been reunited with their families.
Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls!
I cannot imagine, because their lives have been disrupted, turned upside down, and I really don't want to speculate, but nobody will be comfortable, at peace, and experiencing any kind of joy if they've been abducted. This is an extraordinary overturning of everything that's normal in their lives.
Hello viewers, welcome back to Sahara TV. This is the Sahara TV TalkBack phone segment where we hope to take your calls on the issue that we're going to be discussed today, as well as other issues that you may want to call in and talk about. So the issue, our main issue for today's phone segment focus is going to be the updates and the continuing story of the missing girls from Chibok in Nigeria. And with me today is Olu Falowe. Olu Falowe is also the host, if you all know, of the Humble Prince Show on Sahara FM radio every Wednesday night. So if you like what he does here, you should definitely check him out on the radio as well. But first,
thank you so much.
I'd like to, thanks for being with me here on this phone segment today. Now, we posed the question earlier on our social media platforms, and the question was to all the viewers, should the U.S. and other Western countries send troops to fish out Boko Haram in Nigeria, or should they just offer other technical assistance? Now, thank you to all the viewers that have taken a look at this question, and for the people that have responded. We've received over 470 comments already, so thank you to everyone who has been commenting. And what I'm going to do really quickly before we get into our discussion is just to read a few of those comments that you all have shared with us, and we'll probably be continuing to do that throughout our segment. So, Ichi Justice says they should provide both assistance, technical and military troops, because some Nigerian army are also Boko Haram as well, and that is why fighting them has been so difficult. Abu Bakr says, we the Nigerian soldiers have the capability to crush Boko Haram even within 48 hours, but the political insiders and corruption in the military and government has hindered our operations in the Northeast. The government should give the troops their entitlement, and we will fight Boko Haram with whole hearts. Bose says, yes, why not, since they also send troops to help other countries. Akintunde says, remember, however, that after World War II, the world was divided into two blocks, the East and the West. The United States right now are just trying to make us belong to their bloc by manipulating us with a conflict view of politics. I don't think their help will be a benefit to us without having a secret pact with them. Rather, let our military fight this for us, so at least they've been on peaceful missions with the UN. Chinene says, Nigerians are so ungrateful. They see the response political militaries. I beg, the American military should do both. Kwesi says, the Nigerian government knows what to do. They know who Boko Haram is, so they should stop pretending. Achuku says, I implore our Muslim leaders to speak louder on this issue. Silence may imply support for these conspirators killing innocent people in the name of Islam. And I totally agree with another individual who said the same sentiment. And Achuku said, I totally agree that our Muslim leaders should speak up.
Yeah, I think we have a caller.
Okay, so we're going to take a caller right now. Welcome to Sahara TV.
Yeah. Obina, right? Obina, are you there? Welcome to Sahara TV.
Yes. Okay, welcome. Good day.
Thank you.
I saw your question. Should the U.S. and other Western countries send troops to fish out Boko Haram, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I think they should. Because what is on ground now, our soldiers, which I know a lot of them over there, they are not being motivated to do the job. They cannot do the job the way it is. We have worked in Liberia, we have worked in Sudan, we have worked a lot of places and succeeded. But right now, there is a political will that they are starving all those soldiers of funds. If you read a lot of things about them, you'll see what is going on. But even operation, even the guns, they still use AK-47 to fight against people that use rocket launchers and RPGs.
Yeah. Obina, thank you so much for that feedback. Thank you so much.
So I'm of the opinion that they need to send, because now the morale of the troops are low. Their pay is not being paid. They are not being paid. They get, if you get, a lot of them talk, if you watch how they sleep and where they sleep, you have pity for them. So I think we need at least for these girls to get out the girls.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to state, I mean, it seems like what you're saying now is like a complete change in the politics of Nigeria, the ones behind the government and behind the military, before they would get the motivations and proper support, despite the successes that they've had being part of these UN peacekeeping missions.
Yes.
One question, though, I mean, you say that the U.S. and other countries should provide support. How do you think, though, it will go even after let's say they come in and they assist the Nigerian military with this search and they're able to find the missing girls and it is successful. Is there any fear that you have of any lingering effects that the assistance by foreign military may have for the country of Nigeria or for the Nigerian military's already, as you stated, low morale?
I think it's about time that, earlier on, U.S. wanted to put their AFRICOM command within Nigeria. I know then, Domkat Bali, the guy that was in charge of the army then, it was a pride issue. They rejected. But it's open now. If they can get it and get a base around there, it will still bolster the images of our troops and even their morale. Because once they come in, if you watch, most of the soldiers go for the peace mission and all those peacekeeping in Liberia and things. They go in, they come back better because they come back with towels, come back with better uniforms, come back with souvenirs, things they use and help their families and use for their own good. So getting them to come around there, definitely the conditions of their engagement will improve. Because when US soldiers are on ground there, the whole world will be watching. They'll be watching, and all these things, all the flaws around there will be put in place.
Right. Thank you so much for calling in to Sahara TV. I believe we have another caller in line, perhaps, if we could take them. So, no.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Oh.
Yeah. Obina, thank you so much for calling. That's an interesting concern that he brought up. Because one of the concerns that people are having is that, you know, they think there's going to be, the Americans are going to want something if they come in to assist us. Right. But at this point, I mean, do we have a choice? I mean, it's because of our lackluster performance, incompetence that, you know, we're in this position to begin with. So
the only thing I wonder though is like versus the military capability and what Obina was stating for the political will, because I'm thinking like even if the political will is not there, it's going to be very interesting the politics behind what discussions go on as far as will foreign troops come into the ground, will it be technical assistance, and then how much leeway and freedom will these foreign powers be given that now come into the country. I mean, I think that could get very difficult if not.
Yeah, I just wanted to read something real quick. Regarding assistance, it was like the Coney situation, the Coney 2012 situation. Yeah. Americans went in to help, and they still haven't found Coney to this day. But the troops are still there. So that's one of the concerns. That
they're still
what
there.
happens if America comes to Nigeria, they find the girls.
Will the troops still be there?
Exactly. What are they going to do? I think we have a caller. Okay.
Hi, Michael from California. Welcome to Sahara TV.
Hi.
Yes, Michael. Thank you. Thank you for calling Sahara TV. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to, just also keeping of what happening that is going on in Nigeria. It's just so sad. We are facing this kind of a situation. My own take is just that the government, there is no way they can convince us. They didn't know what's going on, that this is going to happen. And when I was watching the video by the Boko Haram, I was just wondering how those armored tanks were able to get into the country without the knowledge of the Nigerian government and the attitude the Nigerian government was so far. So it's just so. Today in California, we are also staging a protest in San Francisco, and we just continue to put pressure on the government. And I think this will really show the corruptive side of the government. And I just hope the girls will be fine.
Michael, thank you so much for calling. We appreciate that. Yeah, you know, it seems like there's still protests going on.
Yeah, around the world.
Around the world. There's a lot of social media awareness, and, you know, that's putting pressure on the Nigerian government. But not just that. I think it's put the Nigerian government really in a bad light.
Yeah.
Bad light. I mean, Hillary Clinton was still in Abuja for the economic forum.
Right.
And she was, you know, she actually called out the Nigerian government in Nigeria. That has to be a huge embarrassment.
Yeah, and also I think too, I mean, there's been numerous world leaders, like you said, speaking out, and then, you know, Hillary Clinton's in Nigeria, but then around the world, people are pointing to the fact that it's you know, a couple of our callers have talked about corruption or lack of political will, but sometimes it just appears that the Nigerian government doesn't even understand or is paying attention to what's going on. I mean,
exactly. It's
Jonathan shows up to do different things, or the government shows up to do different things, and everybody shows up to be like, hey, where's our girls? Where's our girls? Bring back our girls. They're protesting like every single day, especially in Nigeria, of course. And it doesn't seem to be like, you know, now we're just talking 3 weeks later, oh, maybe foreign assistance, maybe, but there's nothing, doesn't even seem to be anything solid yet. There's no operations, as far as we can tell, like hard operations occurring like today, tomorrow.
Exactly.
So it's like people are just really frustrated. I mean, it's like, how can the Nigerian government not be doing something?
Exactly. And with all this time that has passed, and it's unfortunate that we needed to summon help from the United States and other troops and everything. And, you know, people that's trying to say we don't, are trying to, well, we have another caller? Okay, Femi from Minnesota. Thanks for calling Sahara TV. You're on the air.
Oh, good afternoon. How are you guys?
Good afternoon. How are you? Thanks.
Thank you for calling.
Yeah, I just want to make some about 3 or 4 points. First of all, I understand that some people are concerned about the real intention of Americans for coming to help us. But at this point, I think we should forget about any intention. What should be our focus now is how to rescue. We have to get help from heaven to rescue them. We must go after we can get. And the second point I'm going to make is after this, Nigerians should not fold their arms. We have done bring back our. We have to bring back our education. We have to bring back our infrastructure. We have to bring back of everything, justice, equality. We have to do that. And thirdly, I just want to quickly say that our law enforcement agents, they have to be a reorientation. the way they relate with the community has to change, because that is one problem that must be addressed. Currently, a typical Nigerian do not trust the law enforcement agents because the police have to nuisance on the roads, and so if they see anything, they are not going to say anything, which makes it difficult for law enforcement agents or for law to be carried out. You understand what I mean?
Yes.
If a policeman has punished you or taken your money in an unlawful manner, and you see a Boko Haram guy, you are not going to call that same police and say, "Oh, I see they're doing some things that are fishing here." That is going to make it difficult for these guys to be caught. So I think a reorientation has to be done for our police, for the military. The soldiers stop beating the drivers. The SSS has to use as thugs and touts against perceived opponents of the ruling party. I think now, like I mentioned this last week, everyone that has a voice in Nigeria, our religious leaders most especially, they have to come out and speak out forcefully and put the politicians on hot seats. By so doing, Nigeria and Nigerians will be better for it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Femi was very astute, man, and straight to the point. Very good. And one thing he alluded to was that there's a huge chasm between the law enforcement officials and the citizens of Nigeria. Right. So it's good that the citizens now have that otherwise felt like they never had a voice. It's good that they have social media, and they're putting that social media to good use. So I like to implore everybody to continue to use that to put pressure on our government and expose them. You know, right now the Nigerian government is really, really embarrassed. I mean, look at the display that our First Lady put on, you know, and everything. She's just giving them more fodder for them to, you know, for jokes and everything. Right. It's just it's terrible.
Yeah, and just the insensitivity of the whole thing, because it doesn't appear like, you know, they do these things but it still doesn't really appear to like most citizens, and obviously you can see from the protests and the continued protests in the country that the government actually like is being sincere in their actions. I mean, they show up here and they do this press type of thing, and I understand we do have a new caller, but one thing I just wanted to just talk about really quickly was that Femi pointed out something very interesting as well, is will this bring back our girls when this is all settled down, hopefully successful and they're all rescued, but will this lead to larger movements? Will the protesters like come together and say, hey, you know, why stop here? Why not demand for justice in general? And he talked about infrastructure and education and so many other things, 24 hours power. And to maybe now that they realize, like, look how many people, even around the world, came together. Maybe all these Nigerian communities and all their supporters can come together and also say, hey, why not keep going? Why not keep fixing the country as all of these issues go?
Definitely. One thing I wanted us to address to was the report from the Amnesty International. Let's take this caller real quick. I know we have a call. Okay, we have Bingpei from sunny Tampa, Florida. Bingpei, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thank you for calling Sahara TV. What do you want to say?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank Sahara Reporters and the workers. You have done very well, and I know that something like this is not new to you. This is something that has been on forever. A lot of people have accused you of collecting money from one politician or the other. Because of something like this, so that something like this should not happen, you guys have been on top of the corrupt leaders. If you look at what is happening very well, is it because of the corruption. Up to this very moment, nobody has ever been tried or ever been prosecuted. Even now, some military should be facing the Senate to answer some questions. There is a state of emergency in this country, and 200 children was kidnapped. Where do they pass through? Where does their law? How do they move from point A to point B? There must be some answers. There must be some questions and answers. I'm very, very sure somebody in the presidency, as Bamanga Tuko and presidency has said at a time that the Boko Haram has infiltrated his government. Somebody in the presidency knows something. All of them need to be answering some questions. Somebody in the Senate knows something. Somebody in the House of Rep knows something. These people are kept in a house. I don't think they are in a jungle or anywhere. They are kept by somebody in the government. They have to scrutinize them very well. I'm not bringing somebody from abroad they can get to the bottom of solve our problem. There must be questions that need to be I need answer immediately. Jonathan, with patience, with every one of them, it's not about crocodile tears that we are seeing on TV.
Yeah.
It's about where is this kids kept. Please bring them. Jonathan should be asked, where did you keep them?
Okay,
Thank you
thank
so
you very
much
much,
for
man.
calling in. And
right, you know, one thing you can notice is the frustration in the callers.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. Sorry, David, you were going to say something.
No, I was going to say, I mean, he again talked about some things which you were going to allude to was the Amnesty International report and the questions that will inevitably come out of that report, and the fact that there have yet to be any hearings, maybe from the Senate or National Assembly in general. I mean, one is definitely this report, which we'll get to, but really before that, just even before this, right after the girls were, a few days after they were kidnapped, the military released a press release, oh, we've rescued many of them and they're safe and everything.
Well, those girls escaped.
Right.
And that was a lie. That was a false report.
Right, and then had to retract the report. So even that, like, where's the investigation for how did this happen? How did this information be released? You know, and how do parents feel like, oh, and then to find out that it was untrue?
Exactly. And another thing is, where's the intelligence?
Right.
Because like they said, they were given, and okay, even if Nigeria doesn't even have intelligence, they were given information about that this attack was about to happen, I think 4 hours prior. Right. And also, my question about that Amnesty report is, have they been given, has the Nigerian government been apprised of previous attacks that happened? And they didn't do anything about it. But it just so happens that this one really got international recognition and it put them on the world stage and it put them in the spotlight. So it's terrible. Yeah, I understand we have another caller. Okay, we have Precious from Ottawa. Precious, thank you for calling Sahara TV. What do you have to say?
Hello, my name is Oludari Ogolan. I'm calling from Ibadan, Nigeria.
Okay, sorry, we had the wrong person on. We have Oludari, right?
Yes, Oludari Ogolan.
Oludari, thank you for calling. Yes, what do you want to say?
Well, they are starting bad in getting international help for this kind of disaster, which of course we have in Nigeria at the moment. But the reality is that, like the other caller said, the reason where we are where we are today is as a result of corruption.
Definitely.
Because it's not that Nigeria first, it's not that Nigeria army is not competent enough. It's not that they are not competent enough. In fact, they have all capability to be able to counter terrorism and at the same time get where these children is being kept and bring them back to their parents. But for so long time, we have been living in mental denial. The presidency, instead of coming out and saying, okay, we have this problem, but they keep blaming everything on opposition. Up till now, from the house of the president, the body language of the wife of the president shows that some of them still don't believe that these children are missing. We listen to what Akpabio said. We listen to what Kemachikwe said. We even listen to what Dokubo Asari is saying, is putting down on his Facebook. And these are people very close to the president. And anytime they speak, we believe they are speaking the heart of the president. So who is fooling who? Well, at this point in time, we have to come together and stop these people before they stop Nigeria.
Right.
First, yes, the international help is, but just on this issue of getting this girl back home, not that they will come and set base in Nigeria and they will be operating politics in our sovereignty.
Right. Yeah, Oludari, thank you so much for calling. We really appreciate it. You know, that's one thing I wanted to address too, that some people are calling this a hoax. I don't think multiple credible media outlets will get involved if they believed it to be a hoax. So I think they have some information that we the regular citizens don't have and don't want to share yet, and rightfully so, because they're using this as part of their investigation. But I saw a report on CNN this morning saying that the girls cannot be rescued, that they might have to actually negotiate with the terrorists for them to get the girls back. What do you think of that? Because I always thought that the United States stance on terrorism was never to negotiate with the terrorists. But I think the situation is a little sensitive.
Yeah.
So I think they have to use a different strategy on that. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that, going along with the reports, because like immediately after, and the time frames are very shifty. A lot of different reports point to a lot of things, but apparently immediately after the abduction from the school, they were taken to Sambisa Forest, and they were there for kind of, and that's where the time period gets a little murky. But now there's been numerous and more reports seem to be coming out that suggest that now they've been split up into smaller groups and spread not only throughout Borno State and parts of Nigeria, but to Cameroon, Lake Chad,
different parts of Africa,
and
different
neighboring
parts.
Countries, and I think that while the stance would be like, we don't negotiate with terrorists, again, what you allude to, this situation is very sensitive. It's also perhaps a lot more different than, you know, just fighting terrorism direct. Like there's a group here and we're going after them.
Exactly.
So.
Okay, I think we have a caller. Yeah, we have Philip from Atlanta. Philip, are you there? Thank you for calling Sahara TV. Okay, we lost him. You know, this is not like a situation where they're going to go and rescue, what's the word I'm looking for here? Where they're going to rescue hostages or stuff. But, you know, like you said, and these guys are smart. However they're doing this, you know, to break up into multiple groups and everything. So it's only just going to make things harder for them too.
Yeah, I mean, this is some stuff there. I'm just looking at some Facebook posts, and there seems to be some allusions again to like the fact that perhaps this idea of this hoax, and it keeps like getting some traction, and it's still really remarkable though. I mean, it's not like 10 people. I mean, it's 200, 240, 270. I mean, again, the reports, it's over 200 people.
Exactly.
And for that many parents, let's say, on average, that's 300, 400 something parents, and their extended families. I mean, how, you know, I don't know, you know, what would you say about the fact that all those people are grieving? I mean, I don't think, you know, you would just stage that kind of grief if in fact your kid was not really missing.
Exactly. I don't think that that is a hoax. And for the fact that not after this attack, another attack happened where another 8 girls.
Another 8 were taken.
Right, so that definitely is not a hoax. So I don't think the First Lady of the United States will carry up a sign saying bring our girls back and get involved if this was a hoax. Like I said, they probably have information and intelligence that we don't have. So to all of you saying it's a hoax, cut it out. It's not a hoax. I think we have another caller. Yeah, we have Harrison from Georgia.
Hi,
Harrison.
welcome to Sahara TV. Go ahead.
Oh, I really can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Harrison, we can hear you loud and clear. Thanks for calling Sahara TV.
Oh, it's breaking up.
Okay, we lost Harrison.
We lost him again.
Yeah, fantastic. So I think everybody that's saying it's a hoax is just trying to, you know, cause distractions for this effort.
Yeah.
And they should just keep their mouths shut and, you know, let the government in the U.S., you know, do their job now. I mean, the U.S. Troops. Yeah. Do we have any more?
Yeah, I was going to see if we had, I know, some updates again right on our social media. I'll just read a few more of those and we'll see if some more people will call in.
Yeah. Again, people, the number to call is 646-559-6640.
Wow, we're up to 529 now in the comments.
Yeah, it's a lot of... Okay. So we have a caller? Yeah, we have Kadil from Pennsylvania. Kadil, are you there?
Oh, I think we lost him. No problem.
Okay, no problem.
So, yeah, I mean, some people, again, like, thank you to all our viewers, again, that are continuing to make comments, to not only call in on the segment, but to make comments on our social media platforms and to our question of the day. Okay. But one individual on Facebook said, no, they should not. They created and funded Boko Haram to disintegrate Nigeria. And
you see, I kind of disagree with that.
What's interesting about that, and personally I haven't been able to see the documents myself, but people point to this WikiLeaks.
Right, that the CIA created Boko Haram and everything. I think we have a caller. Do we have a caller? Yeah, we have Candy from Atlanta. Candy, are you there?
Hi, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Candy, go ahead.
Okay, I just about the military again.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for calling.
Hello? Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just talking about the military.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
I just want to talk about the military again.
Please do.
I think a few months, Chris Lubolade, the military spokesperson, came out of this guy, Shekararo, is killed. So how come are they coming out with a report that they are not certain about and now this guy is now putting on the video that is the one in charge of this guy that have been abducted. So these are the people from Nigerian military, and I believe they are corrupt. They are so corrupt that things are not working well. I mean.
Okay. Yeah, Candy, thank you so much for calling. Thank you for weighing that in. Yeah, interesting segment, and like I said, from what the callers are saying, you could tell a lot, you could hear the frustrations in their voices, and a lot of them are just angry, not only at this situation, but at the government as a whole, and they feel like the Nigerian government, which they have, and let's face it, the Nigerian government has failed the citizens.
Yeah, and just a couple points before we go. One was
Right.
the fact that what our caller just pointed out now was this, there was just this recent press release following the abduction that turned out to be wrong. We rescued them, now we didn't rescue them.
Exactly.
But then this caller pointed to another one, which was back sometime last year before, saying that, we believe that Shekau is in fact dead, or we killed him, and there's been numerous reports on the fact that he's wounded or killed or captured, and now it turns out that, well, perhaps not, because he just made this video saying that, I'm the one that and my group are in command of these abducted girls and that. And so again, like, what you talked about, the intelligence, it's like what seems to be going on. Is there capable intelligence? Is there not? I mean,
Exactly.
There seems to be a gap there. But just before we go, I'd like to read just a few more comments from our social media platforms. And this again on our question of the day, which was, do you believe the U.S. should send troops to Nigeria or just technical assistance in the search for these missing girls? And one individual said, we don't even have a government in Nigeria. What we have are criminals in power. If they should devote just 5% of the time they spend strategizing how to steal our money into real governance, Nigeria wouldn't be in this mess.
Very good point.
Kenny Eddy said, Boko Haram is just a sign of the end times. It's just unfortunate that innocent people have died because of this menace.
Right.
But what I think we all need from America is advice and not soldiers. Ruben says they should come and fish out these people and wipe them out and expose their sponsors. And just one more here from Macau Abdullah. He says foreign troops should be sent since the Nigerian security forces appear to be overwhelmed by these terrorists.
Right.
So thank you to everyone that not only tuned into this Sahara TV TalkBack phone segment, but also to everyone that's been following us on our social media platforms and commenting on our question of the day and our other comments.
I just wanted to add that. It seems like with every attack, they've been more audacious, and this one might be the one that really got them in trouble, because this one really put them on the forefront and got us international recognition. So I hope by next week we're updating. The updates that we're going to be giving is that the girls have been rescued. We've been talking about this for too long. This is going on for over about a month now. It's just it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Right.
And if you didn't have a chance to join us on this particular segment, coming up later on our broadcast today will be our Sahara TV TalkBack Skype segment. So if you do have a Skype ID and want to join in the discussion, please do send us your Skype ID, or you can join on the Skype ID guest.srtv to join in the discussion. So thanks to everyone and all our viewers. Stay tuned. We have a lot more. And thank you, Olafella, for being here on the segment today.
It's fantastic.
Hundreds of concerned New Yorkers rallied at Union Square in Manhattan on Saturday to protest the kidnapping of over 200 schoolgirls in Nigeria. They were demanding more action on the part of the Nigerian government and the world to find and rescue the girls.
I think it's ridiculous. That is the only word I have for it. It doesn't make any sense.
It's so wrong that girls can't feel safe going to school. It's just going to school. That's supposed to be one of the safest places you're supposed to go to.
Women demonstrators wore traditional head wraps, an African symbol of intense emotion, in this case, of mourning. Men expressed their grief in other ways.
This is actually drawn because I was angry. This is the president. He's just lazing around. Amidst all this, they're still holding rallies for 2015 elections.
The girls were taken from Government Secondary School Chibok in Borno State on the night of April 14. The Nigerian Islamist militant group Boko Haram, through its leader Abubakar Shekau, has taken responsibility for the kidnapping, saying God instructed that the girls should be sold. It took the Nigerian government and the world 2 weeks to realize how serious this issue is.
I think Nigerians are just used to sitting down and watching things happen.
We're generally passive people. We don't like speaking up. We just like to take things as they are.
And this may not be far from the truth, as the New York protest was organized by Guguletu Mlambo, a South African lady who could not understand why the situation was not getting more attention.
234 girls missing is an international issue.
234 girls missing is an international issue.
The world should care.
The world should care.
And if they don't, we will make them care.
We will make them care.
Several other people expressed their emotion.
A government
that cannot protect. Its little ones.
Its little ones.
Its girls.
Its girls.
Does not deserve. To be in office.
To be in office.
To the Nigerian government.
To the Nigerian government.
Our eyes are watching.
Our eyes are watching.
Barack Obama.
To Barack Obama.
Our eyes are watching.
Our eyes are watching.
To the UN.
To the UN.
Our eyes are watching.
Our eyes are watching.
We will not be silent.
We will not be silent.
Anyone wishing to join in the discussion on social media should include hashtag #BringBackOurGirls in tweets and captions. From New York, I'm Toyosi Phillips with the New York Film Academy.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
One love, Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body also.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
Kemi o majo ta laso, odun lati yo ta laso. My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
What's your call?
You are welcome. The gate man of your school is the gate man here.
The wife of the Deputy Senate President, Mrs. Ike Ekwemadu. Directors, leaders of various women organizations here present.
Che, help us, oh, help us. There is God, oh. There is God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh. God should descend, oh, today God will descend here. Nigerian women will not cry in vain. Nigerian women will not cry in vain. This thing will end today. There is God, oh, there is God, oh, there is God, oh. There is God, oh. It's okay.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We here at the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, so my name is Brad A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Sahara TV. I'm going to respect to all the now. I'm going to
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV. Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga, the first. They call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
People there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and I go watch them. 5 me I know they say but I go watch.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, there. My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Prendergast, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catala, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Since the advent of the so-called Fourth Republic in Ghana, the country's politics has been dominated by the two largest parties, the New Patriotic Party, the NPP, and the National Democratic Congress, the NDC. However, the story was different some time ago. In 1957, Kwame Nkrumah led the West African country to independence, and his party, the Convention People's Party, CPP, was very popular many years ago. After his overthrow, however, the party was driven underground, only to resurface in the late 80s to early 90s during the lifting of the ban on political activity, which ushered in the Fourth Republic. The CPP has not been able to regain power, despite a strong message and a seeming popularity, I should say, year in and year out. We're joined now by a member of the CPP live from Ghana to discuss what's going on in Kwame Nkrumah's CPP. Yao Nkunim was the parliamentary candidate for Menchia South, and he joins us now. You're welcome, Yao.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and we do appreciate your time. I would please ask you to speak up a tad, because I think the lines are kind of fuzzy a bit, so please speak up a bit. But anyway, let's go straight to it. The CPP many years ago was very popular. Nkrumah's overthrow, however, seemed to be the punctuation within that scheme of things. And now the CPP seems to be having a hard time reconnecting with Ghanaians. Ghanaians actually do connect with Nkrumah, but they don't seem to connect as much with the CPP. Why do you think this is so?
Well, thank you very much. As you said, the overthrow of Nkrumah seems to have seriously jolted the CPP. But if you realize there is every indication that the CPP is on the verge of rebirth, revival or revolution or whatever you may call it. And let me explain that. The CPP is politically the cultural link for Ghanaians and Africans. And so when the overthrow came in '66, it jolted the whole Ghana and, of course, Africa. Now, what is happening is the CPP is in sync, or is a heartbeat of the people culturally. So whatever is happening to the continent and the country is exactly what is happening to the party. And now we are on the verge of a rebirth, not only for Ghana, but also for Africa. And for 38 years, everybody knows that the CPP was an illegal party. We didn't have a name, nor brand, nor the logos. We fought hard. They thought we were dead for good. We got it after 38 years. And when we got the logo and the brand and legal status was restored, the second fight was fighting the infiltrators. And when we were talking about that, people thought we were making excuses. But I can give you clear examples. The main people who are hiding, leaders like Dr. Indu, Honorable Freddie Blake, where are they now? They've gone back to their bases. Everybody knows them clearly now that they were infiltrators. And indeed, what we were saying was true over the last 12 years. So Freddie Blake is now the vice chairman of MPP. And Dr. Indu, everybody knows where he is. He's created his own party. Yep. Unfortunately, Kwesiama died a couple of days ago. So what I'm saying is that we are on the verge of rebirth. And the reason for that is that the African nation, and for that matter, Ghana, is on this revival track. And because the culture is what essentially dominates what civilization or development is all about, the people's culture politically is embedded in the CPP. And so, for me, the CPP is just on the verge of revival for the African nation and for Ghana.
Okay.
If this power shift from the West, as pundits put it, is real, then the CPP, there is no stopping it. Okay. It's revival and rebirth.
All right.
So we sent out a lot of think tanks, and now everybody has come back to the table. And very soon, in a few years, in fact, the revival has started, but it will blossom in just this year and next year.
That's good to know, Yao. But the Nkrumah's tradition is being claimed by so many different little political parties. One gets confused. Which one is the real Nkrumah's tradition?
It's a very simple answer. The CPP is the only party that was built by Nkrumah, and that vehicle was the only one he used. So, though the splinters have come, and it came about because of, everybody knows the history, let's not recount it for lack of time. The CPP, the logo, the cockle, and it's interesting that the cockle in Africa is that wakes the whole community up at dawn. So on the dawn of the African rejuvenation or revival or revolution, there's only one party, the CPP, that can bring about this revival because it has the spirit and the capacity to do so and the history on our side. The MPP is just on the periphery of the Western Empire or Western Bloc. And as the power shift slows in the West, it starts from the periphery, so the MPP is bound to go down. And I'm afraid the NDC doesn't look like it has the capacity to carry Ghana and Africa and empower the African people to this new revival.
You speak of Africa each time you speak of Ghana. Does the CPP have a broader agenda for Africa in general instead of just winning political power in Ghana?
Please come again.
You speak about Africa each time you mention Ghana, I'm noticing. And I'm asking you now if the CPP has a broader agenda for the whole of Africa instead of just concentrating on, say, Ghana.
Yes, that question is legitimate. But the point we are basing our hope on is that Ghana, fortunately or unfortunately, whichever way you look at it, has become the soul or the headquarters of the African nation worldwide. And that is why we've been the first in talking up a lot of African successes, breaking grounds, being the pace setter for Africa. And so if we are talking about Ghana, I'm saying that politically, the culture of the people, which is what is going to carry us into the new world, into the new rejuvenation, to the new era, is embedded politically in the CPP.
Okay.
So the CPP cannot be divorced from Ghana and from Africa for that matter.
Okay, I see that point is well made. Now, you going back to the point we made a while ago, or the question I asked you a while ago about several smaller parties all claiming the Nkrumah's tradition. The saying goes, a house divided against itself shall not stand. Isn't it about time? I know there have been futile attempts which didn't, produce much, but isn't it about time that you really got together to bring all these little Nkrumah's factions into one mighty family, capable of actually, vying for political power?
Well, personally, I think we shouldn't waste any more time on the effort to bring back all the splinter groups on board. Because, one, we know some of them, clearly, their sponsorship and wherever it's coming from, and it's in the interest of such people, including the NDC and the MPP, and some other, that we get splintered. So we are saying that let's concentrate on using our brand and our history and our spirit and our energy and the rejuvenation spirit to move forward. And as they see that the father's house is solid, everybody will be proud to come back.
Yeah,
so,
let me pause you there for a second. Are you insinuating by any means that these smaller parties are being funded by the NDC and the NPP? Is that what you're insinuating?
Not all of them, but I'm saying that there's credible evidence that some of these parties who claim the Nkrumah lineage has been funded as part of a political strategy or campaign strategy to keep the other from merging back with the CPP or coming back home to the CPP. And I can give you solid examples because in as much as we know, like I said earlier on, aside the infiltrators who were in the CPP and now clearly they've gone back home to where they belong, there were also these splinter parties. Some are dying off, and we know some elements of the PNC, for example, and where they get their sponsorship from. So it's not as if we don't have the facts on the ground.
Okay.
And therefore, what I'm saying is, yes, we need the numbers, but now we shouldn't be concentrating on the splinter groups and forcing them because their leadership, unless they change.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Now the CPP is traditionally or has traditionally entrenched itself as the kingmakers in Ghana's electoral procedure. In return for your king-making, you sometimes get like a parliamentary seat or two and stuff like that. It kind of seems as if certain elements in the party at least are satisfied with remaining kingmakers because it seems such a gargantuan task to try to unseat the NDC or the NPP or any of those, bigger parties. Is the CPP content with being kingmakers?
Yes, that kingmaker issue, there is more to it than how people make it seem. And the reason is that in Ghana, there is no administration, whether civilian or military, that has been successful without the support of the CPP. And that is simple because I'm saying that the culture of the people, the spirit of the people is embedded in the CPP. So if you don't have the CPP support, you are bound to fail. And we can recount the UP after the overthrow of Nkrumah came to power. Without the CPP, of course, it was banned, so we didn't participate at all. The Champon era, the mission was to bring back Nkrumah, and so the CPP elements came, and it was fairly successful. 79, the Rawlings issue, they, Boachijan and Co. were all CPP elements. Liman, PMP, were CPP then back to PNDC, the same CPP element. And then we came to 92. We all know where the late Vice President Konkensa Akai and Co came from. And then later on, Professor Mills. Now, the CPP supported in 2000 the MPP, and that is why the MPP won. 2004, the status quo remained there. 8, the CPP supported Professor Mills, and he won. Now, what we have realized as a party is that we are no more going to give support to anybody. We are going to concentrate on ourselves. And clearly, everybody sees the challenges, the Herculean challenges the NDC is facing now, because we have withdrawn our total support, physically, spiritually, what have you. And so I'm saying that the CPP has not just been a kingmaker. It is because the spirit of the people, the culture of the people, and the history, the foundations of this nation is embedded in the CPP.
Okay.
So without a CPP, it is very difficult to have a successful governance.
Okay,
And
all right.
therefore, once we've withdrawn totally and are not supporting anybody, come 2016, people will see the surprises, because then, clearly, for all these years, over 40 years, we clearly now have a semblance of a wholesome party after fighting off, the infiltrators and all. So we seem to be very much on course.
On course, okay, all right. Now, your party always has cogent, policies. At least, if you ask me, I would say that the CPP always has, like, some of the best policies during the campaign era and stuff like that. Why can't you market these policies to Ghanaians who obviously are impressed? If you look at the reception that your candidate Abu Sakara got in the last election, it was very encouraging, but then the numbers on the ground showed totally different. What seems to be going on?
Well, that is another equation that I believe the CPP has clearly found a solution to. And that is, let's be broad a bit. There is always a mantle of power. And wherever it is based, that is where the people follow. And this mantle, after Nkrumah, we got scattered and then got into the wilderness. That mantle was knocked off by the MPP's maintenance or the apparent. He held it, and that is what Kufuor brought on board. And then what was left is what former President Jerry Rawlings was using. Now, I'm saying that there has been a power shift, whether you look at it on the political, spiritual, historical analysis, or whichever way you look at it. And that power shift, because it's returned back to the CPP, all the rest are struggling. So it's a matter of if really that mantle is restored back to the CPP. You come to Ghana now, and I'm sure you talk to Ghanaians a lot. This time around, many people are saying, look, we are just waiting for the CPP to come out full force, and we are with them, because clearly, the NDC and the MPP have become a great disappointment.
Okay.
So I'm saying, I understand your question and the background you're coming from, but really, the CPP has always had a heartbeat with the nation. And we all know how the nation has gone through the wilderness, like its sister countries, and now we've all come back home, So every pointer is directing, pointing to the CPP in 2016.
Okay, yeah. We have very little time left, so let's try and crash a few answers and cover the next few questions, because these are very vital questions that I want you to respond to. One of them is the leadership in your party. There seems to be a lot of animosity in the party, which led, of course, to people that you refer to now as infiltrators leaving the party, Pakwesi Ndum and the whole rest of them. Do you have a serious plan to end this leadership, rancor, just to put the party in a better position to win power in 2016?
Let me clarify this with this opportunity. Dr. Pakwesi Ndum, we don't want him back. In fact, the whole mission of our chairperson, the Honorable Sammy Nkrumah, was to get Pakwesi and the infiltrators out. Because whilst we were moving towards power. They were scattering our efforts, and I can talk of personal experience in 2008 elections. So we have to get the understanding of the CPP clear. That it's not as if we want those elements back. What we are concentrating on is marketing to the people, and especially the youth, because as it were, you don't put new wineskin in old wineskin, in the old wine box. And we are not saying the old fellas are not important, but the core of our mission is the youth, because in a new day, we need the new energies, new thinking, new ideas, and so on.
Okay.
Just like...
All right. The other question that I want to ask you, Yao, is that your party has huge issues with GMO foods or GM foods. And then the other issue that you are really incensed about lately is the signing of the Economic Partnership Agreement with the EU. What exactly is your issue with these two things? Briefly, please. We have only a few minutes left.
Yes, thank you very much. The EPA, the Economic Partnership Agreement, with all due respect, I think is a diplomatic jab or insult on the intelligence of Africans or Ghanaians, whichever way you put it. Because first of all, it is generally not beneficial in the sense that how can you want an agreement where within a decade we should be forced to open over 80% of our market to you, I mean the European Union and bloc. And then looking at the marginalization and the current issues of trade imbalance, you are going to completely kill our industrial base. And so for us, we think that is not fair. And then two, we also look at it as part of the agenda to scatter the African unity mission. Because how can the European Union and the European bloc, a united bloc, come in to deal with us on individual country basis? So that, what I'm saying, why didn't they rather negotiate with the AU, the African Union?
Yeah.
Exactly. So on the premise of that, we just think that it's a multifaceted approach, well put together by the Europeans to perpetually or to force us back over the strides Africa is making in the industrial sector.
Okay, and GM foods, quickly.
And then there's also the point, just last point on the EPA. There's also the point that the EPA, the Africa is not being allowed to state or propose, as it were, our own, stand. And that is unfair. You just bring the document and you want us to say A, B, C, we don't want C, we don't want D, we want P. No, we should be able to come out and also state our position.
Okay.
And then on the GM
briefly, please.
Food, it's the same in line with the EPA concept, because the whole advantage of the marketing base, the trade base, is on the side of the Western world, Europe, America, and the powers that be.
All right.
Because if you are saying that we manufacture the seeds and then you bring it here and we buy it, and we don't have power over that manufacture, what are you trying to do? And then secondly, we are also concerned about health issues. You cannot say that everything that is grown in the West is good for everybody.
Okay, yeah.
Nature says that whatever you need is in your environment. So thank you for the opportunity. And
Yes.
that is, It's absolutely false. It's absolutely false.
All right. And then how would you assess
will be merged with the NDC.
How would you assess the president's performance so far? And what should you do differently?
I think it's clear. Unfortunately, I helped his predecessor personally and then the party-wise. But he's been so far a complete failure. And it's clear, Ghanaians, everybody is clear. He himself made statements to that effect, that we should give him time. Why should we give him time? If the pointers were clear that things were moving on well, you didn't tell us that. So it's clear frustration in the party NDC, and the administration is clearly suffering. And all this, I'm saying that it is because of the withdrawal of the CPP support, which people underrate. And let me, as we land, take the opportunity to wish the king, the monarch of the Golden Kingdom, the Ashanti Kingdom, Otumfuo Seitu the second, who is having his grand debut tomorrow on the 15th anniversary of ascending to the Golden Stool. And I wish him well, good health and long life and God's blessings.
And we, on our part, thank you very much, Mr. Yao Nkunim, and we wish you and the CPP all the best. If the party truly represents Kwame Nkrumah's vision, Africa will be the better for it if your party comes to power in Ghana. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll reach you sometime soon for more on your party. Okay, viewers, thank you so much. That was Yao Nkunim. Yao Nkunim was the parliamentary candidate for Menchia South in Ghana. Stay tuned, there's more coming.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day. And you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls!
I'm here because I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, I'm an educator, and I'm disgusted that 234 girls were kidnapped from their school 3 weeks ago, and the world is not crying out in disgust.
Sahara. Eric Williams, Sahara Television here. In this segment, we're going to take a look at a new author on the scene. He's been called one of Africa's new stars and a man worth watching. He's known in Africa, but largely unknown outside of the continent. His name is Chude Jidiwan-Wo, and he's the author of a book called Are We the Turning Point Generation? Which is a good question. It's a book that talks to and about Nigerians. He takes a hard, humorous, and witty look at a nation now very much in the world headlines. His book also poses some interesting questions to his fellow countrymen, but it is a universal series of questions, as many of the same questions he raises could be posed to Americans on how they look at themselves. I want to say thank you for joining us, Mr. Jidiwan-Wo, for this segment of Sahara Television, and good day to you.
Good day. Thank you for having me.
It's good to have you here. I guess we got to start off because your book poses a compelling question, which is simply, are we the turning point generation? And a lot of people, will ask that question not only of themselves, but where they happen to live. So how is that applicable to your nation, your country? And and how long did it take for you? What compelled you to write the book in the first place?
Right. From about 2010, I found myself more keenly involved in advocacy, issues of good governance, and trying to get young people to be part of the process of electing new leaders, leading up to the 2011 elections. And then in 2012, we had the famous Occupy Nigeria rallies, trying to force the government to take accountability in the oil sector more seriously, and in the short term to restore the subsidy on petroleum products. But after that entire period, the exhilaration of the elections, the uncertainty of the protests, I took some time to reread Achebe's The Trouble with Nigeria. And after that, to read Achebe's new book, There Was a Country. And I was struck by the fact that, as anybody who observes Nigeria's problems know, the same issues, it was as if he was writing the same book over a period of 20 years. And it struck me that my generation isn't the first that has been trying to answer these questions or to change this country. And I began to ask myself, did we have the capacity as young people, as a generation, as people working on these same issues that he was talking about, would we be able to finally turn the point? Would we be able to break off from the vicious cycle of people coming with good intentions and nothing changes? And so this book was a result of me trying to answer the questions that I believe Achebe asked, and I believe that young people of my generation need to ask if we are not going to become a cliche like others before us.
Okay, that's fair enough. Now, the thing about it is that when one takes on a book project, it is a major undertaking. And so the first part of my question was, how long did it take for you to get this book, to organize it and to assemble it? And more to the point, how long did it take for you to write it? Was it a difficult project, or did it come about pretty quickly?
Well, it was an intensely difficult project. First, I didn't know that it was going to be a book. After reading There Was a Country in, I think, October of 2012, I decided to start a series called New Leadership for a New Generation of Leaders. And it was on some of the nation's leading online platforms, Premium Times, Why Nigeria, Better Nigeria, and so on. And so it was a series I started it in January, it was to run till March, it ran till April. And so it was just supposed to be an essay series. But in the middle of it, I kind of got tired because they were pretty intense. It was a pretty intense series of essays to write. It required me disconnecting myself from a lot of the things that I was doing on a daily basis. It required me asking myself some tough questions and doing some tough reading. So halfway into the series, I wanted to give up. I thought, well, like we say in Nigeria, nobody sent me on this errand. So, I felt it was too difficult to continue. However, at the same time, a few of my friends, Benga, Adobe, and so on, said to me that this was an important book to write, this was an important series to write, and that ultimately it will do me well to make it into a book. And so that became the inspiration to complete the series. And so it took me from December 2012 to write about April 2013, which was a period of 5 months to do the book. But then, yes, it was difficult because it wasn't just me mouthing off about my opinions. I had to do some really serious reading, trying to counter my own assumptions, trying to challenge my own perspectives, trying to say something, talk about the same things in a different way. But at the end of the process, I felt better, about myself. I felt better about my thinking. I felt more confident in my perspective. So it was difficult, but it was ultimately rewarding.
Okay. Now, the thing about it is that your book has a compelling headline. Are we the generation, that is, are we the turning point generation, right? And then and what I've read, okay, there's a section on here, because I really take it that a lot of your, what you've talked about, is really not only analytical in terms of an academic approach, but you wanted to really get right to the heart of the matter. Okay, now the thing about it is that, okay, I'm going to just read an excerpt out of the one of the chapters. You said that we must kill God. Now, of course, that's rather shocking as a title of a chapter. But there was like one bit in here that that I like to just quote, because it really, in reading it today, when I read it, it made me laugh out loud. So here it goes. And this is where you talk about the Nigerian God. Not God is what we go to worship in a house of worship or in a church, but a Nigerian God. So here it comes, okay? And I'd like for you to talk about this, okay? Just a couple of sentences. These are your words. You say that, quote, attribute everything to the Nigerian God. So if you diverted funds from public projects and are able to afford that phantom, when people say you have a nice car, say, nah, God. If someone asks what the secret of all your wealth is, say, God has been good to me. By this you mean the Nigerian God who gave you the uncommon wisdom to reappropriate public funds. I mean, that's absolutely pretty hilarious stuff and pretty compelling stuff. So in other words, a lot of elected officials and other people in civil society use it is the will of God to commit skullduggery. And the double side of it is that as a result of that mantra, so many people look at people who are devoutly religious in a sort of a disingenuous way. Yeah. Talk about that a little bit, because that is a really important point.
Right, thanks. First, I can't take credit for that phrase, because I was paraphrasing a friend of mine, Nathan John, whose thoughts very aligned with mine. So I took a bit of his article and I credited him in the essay. But however, his views completely align with mine. Now, I'm a Christian. I'm a born-again Christian. And like I said in that, and that's one of my favorite articles, because when you say to people, especially people who are intellectual or who are activists or who are change makers, that I'm a Christian, I'm a born-again Christian, it immediately assumes that you're full of bullshit. So they immediately assume that you're going to come at them with cliches and, all these woolly, generalizations, and that's not how I live my own Christianity. And so I thought it was very important for myself as a Christian, as an active Christian, who believes in all of those things, who believes in the Holy Spirit, who believes in God, but who also understands the danger of surrendering our critical thinking, our sense of right and wrong in the world, our sense of what is appropriate to an ambiguous idea of the supernatural. I thought it was important for me to attack that hypocrisy. One of the things that has shocked me as a Nigerian was when the former governor of Bayelsa State, Dieprie Alamiesiga, was caught in the UK for money laundering. And, he was kept under house arrest, and then he escaped from the house arrest and landed in Nigeria, and there was a big reception for him. And when people asked him, how did you find your way back into Nigeria? He said it was to the glory of God. Now, that offended me deeply as a Christian, because the God that I serve and the God that I know and the God I grew up knowing would absolutely rebuke a convicted felon for attributing his escape to a supernatural being. It's so antithetical to what I know as a Christian. Unfortunately, that is what Christianity in most parts of our country has become. People who think once you fear God, once you respect God, once you say a few words of Christianese, it's a carte blanche protection against the consequences of stealing, of robbery, of misappropriation, of corruption, of rape, of child abuse. It is not so. And so that book really was to say there is a different God that some Nigerians seem to worship. But that God isn't founded in the Bible. That God isn't the God that I know. And that God is the excuse that people have used to keep Nigeria far behind where it should be at this point in time. So that was for me as a Christian, my own tribute to other Christians to say, this is not God. This is not the God of the Bible.
I can appreciate that. I didn't know, for example, that Nigeria was one of the biggest exporters of religion, and certainly people who make pilgrimages to places like Israel and to Mecca. Now, of course, your book doesn't just merely center on aspects of religion. There was a couple of things that really jumped out at me. One of them was that, and I'm going to quote this. This is you. You say, on the one hand, Nigeria is a sinking ship, but we must not desert it. Talk about that a little bit, please.
Yes. Now, so I mean, if you're young, I mean, it can be difficult, to I think that many of us exist in a reality distortion field, at least those in leadership, in terms of denying the scale of our problems, in terms of denying the scale of corruption, in terms of denying the lack of depth in governance, in terms of denying the lack of faith that many Nigerians now have in the Nigerian project. So there's a lot of willful, or like Hillary Clinton would call it, a willing suspension of disbelief. I have refused to allow myself be seduced by that. However, I am a very patriotic Nigerian. I believe completely in my country. Now, in asking myself, how can you acknowledge how bad things are and how difficult it can be to regenerate and rebuild the country? How can you square that off with the inevitable hope that you need to rebuild the country? How can you, in one breath, know that this is almost a hopeless situation that hasn't gotten better in a long time, with the imperative to be hopeful and to keep working to rebuild the only country that you have? And in trying to wrestle with those questions, I realized that hope as a philosophy for any patriot, for anybody who believes in country, doesn't have to be rooted if hope has to exist with or without circumstances that should generate hope. So I look at countries like Liberia, who have fought, who went through this disastrous war, countries like Rwanda, who went through this horrific genocide, and I'm asking myself, my country's problems are not as bad as that yet. And these countries, despite how hopeless it appeared a few years ago, a decade ago, 2 decades ago, managed to rebuild themselves. I'm reading an article in Foreign Affairs, this month, of President Kagame talking about Rwanda's rebirth. And it strikes me that, look, these people managed to find strength at a time of complete hopelessness. But how they were able to do this was to acknowledge the scale of the problem. There is no danger in saying, look, this is a pretty hopeless case, but we will still have hope because it is still possible to build a nation no matter how bad it is. Now, for me, I have to first acknowledge the scale of the problem by saying, this ship is sinking. It is sinking, you look at what's happening with the Chibok girls, and you look at what's happening with the scale of corruption in the oil sector. It looks like a sinking ship. However, we must not desert it because we have no option, because it's our only country. The moment we lose faith completely is the moment that everything goes to the dog. So it's in trying to wrestle with the complexity and the difficulty of the problem and not deny it, but still find a pathway from which we can survive this problem.
Let me ask you this then, because I'm really curious about that. And when you are talking to and talking about the conditions in your country, and you're talking about the way that many of your countrymen react to what's occurring in your country, you say that Nigeria is not a great country. It wasn't a great country yesterday. It isn't a great country today. That it can be great, it should be great, and it could have been great. And if we sit down and get serious, it will be great. And you say, but here is the good news, it's not too late. So with that point of view, what has been the reaction to your book among your peers, fellow writers, and in the public that has read it thus far? What kind of feedback are you getting?
What I sense from people, from those who have read it, and I'm grateful for that reaction, is a sense of identity. Like, people identify with what I'm saying, because especially those Nigerians in Nigeria, because they live with it every day. And I think people are glad that I didn't kind of bury my head in the sand in trying to be hopeful, because I believe in being hopeful. I believe in retaining hope in people, faith in country, and even minimal support for leadership, no matter how abysmal it is, because we have no choice.
All right, let me ask you something. You're right. No, I'm following what you're saying, because one of the things that you hear in much of the English-speaking world, right, is that today's generation, that is people born in the 1980s and the 1990s, that apathy, not just to Nigerians, but apathy among the young people in much of the English-speaking world seems to be right now the order of the day. Is that the same kind of issue or aspect of your society that you see? And if so, is that what compelled you to write the book?
Well, so yes, there's apathy, and understandably so. I mean, much of the world, I mean, if you look at the continent, for instance, young people in Kenya, young people in South Africa who just went to the polls, young people in Nigeria, there's a sense of dissatisfaction with the leaderships of these countries and the kinds of country they presented to young people. So it is understandable why there is apathy. There is apathy in much of the continent where young people feel like their leaders are not acting up to, are not living up to par. I don't want to talk about Europe and other parts of the world. I want to talk about Africa because that's my area of keen interest. But yes, there is apathy. Now, part of writing this book was yes, and if you look at, there's a last chapter where I wrote about 52 things we need to do. It's also a clarion call to my generation. It's also a sense of, I understand the apathy, I understand the anger, I understand the frustration, I understand this deep cynicism about the capacity for our country to be rebuilt. However, again, like I said, we have no choice. It is our responsibility as Nigerians living in Nigeria, working for Nigeria, to keep doing the work that we need to do to rebuild the country, to keep demanding better governance, step onto the streets when it's necessary to build sustainable organizations that can influence change and all of that. So, yes, it is some sort of a clarion call. It is I am part of this. I have been part of many change movements. I have tried to do my best as an active citizen, and I understand why we are angry and why we feel that we shouldn't get involved. However, if we do not get involved, what happens to the country? So it is me trying to attack the apathy. It is me trying to respond to the sense of hopelessness. It is me trying to find strength from the atmosphere of helplessness that we have. It's also an expression of faith. I do honestly believe that if enough of us get angry and active over a sustained period of time, Nigeria can get better.
Okay, so on that one, you certainly do give people a taste of being hopeful rather than hopelessness. I guess on that track, then I have to ask you that obviously this is not going to be the last book you ever write about your society. Mm-hmm. What's next?
Well, what's next I'm focused on this book. I assume that if I continue to be active, and I do intend to be active in the issues that concern my country over a period of time, and I continue to think through these issues at certain points in my evolution as a person, as a professional, I will write these books more often. Yes, I do believe that. I do not have any immediate plans, but I do anticipate that more questions will arise. I will be involved in more activities from my little corner, and I will want to share those perspectives to try and galvanize my generation to get more involved. And so I envisage that. More than that, more actively, I envisage myself being involved in the day-to-day issues that affect my country. You know, I feel like I wrote in my foreword, that one of the most important duties I owe myself and I owe my country and I owe my continent is to continue to have a clear voice that says what I feel at any point in time and that uses the influence, whatever small influence that I have, whatever small capacity that I have, to try and move the issues concerning my country forward. So that I know, from Bring Back the Girls to Citizen Solution to End Terrorism to accountability in the oil sector to trying to get young people access to jobs and opportunities. I know that I will keep working as I am now on these issues, and I anticipate that the more I work on these issues, the more I will have perspectives that I want to share through articles or through a book like this in the near future.
All right, well, we certainly look forward to that. That's for sure. And I certainly, again, you may be talking to the people of your homeland, but there is a universal message. Absolutely. It's the sense that I get in reading what I've read of your book, and I've actually knocked out a couple of chapters on that. And I just want to thank you for that, because when somebody says that here is one of Africa's new rising stars and a man worth watching, does that put additional pressure on you to produce, I mean, I gotta...
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't just put pressure on me to produce. It just puts pressure on me as a human being. This is Bishop Matthew Kuka. He has been a role model of mine for 20 years since I was in high school. So To hear him say that makes me realize that I belong to a generation that people have a lot of hope in, that people have a lot of faith in. And as a person, I have to keep holding myself to the highest standards. And even when I tumble from those standards, I have to pick myself up immediately and keep working. So beyond even the ability to produce, just the ability to keep doing the work that I'm doing and to keep doing it to the highest ethical standards possible. Quotes like Bishop Cooker's put me under that incredible pressure, but I don't mind it. Pressure is good. I mean, we have a lot of work to do as a generation. We have a lot of work to do as a country, and we need as many of us who understand the imperative of that action. So, if Father Bishop Cooker and other people who talked about the book put me under that pressure, I can only be grateful for it, and I can only keep working. All right.
So I take the position then, as we would say here, you're just getting started, right? I mean, that's really what it sounds like to me. All right, listen, I'll tell you what, Chude, we're going to leave this conversation right here, but I certainly want to have you come back on here again to talk about future projects, which it sounds like to me you're going to be engaging in quite a few. All right? All right, so thank you for joining us. Okay, we've just been speaking with Chude Jidwanwo, and his book is called Are We the Turning Point Generation? It is a universal message that anybody who cares about their state of affairs in their respective countries, not just in Nigeria and not just in Africa, but anywhere, could certainly take to the bank. And certainly it is a thought-provoking look at the world about us, and certainly the world inside of Nigeria, which is really quite fascinating. Thank you for joining us. And you're watching Sahara Television. I'm Eric Williams in New York.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We here at the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Bright K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Sahara TV, I'm going low respect to all the now. I'm on a jolly meal, Joe.
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga, the first they call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and I go watch them. 5 me I know they say but I go watch.
Bring back our girls. Bring back our girls. Bring back our girls. Bring back our girls. Bring back our girls.
I'd like to see each and every girl brought back home. A resolution is not sufficient. A resolution is not enough.
Bring back our girls. Bring back our girls. Bring back our girls. Bring back our girls. Bring back our girls.
If 234 girls were stolen from their school on the Upper East Side, do you think that our president would write a resolution? Our Congress would write a resolution and that would be sufficient 3 weeks after their abduction? Absolutely not. It's not enough.
You are welcome. The gate man of your school is the gate man here.
The wife of the Deputy Senate President, Mrs. Ike Ekwemadu. Directors, leaders of various women organizations here present.
Jay, help us, oh, help us. There is God, oh. There is God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh. God should descend, oh, today God will descend here. Nigerian women will not cry in vain. Nigerian women will not cry in vain. This thing will end today. There is God, oh, there is God, oh, there is God, oh. There is God, oh. It's okay. There is God. It's okay.
It was the third of several rallies aimed at drawing further attention to the missing Nigerian students. Unlike previous gatherings, this time the rally was held in front of the Nigerian consulate offices in Midtown New York. The small crowd of about 40 carried signs that read, "Step up or step down," aimed at Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan, who many here believe has been ineffective in freeing the kidnapped students. The actual number of mostly young female students varies, but it is believed that upwards of 270 may well be in the hands of the Boko Haram. That group is composed of Islamic extremists who call for Sharia law and who believe the classroom is not the place for young female students. Yet the prevailing mood of this group of protesters is simply that the office of the Nigerian president is not doing enough to free his own citizens, held against their will, and whose whereabouts at this hour is unknown. We spoke with several who took part in this gathering, and the message was emotional.
This is a huge injustice being done. And these girls that were abducted 3 weeks ago were doing the right thing. They were going to school. They were being in school, and they were taken from their school by terrorist group into the forest to be married off, to be mutilated, to be raped, and nobody seems to be doing enough about this in Nigeria to recover them. And it's an outrage. And part of the reason is because these girls belong to the rural, poor parts of the country, and so they are the lowest on the totem pole. And that is not acceptable, because it's one thing to be out here and to be living happily and freely, or even to be living happily and freely anywhere else. And then these girls are stuck in the forest, held by terrorists, being raped, being mutilated, and being subjected to horrible conditions.
People have been missing for 22 days. The first time I heard about it on CNN was last week. And so to us, we think that if we must have a premium on lives everywhere. African life is not less important than any other life. But going back to the issue that you mentioned, they've been killing pastors, they've been bombing churches, they've been killing men. However, there's something about the human nature that the most vulnerable amongst us, women and children, even mad men, know that you should leave women and children out of it, because most of them can't defend themselves. I'm not saying or justifying killing adults. However, children in their school, these children were not running on the streets. These children were in school. My understanding is that they had exams the next day.
22 days is enough for the federal government of Nigeria to do something to make sure that these children are back. Yes. The more these children are in the forest, the more they're being raped, the more they're being abused. You know, it's a time that these children are brought back to their parents, are brought back to their families. So if you look at the news, their families, they're crying, while the politicians go around and they're politicizing the issue instead of working together in order to bring the children back. The president and other politicians, they're all knocking heads together, you know, trying to outmatch each other in the newspaper, campaigning about the issue. You cannot campaign about the progress of Nigeria's children. They're not for campaign. I know if it's the children of the rich people or the politicians who are kidnapped, they could have done everything to bring these children back.
I am here to support the protest concerning the kidnapping of our children. These are people's children, sisters, daughters, friends. Yes. This condition has been going on in Nigeria, and our government had turned a deaf ear to this operation of Boko Haram. It is enough, is enough. There is time now. This is the right time for the government, Nigerian government, to stand and do the right thing. We want the release of these children now and not tomorrow. Today,
Nigeria's consulate is literally around the corner from United Nations headquarters, and many of the passers-by who stopped to observe were UN employees. Yet the kidnapping of the students who attended the all-girls school in Borno State has struck the president's office like no other crisis in recent years. Some political observers say President Jonathan's stature has been weakened by this crisis, and with the World Economic Forum about to kick off in Abuja this week, Jonathan will be closely watched like never before.
We're here today to put pressure on the president of America and the president of Nigeria and the Nigerian government.
One thing remains certain. Unlike other crises to hit Nigeria, with a large contingent of the international press covering this small rally, is that the world is paying attention, watching Nigerian affairs closely this time. The issue of the missing 200-odd students from Borno State is not likely to go away anytime soon. This rally behind me is just the first of many that more than likely will pick up steam in the days and weeks ahead. Eric Williams, Sahara Television, New York.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshun. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Students want to resume, they want to go back to the classroom. And we are calling on that government to do what is needful immediately.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. This is the Skype call segment. This is when we give you the chance to give us feedback on some of the topics we've been discussing today. And today has been very, very interesting. And a lot of you are out there waiting for an opportunity to weigh in on this important topic about the state of the abducted kids, school kids in Nigeria. It has become an international story, and the reactions has been all over the place. So today we know that the president, Goodluck Jonathan, performed the groundbreaking ceremony for the Maritime University. That was a tweet by Ruben Abati. We also know that yesterday, the Minister of Finance told the ABC News that she's tired of talking about our girls, bring back our girls. But right here at Sahara TV, we are not tired. And I know that our viewers at home are not tired. And we are going to discuss it from all the ramifications. Of course, the international media, they've been on the story, and our government officials have been appearing on the media. We extended the invitation to them to come and join us today and talk about this topic, but many of them avoided us. But I know you are there watching, and we are going to talk to you. But before we do that, we have a special guest. She's a columnist for the Sahara Reporters. She's also an attorney who practices in England, Wales, and also in Nigeria. I'm talking about the one and only Hannatu Musawa. She's going to join us and we will have a discussion we have for a few minutes, and then we will take your Skype calls. I know that there are about 10 of you waiting for us, so I ask you to stay there. We'll come to you. Hannatu, welcome to Sahara TV. Can you hear me? Hannatu, welcome to Sahara TV.
Hi, Rudolph. How are you?
Good, good. I know that there is...
yeah, I can.
Okay.
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, there's a delay, so we will...
Hi, Rudolph. How are you?
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. So you are in Abuja. How is the environment in Abuja today in terms of the reaction of people in government to the outrage being shown by people around the world?
I mean, the reaction of government, obviously, as everybody would know, has rightfully been maybe a little, too little, and possibly some would say too late, to counter this very terrible, insurgency situation that we have in Borno State. But, it's unfortunate that it had to take a collective effort from, citizens, basically, mainly, people, youth on online forums, to be able to kind of garner international support that was able to kind of get the government to react. But, I think at this stage, the government has, a lot of people criticized maybe the government's reaction up until now. But I think at the point that we are now, there has been some response from government. I think the situation was one that was had already been allowed to be festered. It had become so desperate that I think even the government at some point did not know what to do. And it's very unfortunate that within the society, it had all the crimes that had happened, the bombings, we had almost become sensitized to it. And I think to a certain extent, government itself, in terms of its response, had also become sensitized, because we also, as citizens, were not kind of demanding better from the government. But I think at this point, from my point of view today, I do think the government has at least moved to a certain extent better, more than we would have expected had maybe the international community not gotten involved.
Now, what about the Nigerian newspapers? What are they reporting today? Because there are reports that some of the stories that do not add up. For instance, the Vanguard newspaper online was reporting that American soldiers in Nigeria arrested Boko Haram members. That obviously is not correct. What are they reporting in Nigeria? And how are Nigerians in Abuja reacting to the international outrage over this?
I think Nigerians in Abuja and throughout Nigeria, specifically in the north and specifically in the northeast, are very somewhat relieved that the international community has gotten involved. I know for a fact, I spoke to two of the parents of the young girls that were abducted. I know there was a sense of desperation in the air, and all the people that I've spoken to that live in the very affected areas, up until this particular situation had happened, had felt a desperation. People didn't know what to do. So I think people are kind of breathing a sigh of relief. But specifically the Nigerians that live in areas that are not, in the kind of target areas, are still not, that they still feel that they need to push further. And you still see the sit-ins, you still see the, demonstrations, you'll still see the marches in different states. And I think in Ondo State there was one, and today in Abuja there's the Bring the Girls Back campaign is sitting for every single day until there's some sort of resolution. So I think people are really relieved that there's international help, because I think it had come to a stage whereby a lot of people felt that maybe the government didn't have the capacity or even the will to even react to even, acknowledge that there was a problem, talk us of reacting to it. So there is a sigh of relief from the general public, and specifically in the northern eastern region.
Now, in an interview with CNN over the week, Dr. Doyin Okube said that there will be an information center that the government is opening in Abuja. Are you aware of that center? Has it been opened, and are they giving out information, and what kind of information are they giving out?
No, I know that there was a call from the general public that there needed to be an information center, and I know that the government did react and say that they would set up some sort of an information source. I've not yet seen any evidence of it, but I think it is vitally important that the government doesn't even have a choice but to set up an information source. And part of the problem has been that the government has been confronted with is because people have not been able to get the basic information that they've needed. And the government has been very blasé in giving out the information that they needed to give out. Of course, there are, in terms of their security operation, there is a lot of information that they can't give out. And part of my issue with especially the general response from the public was this call for the girls' parents to give the identities of the girls. And I think because the girls' parents did not give the identities of their children, there was this sort of doubt as to whether the children had been stolen or whether, it was something, it gave birth to a lot of conspiracy theories, so to speak. But I spoke to two of the parents of some of the girls that had allegedly been taken, and what they said to me was, when the incident initially happened, they did inform the authorities and asked them to go after the girls. And the authorities did not really respond. So the parents had no choice but to take machetes and stones and sticks, and they went into the forest themselves. And when they got there, I think some of them saw some of the vehicles which had broken down, and they had come back and asked, they had sent some people to come and speak to the authorities to tell them the location of the girls at that point. And I think the girls had been there together with the abductors for about 6 hours, in which they were even the girls were forced to cook for the abductors while they were fixing the vehicles. And, the villagers, the parents kind of felt helpless. After a while, the abductors took the girls away. And when they came back, and, the abductors had sent and told them that if they were going to pursue the girls, or if they give information about the girls, and the abductors would come to know of this, that they would automatically, immediately kill the girls. So I think there was, because they didn't have confidence in the government, they didn't have confidence in the capacity and in the will of the government to kind of get their children back. Because prior to abduction of the 200 girls, other children had been abducted and other boys had been killed in their hostels. And the response had been there was hardly any response from government. So they didn't feel confident enough to give information about their children. And I was actually outraged when a lot of Nigerians, even of very high standing, were demanding for the identities of the children, because you can understand as a parent how the parents felt. And of course, now that, they see that there's an international response here, they feel a lot more comfortable, and they're able now, I do understand that they've given the identities of all their children that have been missing.
Now, I don't know if you had a chance to watch some of the reactions of government officials when they were talking to international media. I'm talking about people like Doyin Okube and the Information Minister, Rabram Mako. They appear to be on the defensive, and Nigerians all slammed them for their performances. What is your own take on the way they reacted to the foreign press?
I think the way they reacted to the foreign press was, you can look at it in two ways. Yes, they were defensive, there's no doubt, and they have every right, every need to be defensive, because their reaction was one that was frowned upon. I mean, the reaction to at the very basic level was really very bad. There was for 2 weeks after these girls had been abducted, there had not been any proper, position taken by the government. And, at the time, the movement started and the international, media got involved in it, I think there was a lot of pressure on the government. I think the day that the international media came, and of course, together with the spotlight of the world was on Nigeria because of, the World Economic Forum. So I think that time that both Doyin Okupe and Labaran Maku spoke, they were under a lot of pressure. And I would understand from a human point of view how, probably their performance was not up to par, you understand. However, at the same time, of course they would be defensive because, when you do something wrong, even as a child, and you're called, the natural reaction would be defensive. They had to be defensive because that was the response to their non-response of something that needed a response, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We will take a break and then come back with our Skype callers. But let me ask you before we go on break. Now, there are a lot of newspapers, international newspapers like the New York Times, the Economics magazine, and they're all writing editorials that are very, very critical of the government of Jonathan. How are the people in Abuja taking that kind of editorials coming from these respectable newspapers abroad?
Yeah, I think people feel very encouraged. And, because generally a lot of people feel that, the government has not really, been held accountable for a lot of the complacency that it's had in terms of during this whole insurgency. But for me, as an individual, as a Nigerian, as a Northerner, as a Muslim, as a Fulani woman, I think that beyond even criticizing the government, I would want to hold Northern leaders more than anything to task. To be honest with you, yes, Jonathan's government has the main responsibility of protecting lives. This situation that we see play out in the northeastern part of the country is a situation that has been festering for a long time. And even though the responsibility of what has happened and bringing back the girls lies on the government of the day, which is, Jonathan administration, however, I do believe that the northern leaders themselves have to take accountability for what has happened. As a northerner, I'm so outraged. I'm so disgusted, to be honest with you, that since this thing happened, many of northern leaders that we've had or that we have find it very convenient when you're talking about child marriage or when you're talking about, implementation of Sharia. But then when a very important issue such as this comes, everybody remains stump. It's so disheartening to me. And yes, of course, we can blame Jonathan's government, and I also hold them accountable. But I think that as Northerners, that we have to really take accountability for what is happening right in our doorstep. The North, since I would say since 1999, but more since 2009, has been a breeding ground for this kind of extremism, and we've all known this. And for a long time, many of us, or many people within the society, we take this. It's almost like we want to put this bobbing heads of in the sand, where we pretend that nothing is happening, and we have this transferred aggression where we're transferring everything to Jonathan. Of course, Jonathan has the responsibility to bring back our girls, and Jonathan has the responsibility as the CNC, as the head of state, as the president, to protect lives. However, honestly, northern leaders, and especially religious leaders, the religious ulama, the Muslim ulama in Nigeria specifically, you see reactions from, foreign Muslim ulamas, foreign imams. Everybody has weighed in on this issue, but where are the voices of the people who have the ability to speak to to actually have some sort of that have been in a position to do something for people in the Northeast or people in the North. The North is we are our own undoing, and I, as a Northerner, as a Fulani woman, have to say this. And I have to say this because I have to be in a position to call our northern leaders to order, because nobody has found it proper to come out, not only to defend these girls, but to also take a position, proper position on insurgency and terrorism in the North. And this is, for me, this is where I would prefer to focus my strength, rather than joining the bandwagon and, speaking against the government, which, I've done so for over 10 years, and I would do so. But I think more than anything, even when they rescue these girls, we're left with a situation that we have allowed to breed. Where are the people who asked for Sharia? We're not practicing Sharia in the States, where we were told, they're going to implement Sharia. But now that, we have a situation that we need to confront, every northern leader that has been part and parcel of the decay that has brought us down to our knees does not find it convenient to speak now. It is a crying shame, I have to say.
All right, Hanuta, just stand by. We will have you again when we come to the second part, and then we will take Skype callers. They can ask you questions if they have any, and we discuss this topic. We are going to discuss the media chat by the president on Sunday, and of course, the big video from Patience Jonathan. We are going to talk about all these things. So stand by, and we'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is? In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body also.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, aka Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, aka Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
The Chinua Achebe Colloquium 2014 is running from May the 1st to the 3rd. The program, themed African Literature as Restoration, Chinua Achebe as Teacher, is being hosted by Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. Many delegates from around the world, a lot of them from Nigeria, took part in the program. Sahara TV sought their responses to the mystery surrounding the 234 abducted girls from a school in Chibok, northern eastern region of Nigeria. These were some of their mixed reactions and sentiments.
I'm very angry because we are not doing enough. No, I'm not blaming I'm not blaming the government as such. But this is the time that the First Lady, with all due respect, National Council of Women's Societies, with all due respect, and all the various NGOs should come together, bond, and lend their voice to this outrage. I think this is about the zenith of the great, great absurdity that Boko Haram is bringing to Nigeria. I'm very angry and I'm very shocked.
Well, I think that what they want is to spread the culture of fear, and that appears to be succeeding.
My concern is that there are people who tend to consider it more important to condemn government than to condemn the acts.
Right now, I'm just angry about the disappearance of all these young women.
Well, anytime that number of girls goes missing under those circumstances is a tragedy.
I think that our government should do more. And I also think that Nigerians can do more. We can watch, be observant. That's what happens in the Western country. Everybody is observant.
They know where they are. I don't buy what they're saying. And they have access to intelligence to find out where they are. You see, I don't book excuses.
Right.
Because we're always doing that in our country.
There is an absence of accountability, and that the leadership is very
reticent because they don't really know what to do about this. I think it has to do with the nature of the state at this time. I think it's a failed state. Number one, they should find out who finances them. If you cut off the line of finance, you will cripple them. And if you find out those who are responsible for this, it will cripple them. Number two, I'm an optimist. I believe that we'll get over this. We've had the Maitesine riot before. We've had many, what do you call that, sects? We've got many sects. I know that we will survive this one, but we need more intelligence. And the government and the NGOs can do that. And I think that's what they should do. I think the women of Nigeria should stand up for this. And if they do, they will crack it.
I think, though, maybe part of the greater tragedy is that those people who should be making a lot of noise and bringing this to the attention of the world are not really resourced to do that kind of thing. So I think that the silence surrounding the disappearance of those young women is it's a symptom of a bigger problem that is affecting the continent, in that we really do not have the space and the resources to make the kinds of noises and activities around negative situations as we should have.
The senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, John Campbell, who was also the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria between 2004 and 2007, gave us an insight on the subject before a decision to help Nigeria in the recovery efforts to find the missing girls was announced by the United States.
First of all, it is appalling. It's frightful. It's hard to imagine anything more horrible. We, the general public, have no idea where they are. There's lots of speculation about it, but there has been no hard evidence presented. The logistics of caring for more than 200 young women means that there has to be something that's there, but what that there is, we have no idea. At least I have no idea.
There's been a lot of talk about the missing plane with almost the same number of people, and so many international countries have come together combing the oceans looking for 200 and something passengers. Why do you think the international community has been silent about the missing 230 something children in Nigeria?
That's an extremely good question. I don't know. I don't know why there have not been repeated statements out of my own government about it. I simply don't know.
So if you were ambassador operating out of Nigeria, when a crisis like that happens, what would you have done?
I have no intention of second-guessing our ambassador who's presently in Nigeria. It's impossible for me to say what I would have done.
The Malaysian plane, maybe because it had a group of international people. So you have Malaysians, you have those from Asia, but you have those from Europe and a few from the US. But also, I think Africa is often regulated to a lower status when you look at the media, particularly not only global media, but definitely in the United States. Africa gets very little coverage. It gets more coverage within the continent, but also in Europe and other parts of the world. So I think there are these larger issues of media representation of Africa and how people view Africa's connections to politics and other things globally.
Lieutenant, I know that.
Let me. I'm traveling 2 hours now. I'm one driver. Please, let's arrange some other time.
Okay, just one question.
Coming to New York. I'll be coming to New York.
All right, but just one question. We know that you
I'll be coming to New York.
You are the chief lieutenant in the Nigerian army. Lieutenant, is there anything that you regret during your tenure as the head of the military that you could have done? Lieutenant, is there anything that you regret?
Please, I'm coming to New York. This is
We'll schedule an interview. Tell Sahara that let's do a studio interview.
Okay, can I have your card or something so that we'll make sure?
Email me and I'll email you back. I don't know you. I know everybody in Sahara. Say hi to Sahara and we can schedule a studio interview.
I am Fungai Maborek of Sahara TV.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshun. Hi, I'm Christina and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. Giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Predegas, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
You are welcome. The gate man of your school is the gate man here.
The wife of the Deputy Senate President, Mrs. Ike Ekwemadu. Directors, leaders of various women organizations here present.
Che, help us, help us. There is God, There is God, 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 God. God should descend, today God will descend here. Nigerian women will not cry in vain. Nigerian women will not cry in vain. This thing will end today. There is God, there is God, there is God. There is God.
It's okay.
Students want to resume, want to go back to the classroom. And we are calling on that government to do what is needful immediately.
Welcome back to the second part of our Skype call segment. This is when we give you the chance to give us feedback on some of the topics we've been discussing. Of course, I know you've been following what is going on in Nigeria and the reaction from all over the world. Now we want to get you involved in that discussion. And we have a lot of people joining us on Skype. I want to welcome Yemi in Canada. Yemi, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you, Rudolph.
Okay, and from UK, we want to welcome Bishop. Bishop, welcome to Sahara TV.
You're welcome.
And then from Minnesota, we have Olufemi. Olufemi, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
From Geneva, we have Hansen. Hansen, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thanks so much, Rudolph.
And of course, joining us again from Abuja is our own Sahara Reporters columnist, Musawa. Welcome to Sahara TV again.
Thank you, Rudolph.
All right. So let me start with you, Bishop. You are in the UK. I always want to know how the rest of the world are seeing the stories that we're covering. How are the media in the UK reporting Nigeria in this last week?
Once again, I want to thank the Sahara TV for the opportunity to have this interaction. I'm a media person. I'm a presenter, TV presenter, and the issue in Nigeria, as it is generating a lot of issue here in the UK. And by the grace of God, we are here. We'll be presenting. We'll be on air on BBC Tuesday. A lot of issues have been put up. The government of Nigeria has not had the issue. We are saying, though we are not going to criticize the government of Nigeria, but a lot has not been done. I read this morning that before the Boko Haram, the attack in Chibok, there has been a signal to the military. Yet there was nothing done to that effect. A lot have been going in Nigeria, which I think the government should take up the responsibility in putting end to it. People are suffering, people are dying day after day. This is a country. It can't happen. It can't happen anywhere in the world.
All right, Bishop, thank you so much. We'll come back to you. Let me come to you, Hansen in Geneva. Hansen, let me ask you the same question I asked Bishop. How is the media in Geneva reporting this story?
That's the talk of the day. Everybody is talking about it.
And how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel good. I'm happy, because, listen, Rudolph, if we are all here, it's because it's not working well in Nigeria. At least there's no place like home. Assuming that things are working on well in Nigeria, we all will not be here. Would have been at home. Okay, I love the way things are going on. One thing I say is that after everything, Nigeria will never remain the same. Whoever that becomes president tomorrow or next tomorrow must do his best to work for the people. So that's my happiness about all these things.
All right, let me go to Canada. Yemi in Canada, how do you see the reaction of Nigerian officials to the international spotlight that Nigeria is being under in the last 1 week?
Rudolph, thanks so much. First of all, I would like to send my condolences or my sympathy to all the families that the kids were kidnapped. And I am not happy. Honestly, I am sad. And every morning I wake up, I am saddened. The way the government is responding to this, as we all know from the onset, this administration, they don't know how to handle any crisis. And from previous incidents that occurred, we know how they responded. But in this, because young innocent girls are now involved, that's why we are all shouting now. That's why it's all social media, Facebook, Twitter, all the medias, name all the medias are carrying it. And it tells you that we're not progressing in any index, even though the administration are claiming, quote unquote, they are doing their best. Well, their best is not good enough. And the whole world has seen it now. The whole world can see very clearly. Even my office colleague
they'll come and meet me and say, Yemi, what's going on in Nigeria? We know there's corruption, but has it gotten that bad? And that's the state we find ourselves in. Honestly, if we have people that are people of conscience, I should see people resigning. People should be resigning from this administration right now. But unfortunately, if that's the kind of people we have in the hands of our affairs. And I blame the people. I blame the followers for them to allow such people to get to where they are. So,
all right. Thank you so much. Olufemi, you are in the U.S. and there was something that was unprecedented that happened today when the First Lady dedicated the weekly address to the nation, to the situation in Nigeria. When you watch that, what does that say to you about where we are in Nigeria?
Yeah, first of all, like Yemi said, I want to pass my condolences, or not really condolences, my heartfelt to the family of the families of these young teenagers. To answer your question, I cannot really describe my emotion when I was listening to Mrs. Obama. As a matter of fact, I saw her carrying that picture with "Bring Back Our Girls" hashtag 3 days ago, and I immediately said, thank you, Mrs. Obama. I wish it would have been something different that we are talking about as far as Nigeria is concerned. I wish she was sharing some good news that Nigeria is now part of world power. Nigeria is now celebrating something good. I wish that was what we are talking about here. But as a matter of fact, I don't really mind that the issue of these ladies, the issue of these girls, these children is generating so much responses from all over the world. I indeed like it. I want everybody to keep the pressure on. I don't want President Jonathan to be let loose from this, because if we recall, you will remember that on the day that these girls were actually kidnapped, Jonathan was in Kano dancing. He was in Kano dancing. That was when the news broke that these girls had been kidnapped, and he did not do or said anything until like last week or something like that. So like I said, I felt I would have loved Mrs. Obama to be saying something different about Nigeria, but I wouldn't mind her talking about these girls until they are brought back.
Okay. Thank you, Olufemi. Let me come back to you, Ms. Musawa. There's an angle to this story. The Amnesty International came out yesterday to say that the Nigerian officials were informed about the kidnapping or the abduction of these girls, and they did not do anything ahead of time. That, so the Nigerian officials are denying that. Does it matter now where things are? Hello? Okay, I think we lost her. We will try to reconnect with her. Okay, all right. So let me come back to you, Bishop. So the question I was trying to find out is, when you hear that the Amnesty International in their investigation discovered that credible sources, according to them, that there were information passed on to Nigerian officials and nobody acted on that, what does that say to you?
Once again, thank you. I sincerely want to say this with due respect to Nigerian government. This is the situation.
Were you talking to me?
Yes, I was talking to you. Okay, Bishop, hold on. Okay, let's get her reaction. I was asking you about the Amnesty International reports that came out yesterday, saying that there were advance warning to Nigerian officials, and yet they did not react to that. What is your take on that, and does it matter really at this point in terms of where we are? Are you there, Musawa?
She's I don't think she's...
Okay, I think we're having difficulties with her line. We will try to reconnect again. Bishop, go ahead again.
Bishop is gone too.
Bishop, no, Bishop is there.
I'm on.
Okay, go ahead, Bishop.
Like I was saying, this is the situation in Nigeria. For example, I've had I have experienced incident back way at
Hello?
home then, where if an armed robber came to a scene
Hello?
we had a scene of a robbery incident, the policeman will, if they have informed the law agents or whatever it is, they will come an hour later when after the incident has happened. This is the situation. It is not. I know the military or the force and law enforcement is going
Hello?
to deny this because of security reasons.
Musa, we'll
But
come to
this
you
is
next, okay? Sorry. Go ahead, Bishop.
this is the obvious. Everybody
Okay,
that stays in Nigeria can attest to that. That whenever incident of this happen, the police will start running around. After an hour, they will not arrive the scene of the incident. It's truth. It is not. It's not a cook-up story. It is what is happening back where home. So I will say this, that it is true, and it's despite the fact they are denying it, we all knew that this is true. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Let's go back to Abuja. Yeah. I wanted to ask you about...
Hi, Rudolph.
Yeah, hi. I wanted to find out what you think about these people who are still denying that the kids were not abducted, that this was a grand plan to discredit the government of Jonathan. Is that idea still playing out there in Abuja, in Nigeria, or has that been overtaken by events?
Yeah, I think it's been overtaken by events. You know, in regards to that, I think what you find is, depending on who you talk to and depending on where the person you talk to comes from, you know, you find that, you know, there's conspiracy theories and everybody has their own theory. I've heard these stories about people saying, you know, children were not abducted. And I think a lot of the people that I've spoken to specifically from the southern part of the country, there are a few that, you know, would make these pronouncements that, you know, these children have not been taken, and it's to bring down Jonathan's government. And I think even some people within the government feel that way. And I think even the reaction of the First Lady, if you read between the lines, that was basically what she was alluding to. Now, however, if you come to the northern part of the country, if you come to the, I mean, basically that's what she was saying by not saying it and, you know, having that meltdown. That was the language that she was saying in the way that Patience only knows to say. But if you come to a lot of people in the north, they also have their own conspiracy theory, which is, you know, this insurgency is being fueled by Jonathan's government or people from South extraction in order to reduce the number of, you know, people in the north. I mean, honestly, do you know what, Rudolph?
Yes.
All these conspiracy theories, to me, I think it is complete and utter nonsense. I can't understand why, as Nigerians, as human beings, we cannot call this what it is. And what it is that it's a group of people, a group of raving lunatics that are criminals and decided to kill innocent people. That's what it is. And if there are a number of people that have sat down in a room and decided to fund them for whatever reason, whoever those people are responsible for their own actions individually. They do not represent anyone, no matter from what part of the country they are or their party affiliation. I mean, unless as a people we're able to overcome this, you know, ethnic suspicion that breeds, you know, things like all this conspiracy theory, where they would get to a point where people are telling us that their kids, their young daughters, have been kidnapped by raving lunatics, and that we're casting doubts on that. I think the people that bring up these that particular accusation or that particular theory are being grossly unfair to the parents of these people, even if it wasn't the case. I think because of the seriousness of the issue and the fact that we're talking about young girls here, I think we need to give them the benefit of the doubt. And I think, honestly, it's a crying shame that as a people, we still haven't in the 21st century. Man went to moon in the last century. And, you know, you watch in America now, a man had his views privately taped, and this was his private views that he's had all his life. all his life. He had it taped and it was exposed to the public. And because of that, his whole empire has been brought down. But us in Africa, in Nigeria, we still have this pre-Stone Age way of thinking, whereby we would think that people would lie about their children being taken away purely because it's not our children. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It really is.
Thank you so much. Hansen, let me ask you, because from what I see online, most of the people who are pushing this idea of denial, many of them are from the Southeast. How does that make you feel? And how do you, this is a question I posed to many of them, I said, how do you say that you believe there was genocide or there were massacre in the North in the 1960s, and you don't believe that 200 and something kids were kidnapped in 2014?
Okay, first of all, let me come in. To me, I believe that it's possible, okay? But the question, because I've been asking the same question to a lot of people, what many people are saying, they were saying that if really that people, these children lost, why they did not show their pictures, okay, or list their names? At least if somebody moving on the road see someone that look like them, they can alarm to police people, police, the security men to, to arrest the people who are with these children. That is what so many people told me. Secondly, again, they say that why is it that they lost? Nobody has come out boldly and said that these children are my children. Okay, that's the
Are you saying that the women that were crying on the streets of Abuja, you've not seen them, or that they've not seen them?
I'm coming. According to what they said, some the people that I asked questions, because I was really online, asking questions, because I want to know the truth. Because here in Geneva, I was active with people campaigning concerning this incident. But at the same time, I try to ask questions because I'm not in Nigeria to know what people think about it. So they were telling me, some people say that some of the women that were crying in Abuja, they just, they came and they claim that they are the mother of the children, why they are not. Okay, I heard that was the reason that the first lady, and come in, let me finish. First lady, they arrested one of the women anyway. So, but my own conclusion in everything is that, to me, children, I believe that there are some children are missing. Okay, that's my belief. If the government, the good luck government, if he has done well to get the children, my answer is no. You got a point. Thirdly, if there is any conspiracy or whatever harboring a Boko Haram in the north, my answer is yes.
All right. Let's hear.
Sorry, can I react to Ansi some of his statements?
Okay, go ahead. Is that Yemi?
Yeah. This Bishop.
Bishop, let me hear from Yemi. Sorry, I'm going. Okay. I want to make sure that we touch everybody.
Thank you very much, Rudolph.
Yemi, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Ansin, I would like to respond to Ansin's comment, and I always say it, and I will say it again. Light is more powerful than darkness, and I'm just going to go into more religious trend this time around. God has given us that power to dominate the earth. And when you have passed the age of maturity, you know what is wrong from what is right. Having said that, the people of Nigeria are not united in any way. Under this administration, just 4 years, we have never been divided as much as this. I was watching a speech by El Rufai. He said if he makes a comment on Facebook and says good morning, he's going to see a response of comments, people from the north telling him, wow, what a good speech, what a good word, good morning. It's just 2 words, he said. They'll be saying, wow, awesome, thank you. And the people in the southeast will say, hey, Aboki, Boko Haram, get away, you are stupid. Just because he said, that's how divided we are. So we have become a we are now what they call it? We are now paranoid. We're paranoid. We've moved from being tribalistic to be very paranoid. Even at the if they say this man has stolen, instead of you to condemn it and do justice to that person, the first thing you ask is, where is he from? Oh, leave him alone. He's from the north. We are entitled to power. No, leave him alone. He's Igbo. We are the one that they never gave us power. That's what we'll be asking. We don't, until we get to that point that we see the truth and we start saying the truth as it, that's when Nigeria will start progressing. And it's unfortunate that under this administration, they've gone from not so good, because during the 8 years of Obasanjo, I never supported Obasanjo. Throughout his 8 years, to me, it was a waste. So we are now moving from so good to worst. And the only way, that's why I'll say it again, I am politically active to change the current government. The only peaceful way that will avoid bloodshed and everything is to vote these people out.
Okay.
And so what Anson is saying, conspiracy or no conspiracy, the bottom line is we have identified that kids are lost and they should find them.
All right, Yemi, thank you so much. Let me come to you, Olufemi. I want you to talk about the reaction so far from General Muhammadu Buhari to the Boko Haram issue and what has been going on. What is your take on his reaction?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that people that are saying that children are not missing, they should sit down, talk to themselves, talk to their hearts. Okay, let's assume that children are not missing. What about people that are killed in Abuja in bomb blast? Are those ones not dead? So we need to ask ourselves questions. To answer your question, Mr. Okonkwo, I think General Buhari is playing a pseudo president. Unfortunately, he has been statesman in his responses that I've read online. He has been measured. He has been like an elder that he really is. Personally, I don't really want to be Nigeria president anymore because he is too old. He needs younger blood in the affairs of Nigeria. But I must confess that so far he has proven himself to be a leader. And unfortunately, President Jonathan has failed to be a leader. And I must say that to Yemi and others that are talking about Nigerians being divided, including Ms. Musawa, I just want to say that this is a deliberate plan from the current administration because that is what benefits them. So these people are benefiting from the status quo, and they want to make sure that they continue to benefit from it by making sure it is entrenched in the hearts and minds of Nigerians. So it's not going to change soon. I continue to believe that change will not come from Jonathan, it will not come from the present administration. It's going to come from Nigerians, and it's going to come from the people that have voices, our pastors, our imams, our Muslim leaders. It's going to come from them going out and leading the masses to demand action from their government.
All right. Let me come to you, Musawa. Let me come back to you. I want you to kind of look into the future and tell me what you think will be how this will end. Are we going to be able to sustain this campaign? Do you think there are things that we could do to sustain the campaign, knowing that in 2012, we had the Coney 2012, where we were talking about invisible children and the situation in Uganda, and basically fizzled out. What is your prediction on what is going to happen in this case, and how do we make sure that the media, international media, they don't leave and the situation goes back to where it was?
Yeah, that's the good and bad part of this particular campaign. The good part is the fact that now we have, international expertise and international, concern about getting our girls back. But, this problem of insurgency, it goes far beyond the issue of the girls. And my main concern is the fact that I do believe in my heart of heart that we will get the girls back. I pray every day, and I'm quite confident in that we'll be able to get the girls back. But my greatest fear is the concern of the international community is on getting the girls back. And once we do get the girls back, or get some sort of a, result in terms of getting at least most of the girls back, hopefully all of the girls back, the international concern will turn away. And this plays into the point that I had made earlier when I was, when you interviewed me, which is when I had the discussion with you, which is, the fact that the Northern reaction has been very, very disheartening for many Northerners, because I feel this is a golden opportunity that we have in order to address this issue once and for all. But the Northern leadership has fallen short of, coming and addressing this issue. Yes, the immediate issue is to get the girls back. But the issue is that we have a problem that is going to consume us as a society, as a region, as a country, West Africa, if we're not careful. This radicalism is, I don't think that many of us actually understand how serious the situation that we're in now. I think it was earlier on Mr. Hansen spoke about, this reaction of people saying that the girls hadn't been taken because the parents hadn't, given out their names. And I think I did tell you, one of the main reason why they didn't do that is purely because these criminals, these gang of lunatics, actually said to them that if you do pursue these girls, or you give the identities of these girls, we would kill them. And they didn't have the confidence in the government, that the government had the capacity and the will to do so. And that was the reason why they didn't want to give the names of their girls, because prior to that, many incidences had occurred whereby children had been kidnapped, boys had been killed in their hostel, and nothing had happened. So why would they give the name of their children if they knew that they were putting their children in the line, directly in the line of danger? It is only now, when they see that the foreign nations have gotten involved, that now they feel the confidence to give out the identity of their girls. And I just wanted to touch on that. But honestly, this is a golden opportunity we have in Nigeria, specifically in the north, for us to address this issue that we have allowed to fester for all too long. And the minute that we just make it solely about the girls is the immediate issue that we need to tackle and get them home. But beyond that, we have to tackle this issue of extremism. And by extension, this it would include this issue of Almajiranchi. And, there are many aspects to it that we must address. And, if we allow this period to go past without addressing it, the Northern leaders, specifically the Northern leaders, must stand up and take responsibility and admit that there is a problem that we have to address. This perpetual culture of ignorance, entitlement, corruption, and denial that as a society our leadership is accustomed to in the north, in the south, everywhere. It's something that we have to stop right now. And this is an opportunity that we have. And I'm glad that the youth and the social media has given us the opportunity to speak out in a way that we didn't have the ability to do before.
All right, thank you so much. Bishop, we are really running out of time. I don't think we have time to discuss the president's media chat and Patience Jonathan's encounter, which I know many of you will not be happy about. But let me see if we can, if we can be very brief. Bishop, let me ask you, what do you think about this idea of foreign advisors and maybe foreign troops, eventually special forces, getting into Nigeria to help us? What do you think about that?
All right, Randall, once again, thank you so much. Earlier on when Ansel was just discussing this, I felt so much disheartened, and I'm kind of broken, and it's heartfelt and it's so touching that even at this moment, people are yet to accept the fact that kids are missing. It's disheartening. It's disheartening. If there's any time that Nigeria should be united, it is this time. And we must come out to voice out with one voice. Back to the question you asked me, Randolph, it's a very welcome idea. This is how, in spite of the criticism that the government has received that the foreign intervention is not warrant. I tell you, this is the one time that the foreign intervention will stamping out Boko Haram. I think it's a welcome development, and this is the best. This is how we're going to fight this, and we'll overcome it.
All right. Thank you so much. Hansen, let me come to you. Let's start a new topic because we are running out of time. I want to round up. And this topic is the reaction, what everybody probably must have seen. Patience Jonathan reacting to, in a press conference, meeting with some families of these girls. What is your take on what you saw on video?
Okay, Rudolph, please, before I answer your question, I want to say something. Bishop, what I said is what people told me. It's not what I myself is saying. Yeah. Okay, let us make it clear.
Yeah.
Is that the point? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So now what I'm okay. So to be sincere, Rudolph, let me tell you one thing. What our first lady did was a disgrace. Okay, I was surprised that a whole first lady of a Federal Republic of Nigeria cannot even make a sentence in English. It's quite, in fact, I don't know. I was even, when I was watching the video, I was with some of my friends. I told them that, no, it's not our first lady. It's an acting first lady. That's what I said, because I want to save face. No, to be sincere, I want to save face because I was ashamed of myself. That is the truth of the matter.
I'm in trouble.
Okay, Hansen, thank you so much. Yemi, what is your take on that? What is your take?
On the
First Lady's video, her reaction, her line of questioning, her performance, what does that say to you about the kind of leadership we have across the board? I know we don't have time to get to the president's press media chat, which also is a different topic. But the First Lady, what is your take?
Well, really, I don't want to comment on it, really, because when I watched it, I'm not surprised. And you know, there's a saying, they said with all due respect to the presidency's office, they said behind every leader, there's a woman. And you can only imagine, a friend called me and said, if this lady behaved in national TV like this, how will she be behaving when she's at home? So that's the question. So it just shows you the kind of people we have in leadership. That's just it. And what pains me, what hurts me more, is that we still have people supporting this administration, saying, oh, the problem is not from Jonathan. The problem was there before. He's been there for 4 years now, going to 4 years.
Hansen,
let me talk.
Please.
Let me talk, Hansen. What has he done as a leader in 4 years? Don't talk about the people in the past. Do you take a job and start referring to people that you took the job from?
APC doesn't have a good candidate. That is the truth of the matter.
Let me talk.
Hansen, let him talk.
Time to talk. So that's my point, and I don't expect anything more from this administration.
All right, thank you so much. Let me come to you, Olufemi. There was a part in that video where she said that she called. Essentially, she summoned the First Lady of Borno State, and that she was disappointed that she didn't come. And then the next day, we had the report that she arrested, quote unquote, arrested somebody. And of course, her office denied it, but we don't know what to believe in from her office. But what does that say to you in terms of that position and how it's been handled in the past? It's not just Patience Jonathan. There were other people who occupied that position and what they do with that position. What is your take on that?
Yeah, you're absolutely right that other people have occupied that position in the past, and they have done, if not close to what he's doing now, they have done something similar. So it's just the type of mentality we carry in Nigeria. You know, look at the way some people in that meeting were reacting. Look at some men asking the cameraman to shut down their camera when she started sharing or shedding her tears. I would just say, you see, this mentality of treating people like God, and whenever they are, maybe because of poverty or whatever, is something that we have to reorientate. We have to get another orientation when it comes to relating with our leaders. Absolutely, she's occupying an office. She deserves our respect, but at the same time, she has gone outside the boundary of her office by summoning the people that she summoned. That even the principal of the school that she summoned, she had no power to summon her. She is an executive in her own right, and this is an unelected, unappointed person. So she had no right, she had no power to do that. She can contribute, but like I've seen in the video, and like other people have alluded to it, she didn't even call that meeting for the sake of those children. She called that meeting to either fact file, look for facts to support the notion that those children were not actually kidnapped. That was what I commented on Facebook. It was uncalled for. It was an absurdity for her to be doing that kind of thing. Even as she was doing it, Boko Haram was releasing their video confirming that they actually abducted those girls. So for her as a mother or as a woman, for her to be doubting other women when they are crying, saying that their children have been adopted, I think it's an unfair thing. And like I said on my Facebook page, if care is not taken, she might be invoking the wrath of God upon herself and her family.
All right, let me hear from a woman. Ms. Musau, what is your take on, I mean, most people might be introduced to Nigeria or Nigerian women by watching that video.
Yeah.
I dread showing that to my kids and say, this is our first lady. How do you feel watching that video?
Yeah, I mean, I was like many other Nigerians. I was actually outraged and flabbergasted at the very astounding public, meltdown that the First Lady had. I was very disappointed. She didn't have the authority to do what she did. However, in terms of that particular performance, there are 2 points that I want to make. The first is what really upset me about that, her actions on that day is not so much the meltdown that she had. As a woman, I probably would react in a very hysterical manner if, people's children had been taken. And I can understand that the pressure that maybe they were under at that point. But what really upset me was the veiled, just as is it Mr. Yemi? Just before me that spoke. The veiled, Mr. Femi, sorry. The veiled insinuations that she made, I thought that was completely out of order because, she represents her husband, just like Michelle Obama went and spoke on behalf of her husband. And I think, she didn't have the right to do that. She didn't have the authority to call them. And if I was the First Lady of Borno, I also wouldn't have been called and summoned in the manner that I did. However, in fairness to Patience, at the time that she summoned those people, I said in the last article I wrote that even though it was completely unconventional and not proper for her to do so, there was a method to her madness, because up until she had done so, as far as we know, nobody in authority had thought it proper to call the teacher, the parents, and to actually sit down and to find out really have these kids gone. They were just pandering with all the conspiracies that, no children had gone. So up until she had done that, I appreciated the fact that she had done what others in authority should have done, but she didn't have the authority to do it, and she did it in the very wrong way. She could have called them as a woman to speak to them, but to call them in the manner that she did and the way she displayed and the veiled insinuations that she made, I think it is very insulting to those parents, to Nigerians, and to me as a mother and as a Nigerian. It's completely insulting.
All right, we have less than 2 minutes. Yeah. Thank you so much. We have less than 2 minutes left. Let me come to each of you and of course ask you what is keeping you up at night. Let me start with you, Bishop. What's keeping you up at night? Be brief.
Well, all right. Once again, thank you. If you ask, I'm a Christian. It's God that is keeping me up every now and then. So basically, what is actually keeping us up at night is just the prayer that we need to say at this point in time. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Hansen in Geneva, what's keeping you up at night?
Rudolph, thanks so much. Listen, what is keeping me up at night is that I don't know the reason why the federal government will not work hard and name the people that are sponsoring Boko Haram.
Yeah.
Because I know that all this thing that is happening in Nigeria is quite strange. Okay, Boko Haram, they did not fall from heaven, and today they have an armored tanker. Who is giving them all these
weapons? The problem.
How do they manage to get all these things?
How?
These are the things that is giving me sleepless night. Federal government need to do something. Name the people that sponsor them so that we will know.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much, Hansen. Yemi, what's keeping you up at night?
Rudolph, thanks so much for the program. This morning when I woke up, I kept on asking myself, how did we get here? How? When? How? I kept on asking why. Why Nigerians? There was a time the northern part of Nigeria was the safest place to go. You leave your things in the market, nobody will steal it. How did we get to this point? And I now arrived that it didn't start today. And I pray that these girls are found, and these girls will be a beacon to a new Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Olufemi, what's keeping you up at night?
First of all, it's winter. Winter is gone here, so I'm thinking about summer. As far as Nigeria is concerned, what's keeping me up at night is my brother, I fear so much that Nigerians might go back and vote for Jonathan again.
All right.
It scares me, man.
It's not going to happen.
All right, thank you so much. Mustawa, what's keeping you up at night?
Just very quickly, like Mr. Hansen said, I really hope, honestly, Nigerians in the world need to know who are supporting this Boko Haram. They need to be exposed, and from here, they need to go straight to Hague, to be tried in international criminal court. But what's really keeping me up at night as a Nigerian now is the insecurity, is the injustice, is the poverty, is the inequality, is the lack of leadership. It's so many things that affect all of us, but we hope for a better future. And I really do believe that there's a better future for Nigeria if we stand as one and drop every other sentiment and just look at ourselves as Nigerians and as human beings.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank all of you for joining us. Bishop, thank you so much for joining us. Olufemi, thank you so much for joining us from Minnesota.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sahara Reporters. Please say thank you to Showore for us, please.
All right. Hansen, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much, Mazianonte. You are doing a good job.
Yemi, thank you so much for joining us.
Hansen, thanks a lot.
Olufemi, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Sahara Reporter, again. God bless you guys.
Miss Musawa, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Rudolph. Can't wait for your next article.
All right, thank you. So that's it. I hope you keep watching. Remember, we have Keeping It Real coming up at Dr. Damages, but now we go to Adela, who will give you the outro and social media updates.
Production today. I'm sure that you've had a great time with all the interviews and all the segments that we brought today. Now, before we go, I'd like to read some of your answers to our question of the day. The question is, should the U.S. and other Western countries send troops to fish out Boko Haram in Nigeria, or should they just offer technical assistance? Well, you guys have been saying a lot of things about that, and I'd like to start with Bala Musa, and he says, let them finish the entire operation, because if they give technology and techniques to Nigerians will transform it into dollars, and they will soon disappear into thin air. And also, Kwesi Prosper said, Nigerian government knows what to do. They know who is Boko Haram, and they need to stop pretending. Also, Chineya Jane says, Nigerians are so ungrateful. See how you guys are responding. Political militaries. I beg, the American military should do both jobs. Now, Akintude Sheunfumi Dayo says, remember that after World War II, the world was divided into two blocks, the West and the East. The US are just trying to make Nigeria belong to their bloc by manipulating us with the conflict view of politics. I don't think that their help will be of benefit to us without having a secret pact with them. So let our military fight this battle for us. At least they've been on peaceful mission with the UN. Also, Echionya Justice says that they should just provide both assistance because some Nigerian army are also Boko Haram members. That is why fighting Boko Haram has been very difficult. Also, Afolabi Suleiman says, what is the result of the presence of the U.S. army in Iraq, in Iran, in Pakistan, in Afghanistan, in Sudan, and so on and so forth? And the last answer that I will read today is from Jerry Amma, and he says they should be directly involved in the operations because Nigerian soldiers are sentimental and unprofessional in their handling of the crisis, which should not have taken this long. Each time we're told of the brilliancy of our soldiers and policemen wherever they are sent out on the UN missions, but the reverse is the case when it comes to working at home in Nigeria. Something must be wrong, and we do not need an Oputa panel to expose this. Thank you so much, everybody who sent in their response to our question of the day. Keep bringing them, keep sending them in because we like to see the interaction. Thank you so much. Now we've come to the end of our production today. Of course, we have our regulars coming up. We have the sports segment with Kwesi Bako, and we also have Kipnero with Adiola. So don't go away, and don't forget to subscribe to us on live stream. And we'll see you same time next week. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls!
First of all, President Goodluck Jonathan, you should be ashamed of yourself. You don't even deserve the title president. I think that you need to be more open and more vocal with the media about what you're doing. Until as far as 2 days ago, you have been silent, and your silence speaks volumes about how much you care about young girls in Nigeria. You should be ashamed. You're a clown. You should resign. In South Korea, the similar thing happened, and in South Korea, they resigned from office. You have no power. You haven't had power over Boko Haram, yet you keep telling the United States and the Western governments that you're doing everything you can. Meanwhile, over 1,000 people have died so far. You should resign from office, and I hope you lose the elections next year.
Welcome, Chief. Thank you. How powerful is this gesture, Chief? It's a gesture that speaks volumes.
Sahara TV, time for your sports. My name is Kwesi Bako. In just over a month, the 2014 FIFA World Cup Brazil 2014 will get underway in Sao Paulo. All 32 participating teams have until the 13th of May at the latest to submit a 30-man provisional squad list. On the show today, we have received leaked team lists of the Ghana and Nigeria squads, and we'll be taking a look at them. Before that, though, some news after this short commercial break.
This decade is the decade of African independence. Forward then to independence. To independence now. Tomorrow, the United States of Africa.
Welcome back. Ghana's Emmanuel Nate is aiming to make a mark at Glasgow 2014 by becoming the first judo athlete from Africa to claim a Commonwealth Games medal. Nate, who is currently ranked at number 29 in the under 73 kilogram category, is heading to Glasgow as the highest ranked athlete in the world from a Commonwealth country. Though he's highly tipped to pick up gold, Nate, who serves in the British Army, is not letting that get to his head. Some people have said, I should win it on paper, but judo is a very complex sport, said Nate. I won't let that distract me though, he adds. The 30-year-old has already created history by becoming the first judoka from Ghana to compete at an Olympic event when he appeared at the London 2012 event. The trial of South African athlete Oscar Pistorius took another unexpected twist with the testimony of one of the country's leading forensic experts. In an integral part of the prosecution's evidence earlier in the trial, a police ballistics expert had cowered with his hands over his head, imitating the position that River Steenkamp is believed by the lead prosecutor Gary Nell to have been in when she was killed. But former police officer and now forensics guru Tom Wolmarans today claimed Steenkamp could not have had her hand over her head as suggested by Mr. Nell when Pistorius fired 4 bullets at her, suggesting instead that she was likely killed or taken by surprise. Steenkamp was shot dead by boyfriend Oscar Pistorius multiple times through a bathroom door on Valentine's Day last year after the 6-time Paralympic gold medalist claims he mistook her for an intruder in their Pretoria home. The case is still being heard in a South African court. And that's your news. We're right back with the main dish. Meanwhile, 32 days to the World Cup. We're all rooting for our 5 reps, Algeria, Cameroon, the Ivory Coast, Nigeria, and Ghana. Meanwhile, let's dig into some World Cup trivia. We'll be right back with our guests. Welcome back, viewers, and welcome back home from a long, long hiatus. The Ghana with the cause, the man, Olu, the humble Prince Faloye. We're also joined on phone by a sports analyst, Victor Sanya. Victor is going to help us with today's analysis of the leaked team sheet. You're welcome, Chief. And you're welcome, Victor, if you can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank
Great
you very
to be
much.
Here.
Meanwhile,
thank you.
Yes. Meanwhile, on May 9th, 2001, the beautiful game turned somber after, it turned a somber affair when the Accra Sports Stadium experienced Africa's biggest sports-related disaster during a crunch game between Ghana's two most glamorous clubs. An estimated 127 football fans perished following a stampede caused by rioting fans and some irresponsible policing during a match between Accra Hearts of Folk Sporting Club and the Kumasi Asante Kotoko Football Club. The home side, that is Accra Hearts of Folk, scored 2 late goals to defeat Kotoko 2-1, a development which the Kotoko fans did not accept smiling. They started ripping off and throwing plastic seats and bottles onto the pitch. In response, the police fired tear gas into the crowd, triggering a panic situation which led to the stampede and subsequently the deaths of 127 fans, mostly from compressive asphyxia. An official inquiry blamed police for overreacting with reckless behavior and indiscriminate firing of plastic bullets and tear gas. It also accused some officers of dishonesty and indefensible laxity, while some of the blame was also laid squarely on the doorstep of the fans who started the riot. The Commission of Inquiry recommended improvements to stadium security and first aid facilities, as well as the setting up of nationwide rapid response teams. 13 years later, we are going to visit the issue to see whether any lessons have been learned from this horrible incident. Anyhow, we will start by picking your thoughts on, Humble Prince, on the stories in the news. First of all, Nate. Emmanuel Nate going for gold. You think he can clinch that gold?
He's the favorite to win, man. So I think he's going to do it. Yes, and I like that he's being humble, not overconfident. Yep. Yes, and they're picking him the favorite to win, so I think he's definitely going to do it. I mean, his record speaks for itself anyway, so
it does.
I think so, yes.
You know what's funny, though? He's in the British Army, but he's fighting for Ghana.
Hey, that's good. Yeah, that's good. I think that, he's really representing his country. If he had represented Britain, maybe Ghanaians would have called him out and said, what are you doing?
Yeah, probably he wouldn't have gotten the chance to do so anyways.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Because, like the alpine skiing, for instance.
Yes.
People in Switzerland, Ghanaians in Switzerland said, you know what, I can alpine ski. Let me go to the Olympics because nobody else can beat me.
Exactly.
And they got their blessing and they did go.
That's fantastic, man.
Okay.
So that's good.
So the other story, Oscar Pistorius, this is a never-ending story. Let me ask you personally, do you believe he's guilty?
In the court of public opinion, yes. So he might be, because the estate in which he lives in is very secure, so what in truth is he talking about that, came to attack? So some people, they've been having some rifts, they were having some arguments, and I think he just
but the
got
latest,
in the middle of a rage.
latest, development actually seems to be a bit in his favor because the forensic expert says it's not possible that
for her to have been
died
in a coward position, which means she was defending herself.
And then if she wasn't defending herself and she was taken by surprise, that is going to throw everything that the prosecutor has said into the trash can.
Exactly. So the defense is doing a good job, and it seems like they're really making the case that, the shooting was incidental, honestly. So, I could say in a court of public opinion that he's innocent, but it's what happens in the court of law that really matters. So,
do you think O.J. Simpson was innocent?
Oh, well, he's in jail now, so that's.
Okay, all right. And then your thoughts on the May 9th disaster, Africa's biggest sporting disaster. So for 127 people, I remember it like yesterday. I was in Ghana then. It was
really?
Terrible.
Terrible.
And it was in the night. It was something nobody wants to remember.
Right, and it's a shame that, we're marking this event, but, it's a shame that it happened. We're remembering the event. We hope that the souls of those that were lost, they continue to rest in peace, and their families, and hopefully the whole country can move on from this. And I'm just glad that nothing like this has ever
My thing,
taken
though,
place
is
again.
has Ghana learned, has the whole of Africa learned? This is not just a Ghanaian affair to start with. Our stadium safe, our security, up to scratch. Are we ready to handle situations like that? God forbid, touch wood, if it happens again. I don't know.
I don't think we're ready. Honestly, I don't think I think we really still need some more training to handle situations like this. Knock on wood, we thank God that it hasn't happened again. But I honestly don't think the stadiums are ready. I mean, look at the stadiums and the facilities we have. I don't even think they're capable of handling something like this. So.
And then one of the biggest issues that people raise in commemoration of this event, also this incident actually, is that the government doesn't seem to have done much for the families of those who perished. There's this gentleman called Herbert Mensah who was very instrumental in setting up some kind of at least bringing people's attention to the fact that, okay, 127 people have died. Most of them, all of them have families.
Yes.
Most of them have dependents. What are we doing for them? There doesn't seem to be much done for them at all.
That I have to say is unacceptable, and I think we need to create some awareness, because to be honest with you, I don't think a lot of people even know about this event. It took place about, over, like you said, 13 years ago.
13 years ago.
Right, so I think this is a time maybe to take to social media, put pressure on the Ghanaian and all of Africa to know that, to take care of the families of these people in Ghana, and all the stadiums in Africa should be ready in case something like this happens again. Well, we don't want to see another riot happen.
Football is a beautiful game.
It's a beautiful game, but here's a question I want to ask. So who do you think the blame lies on primarily, the policemen or the fans?
It should be spread around. First of all, the fans had no right to start ripping the chairs and throwing it because your team lost.
Right.
If your team lost and you have issues, take it up with your team.
Exactly.
You have no right to start ripping off the seats at the stadium and throwing them onto the field. But then the police also overreacted, shooting
tear gas.
My disappointment is that we never got to know who gave the order for the tear gas to be shot.
Right, no accountability.
In a situation like that, the order has to come from somewhere.
Exactly.
Before anybody will shoot.
Right.
And it wasn't just one canister of tear gas. It appears there was a few canisters shot into the
right, and that's what led to the stampede.
And then they also found out that some of the medical staff had left, because this actually happened towards the end of the game.
Wow.
So some of the people were like, oh, 5 minutes more. All right, let me go home. And they had actually moved the ambulances and gone home.
Wow.
Some of the emergency exits had been locked.
Oh.
So when people were trying to escape, they went all the way to the gate only to find out that it's been locked. And then, so everybody has to take a bit of the blame.
Right.
But then the government has to come and take the bigger blame by not compensating the survivors of the victims.
Right.
So that's how I would look at it.
Yeah, well, let's just hope we don't see such chaos or bedlam again. Yep. Not just in Africa or anywhere in the world.
Yep, totally.
Yeah,
okay, so this is where we bring you the leaked document that we got. I don't know how leaked it is anyway, because it's all over right now.
I know.
But what we're going to do is to look at the list in detail. And this is where we're joined by our special guest for today, Victor Sonia, on the line right now. Victor. Hello, Victor.
Yeah, hello.
Okay, so let's go to you now. First off, what do you think of the Nigerian squad? Does it kick up some hope in you at all from seeing the list?
I'm looking at the Nigerian squad again right now, even as we're talking, and one thing keeps standing out. This is not, and that's what everybody's been saying, over this week. This is definitely Nigeria's strongest team. I agree this team is going to be pruned down to about 23 men, at least. But then there are players who should be on this list who are not on this list. So if you're asking if this is the best Nigeria has, The answer is no. This is not the best Nigeria.
Let me stop you right there. Who do you think should be on this list that's not on this list?
Yeah, I was just going to ask him the same thing.
Okay, first of all, the player everybody has been found. Well, not everybody, but most people have been saying this, and it just makes logical sense. What's he called? Uche. Now, Uche plays for Villarreal in Spain, and he has scored 18 goals in 44 appearances for Nigeria. He has actually scored 12 goals this season for his club. He's probably the most outstanding player Nigeria has, the most outstanding striker, as a matter of fact, Nigeria has in Europe at the moment. But Keshi, when the coach was asked, Keshi said he's not tactically disciplined. That word is vague. That there is really vague. It could mean a whole lot of things. Tactically disciplined, what does that mean? And that's the question everybody's asking. What does tactically disciplined mean? Is it that he doesn't fit into your team? This was a boy who scored most of the goals Nigeria had in qualification. So how is he not disciplined? Is it because...
But you agree with me, Victor. You agree with me that the coach takes the brunt of whatever happens. So and the coach has a master plan, right? So if the coach has a certain game plan in which he does not fit, how do you respond to that?
Well, that's the thing now, and that's why everybody's saying, okay, let's give Keshi a chance and let's see exactly what is going to happen with this team. Because we have only one real strike, one out-and-out striker right now. That's Emmanuel Emenike of Fenerbahce. Emenike has 12 goals from 27 appearances too, and you know they've been bringing him as a sub. So you have Emenike there, but then you have a player I like very much, Shola Amiobi, who's making the team, fortunately. But Shola hasn't scored for Newcastle.
Exactly.
Shola just scored his first goal in 2013. He just scored his first goal about 2 weeks ago. So when you have that player going to the World Cup, you begin to be afraid. You need the goals. Look, football is about goals. It doesn't matter how beautiful you play. It's about you having the players who are going to deliver up front. When you look at the strikers we're taking, right now, what's it called? Victor Moses. We know Victor Moses plays well. Yes, no question about it. But sometimes Victor Moses just zones out on the pitch. You just don't see him. Even though when he wears that white green, he bleeds green. You know it. He's always going to give his best. But sometimes Victor Moses just kind of disappear. And then you have Uchebo in the team. I don't think Michael Uchebo is going anywhere. Uche won for Herenveen in Holland. I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think he's going to the World Cup.
Okay, so let me ask you, if Uche, for instance, had made the team, who would you take out for Uche to replace?
Well, if Uche
not just one though. Who do you think doesn't deserve to be on the list?
Right now, I'm just giving you from the list of strikers we have right now. You know, from my own permutation, some of these guys are not going anywhere. You already know. Uche won for, I don't see him going.
What?
Michael Uchebo, I don't see him going to the World Cup.
Okay, you know, Victor, I wanted to ask you this. Look at our defenders. What do you think of Kunle Odunlami being there?
The thing is this, Keshi, you know, this is where Keshi has an issue with people who think the World Cup is not something you go to play at. The World Cup is not something, you know, it's not a game. Right. I mean, you just want the best legs in the World Cup. Onibide has done this before, and he flopped. And I told people when Onibide was going to the World Cup, I think I was talking about, so I said, he's going there to flop. You don't go to experiment at the World Cup.
Exactly.
Odunlami, pretty good player, but he's not solid enough for the World Cup. These are not players who are solid enough for the World Cup.
Exactly.
For the World Cup,
they weren't built for this.
We're not testing home-based players. You want the very best in the world. And there's something else that surprised me, really, guys, in this team. You know, the under-17 winning team, if you really want to, if you're talking about growing players, rather than saying, oh, okay, we need to grow the home base. No, we don't need to grow the home base. We need to grow the best players who have potential. Exactly. Ian Nacho is there from the under-17 team. There's nothing that says you can't do what Brazil did in 1994, like they did to, Ronaldo. And we sit that boy down on the bench.
I slightly disagree with you on the point of growing. Because I think the homegrown players should be given a lot of exposure, and they should also be, you know, for the sake of the home game. Right. But anyway, we don't have.
Best, I also think he should put the best team forward, and I'm looking at some of these names.
That is the thing. You see, exactly. if you bring in this, I have nothing against a really super good home base player. But he took something bad first. Everybody felt, okay, this guy deserved it. to be in the team when Nigeria went to the Nations Cup because he proved himself. But after that, we started to see Sunday Mba, get sloppy. His game wasn't up to par. That's the thing. If a home-based player is playing really good football, we have nothing against home-based player. I don't care where you play in the world. If you like playing Turkey, if you like playing Emenike, we're talking about Emenike today to be Nigeria's best striker. But Emenike played in Turkey. Nobody has a problem with that.
Let's talk about Odemwingie. Let's talk about Osaze Odemwingie for a moment. He had this long, ruckus with Keshi, and apparently that seems to have been settled, and he's now in the team.
I know, right?
Is that a good idea?
That is to the relief of many Nigerians.
Yes.
That is to the relief of many Nigerians. Let me tell you why. Every single time Osaze puts on a green, white, green jersey,
he performs.
Osaze plays like someone who is high on drugs for 90 solid minutes.
Yes, he plays like he's possessed. So
that is exactly how he plays. For 90 solid minutes, Osaze is going to give you his best.
Exactly.
Outside the pitch, what happens? You see, what Osaze really needs, and that's what he's getting in Stoke. What Osaze needs, and what he has always needed, is a person who can handle a man manager. Not all coaches are man managers. Not every coach is able to appeal to... Look, human beings respond to different things. Some people respond differently when you say a certain thing. Some people don't. Osaze is the kind of person who responds in a certain way. Right now in Stoke, he's getting the kind of attention he needs from the coach. The coach understands how to manage him. And that's what Keshi has to learn. Keshi has to learn how to manage his players. I mean, Osaze is one of the best players Nigeria has. No question about it. He went to Stoke. He has proven it again. So... Osaze is the best inclusion in that team right now.
Absolutely.
He's going to give you
I couldn't agree more.
All right.
I think it's a welcome development.
Yeah, let's forget what happened off the pitch. Is what happens on the pitch that matters.
It all happens on the pitch.
I agree with that. But Victor, let's move on to Ghana. We also have a leaked team sheet of the Ghanaian side. Right. Let's go there before we possibly come back to Nigeria again, if we have the time.
Okay.
Right.
You've seen the Ghana list as well. What do you think?
Well, you see, I fielding a team as good as he fielded a couple of. This team is really strong. I'm not telling you, these boys have matured. They have come into their own. Some of them are aging, no question about it.
Yep.
But Ghana's greatest strength right now is from its midfield to its attack. Believe those guys are going to score a whole lot of goals. The United States is here planning. They're making a lot of plans. But Ghana is going to shock them. I can assure you that. When you see players like, what's he called? Suleiman Muntari, when you look at players like Kelesen, when you look at Wakaso, you look at Asamoah in the midfield, you have to be scared. These are not just players who can play football. These are players who are strong on the ball. You have Andre Ayew, Abedi Pele's son. As a matter of fact, you have his two sons. You have Jordan Ayew.
Yeah, he has two sons in the team right now. Jordan and...
Their attack, and Andre. Their attack is really potent. When you look at Andre, you look at Abdul Majid Waraz. Abdul Majid Waraz just suddenly started scoring in France all of a sudden. It was like, okay, he knew the World Cup was coming.
What you're saying, though, Victor, seems some people see that rather as a disadvantage. Ghana has a whole lot of midfielders. If Ghana was to field 11 midfielders, they will have no problem in fielding 11 quality midfielders.
Yeah.
But then when it comes to defense and then up front, Ghana doesn't seem to have that kind of...
But let me say something. Looking at this team, this Ghanaian team, this is a dangerous team, and this team is going to produce goals. A lot of goals. Hands down.
That's
So
that's exactly the point. When you don't forget, they have an Asamoah Gyan, who is as good as any other striker in Africa.
Right. And this Ghanaian team...
The thing about Asamoah Gyan is his vision, his ability to see the ball, get the ball, decide what to do with it immediately.
Exactly.
You have an Asamoah Gyan, you have a Prince Boateng, and then you have Waris, who's probably going to sit the bench, and you have Ayew. I mean, that team, from the midfield to the front, Ghana has no problem.
Yeah.
Ghana's biggest problem right now is going to be its defense. Yeah. And if anything is going to work against Ghana in this World Cup, I think, I was just thinking about it, it's going to be the inexperience of the coach.
Yeah, but I wanted to say something, though.
That's really...
I wanted to say something. I think they made an improvement from the last team, and they learned from that. Because the last team, they really didn't score a lot of goals. But this team, I think, is like some of the players are just agile, quick thinking, and very quick to react, and they're very fast. And another thing I wanted to say was Ghana is in the group of death. I think along with America and I think Portugal and Germany. Germany and Portugal better watch out. I really like this Ghanaian team, honestly. So
Well,
they better watch
I
out.
think the Germans have no problem if it's playing Ghana. But I think they should be planning to shock Portugal, and the U.S. team. The U.S. team, I think, is in for a very, very rude shock. I think.
Oh yes, I don't think
the U.S. team actually is the whipping boys in that group. So
yes, I don't think they're going to make it out of that group.
Yeah, I think they will probably be concentrating more on Portugal and Germany than on. But let me come back to you. You mentioned something very vital, Victor. You said that if anything is going to go against Ghana, it's going to be the inexperience of the coach.
Right.
Now, this coach has been to the World Cup, just not in total charge of the team. He was there as an assistant,
right?
So, and all of that.
Yeah, you're right. This is his first World Cup.
This is his first World Cup in charge. So I do agree with you that he has something going against him in terms of actual hands-on experience.
Right.
Wouldn't you say the same thing for Keshi, though? Well, the difference between Keshi and the Ghanaian coach is Keshi has to the Nations. Keshi actually played in the Nations Cup and he's won the Nations Cup. That's one. Keshi has been to the World Cup
as a player.
As a player,
right?
You understand the difference. And Keshi has actually played and has actually coached the team that won the Nations Cup. That
absolutely
for the Ghanaian team, they have a coach who is passionate about his team, who definitely understands his team. But in terms of his achievement, I think his major achievement before becoming the national team coach of Ghana was that was what's it called? I think it was the All-African Games.
Okay.
And that was his. So straight from there, they moved him onto the national team. And that kind of experience is not really. It's not a World Cup.
It doesn't match up to the World Cup.
Yeah, that's not the stuff that wins championship at the end of the day. So
all right, okay.
That one might count against him. But outside that, because the thing is this, the World Cup is about, that's the truth. World Cup is about pressure. You have to make certain decisions on your feet. I mean, what's it called? Prince and I were just talking the other day about Nigeria losing out in 1994 World Cup. It was just pressure. We just didn't know how to handle it, and we lost out in the last couple of minutes, and that was it. Inexperience matters a lot.
Okay,
This is the World Cup, man. You can't lose your composure, man.
Yeah, totally, I agree. Our time is running out. What we're going to do now, Victor and Humble Prince, Olu, is that we're going to go through the names one after the other, just so, if there are any viewers who don't know exactly who's going, they will know. And then you, on your part, will give me an idea of, who actually should stay and who should go.
Okay.
Let's start with Nigeria. For the goalkeepers, we have Vincent Enyama, who's also the captain. Austin
that's the safest hand in Africa. He's gone.
He's the best goalkeeper in Africa.
Definitely.
There's no question about that.
Exactly.
Austin Ejide, Daniel Akpeyi, and Chikoze Agbim. Let's definitely, Enyama is first choice.
Oh, yeah, Enyama is there.
Let's say Enyama has to make someone else keep the post for whatever reason. Who would be a second choice? The
second choice automatically is Austin Ejide.
That's what I was just going to say, too.
Austin Ejide?
Austin, yeah. He's we've seen him in some
If we had
matches.
to let one person go home, who would you say should go home, Chief?
I'll say Daniel could stay.
I'll definitely go with Daniel. Chigozie went to what's it called? The Chan, and Chigozie can handle balls from afar. When you really shoot the ball beyond a certain distance, Chigozie's reflexes are not really good.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Gombe United is in Nigeria, is it?
Yes, it is. After he came back, I think it was Warri Wolves then, or one of those other clubs. When he got back from
it's with Warri Wolves, though.
His club,
Daniel has to go.
His club let him go because he didn't perform. I don't know why Keshi put him there anyway.
Let's push this thing forward a bit because our time is really
running out. Yeah.
Now.
So I'll let's Victor and I go one by one.
Okay. Defenders: Elderson, Echijile, Efe, Ambrose, Godfrey Obuabona, Azubuike, Egwekwe, Kenneth Mwero, Juwon Oshanyiwa, Joseph Yobo, Kunle Adunlami.
I'm going to take out Kunle Adunlami straight up. I'm not really...
Kunle Adunlami, Juwon Oshinawa. One of them is, you can strike out one of those names.
Yeah. So what do you think of Azubi Kedo?
Azubi K has a soft, what's it called? Stephen Keshi has a soft spot for Azubi K.
Yeah, but I'm talking about his performance.
Well, his performance he's just an average player. But then the thing is this: Azubi K has blended with that team already, with those defenders. He understands them already.
Okay.
You don't want to start destabilizing your defense.
Okay, let's go with the midfielders.
Midfielders.
We have John Mikel Obi from Chelsea, Ramon Aziz, Ogeni Onazi, Joel Obi, Nnamdi Oduamadi, Ejike Uzo Enyi, Nosa Igiebo, Sunday Mba, Ruben Gabriel, and Michael Babatunde.
Oh, that midfield, I don't know. Ramon Aziz, I love Ramon Aziz as a player. He's from Nigeria's youth team, but I don't know. I think Keshi might not really go with him because he's still pretty young. He still has a lot of time. But I think Ramon Aziz should go. Mikel Obi should go. Aziz and Mikel are probably going to pair up, and Joel Obi is going to...
Oh, okay. So, sorry, when you say you should go, do you mean go to the World Cup, or do you mean...
Yeah, go to the World Cup. Yeah, go to the World Cup.
Because when you said they should go, I'm like, this ain't go off the list. Like, yeah. I'll tell you right now.
They should be in Brazil right now. But I'm striking... If I'm going to strike, I'm going to strike out Michael Babatunde and Ruben Gabriel.
Yes, I'm striking out Michael Babatunde, definitely. Okay, so let's move to the forwards.
Forwards, yeah.
Okay, we have Ahmed Musa, Shola Ameobi, Emmanuel Emenike, Obina Nsofor, Peter Odemwinge, Michael Uchebo, Victor Moses, Uche Nwofo.
Michael Uchebo out,
yes.
Uche Nwofo out, straight up.
Straight up. So that's my list too. But let me.
Obina Nsofor not to go, but I think he should go.
Yeah, Peter Odemwinge definitely should be in Brazil. But what do you think of Obina Nsofor?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think Nsofor should go. I've watched a couple of games he's played right now in Italy, and he's not doing badly at all for Chievo. I think he should go. He brings some inspiration into the team. Yeah, he should go.
Okay.
Okay, so now let's look at the Ghana list. For Ghana's goalkeepers, we have Stephen Adams, Adam Kwarase, Daniela J, Fatau Dauda. Yep, those.
I think Fatau Dauda and Stephen Adams should go to the World Cup. That's just my opinion. Adam Kwarase and Daniel Agay, I don't know.
Well, I think Adam Kwarase is going for sure. And if you ask me, I think Fatau Dauda is going as well.
Okay.
Daniela J has been around for a while. He hasn't really shown too much.
Right.
But he's still a good goalkeeper by all standards. But yeah, if I were to pick the top two, I would say Kwarase and Fatau Dauda.
Victor, what do you say?
Absolutely, I go with that. I think it should just be Kwarase and Fatau Dauda.
Okay. What don't you like about Stephen Adams, we might ask?
Stephen Adams is a great goalkeeper. It's just that you have to make a choice between one or the other.
One of the two. Okay.
That's the thing. And then you want someone with
a bit of experience and pedigree, which also...
with experience, world experience.
Yeah.
You actually want that in the World Cup, too.
Yeah.
Right.
You don't want all your goalkeepers to be African goalkeepers.
That's true.
That's true. Okay, good.
Okay, so for defenders...
Oh, okay, I'll read the defenders. We have Samuel Nkun, Daniel Okpare, Jonathan Mensah, Baba Abdul Rahman, Harrison Afu, John Boye, Isaac Vorsa, Jerry Akaminko, David Addy, Rashid Sumaila. Sorry. I'll be honest right off the back. I'm not too familiar with this team, but if I had to kick somebody off the list because I've seen them, I might have to go with Rashid. Is that a bad?
Why? Okay, because he plays for Mamelodi Sundowns.
Around and picking one.
because he plays for Sundowns, and you've seen how bad the Sundowns can play sometimes.
Exactly. So I just remember the team. So
anyway, for the defenders though, all I want to see is for John Mensah to be added to this list.
Oh, John Mensah.
I'm not going to take anybody out. I just want John Mensah on this list.
He has to.
That's all.
Definitely, yes.
That's all.
Again, like Victor said, I looked at the record of the Sundowns, and in South Africa, I said, it's okay. But go ahead.
Midfielders.
You read the midfielders.
We have Sule Muntari.
Yes.
Michael Essien, Mubarak Wakaso, Rabiu Mohammed, Kwejo Asamoah, Emmanuel Ajimambedu, Andre Dede Ayew, Anthony Arnen, Christian Achu, Friye Aqua, and Albert Adoma.
can I just say something?
Yeah.
I honestly don't know who to take off this list.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say this is the point where Ghana feels like taking all the midfielders to the World Cup.
Yeah, this is a solid.
I mean, as a coach, you just wish you could just have all of these guys.
Yes,
All of them are playing well for their teams. Every single midfielder in Ghana is doing really well.
I honestly don't know who to take off.
Yeah,
I mean,
I just pray that Michael Essien doesn't get injured before or during because he's so injury prone.
Well,
it's
the key guys,
very
like
scary.
you said before, the key guys, Muntari, Essien, Wakaso, Asamoah, and Ayew, you want those guys to be fit.
Yes.
You want those guys to be fit.
so what about Albert Adoma?
Adoma is a young and budding
That's what I'm saying.
player.
Yes.
He has a bit of experience. I was going to say that he still needs to cut more of his teeth, but then he has a bit of experience
I like his game too. The guy,
he's fast.
He's fast. That's what I'm saying. He's very agile.
Yeah.
So
I'm totally comfortable.
What you want to do with a player like Adoma is you take him to the World Cup and give him some of that experience.
Yeah.
Because you know he's going to be there in the next 4 years. So
It's amazing though, Victor, that when it comes to Nigeria, you don't think the coach should give the local players, for instance, some kind of a blind, but you think it's okay for...
The thing is this, because the local...
I'm just teasing you, though.
Because the local players, I mean...
No, I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you.
Adoma plays in Middlesbrough, so that's different for me.
No, it's not local players. I'm just saying it's not that aspect. It's the aspect about experience at the World Cup. But anyways, forwards...
We've been there before.
Yeah, he has. Forwards, we have Jordan Ayew, Abdul Majid Waris, Kelvin, I think. Prince Boateng.
No, Prince Boateng, yeah.
Kevin, actually. Prince Boateng, Asamoah Gyan, and Richmond Boachi Yadom.
Again, honestly, this is another tough list for me to pick, to drop. But I definitely want to see Kevin go.
Kevin is definitely going to be there.
Yes.
So is Asamoah Gyan.
Well, it's a 23-man list, so I think if I were in the coach's shoe, I'll just take 4 strikers, I'll draw Richmond, and I take everybody else. All these guys are good strikers.
All these guys,
They're good.
They're very good.
Richmond plays in Elche, you can do without him, but pick all 4 and just go with them to the World Cup.
Okay. Thank you so much, Victor Sanya. But before you go, let me ask you, how far do you think Ghana would go, and how far do you think Nigeria would go?
Good question.
Good question. Nigeria is already in the second round of the World Cup.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a given. I mean, we're playing Iran. Look, if Keshi doesn't do it, Prince knows exactly what to do to Keshi. He doesn't get to the second round. We won't go into that on air. But then I think Ghana, the first thing Ghana needs to do is make a very good selection. If they have a good selection, I believe Ghana can beat the USA and they can play a draw against Portugal and still manage to sneak into the second round. But outside that, you have Cristiano Ronaldo to contend with, and that's a major problem for Ghana.
How about Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, and Algeria?
Cameroon is in a tough group. They're playing against Brazil and Croatia. I don't see Cameroon making it out of that group.
I beg to differ. I think Cameroon and Brazil might make it out of that group.
Have you taken a look at the players who are playing for Croatia? You need to take a look. We'll probably have another segment on that some other day, and then we'll take a look at the players in Croatia.
Yeah.
Or the players in Mexico. Then you see why it is going to be really difficult playing against players like Mario Mandzukic, Luka Modric of Real Madrid. I mean, they have an uphill task.
Right.
Okay. Thank you so very much, Victor Sanya.
Thank you for having me.
Definitely.
Okay.
Hopefully, you're going to join us for future shows, correct?
For sure.
Yes, definitely.
Absolutely,
awesome.
Man.
Thank you very much.
Great.
And thank you so much, Chief.
Oh, man, it was good to be back.
It's been a while since...
Yeah, just 2, I think, what is it, 2 shows?
Yeah, but that's a lot of shows.
Man. I miss you.
Have you in the chair.
Yeah, I miss you.
Okay.
Great.
So until next week when we bring you more sports, and as we inch closer and closer and closer to the Mundial, keep it right here because we have some fantastic stuff coming for you on this platform as far as the World Cup goes.
Yes.
Don't even think of flinching.
Yep.
Keep it right here.
Excellent analysis.
Until next week.
Yes. Oh, the handshake. That's, we did it already. That's very important.
I never get tired of shaking.
Oh, no, definitely.
You know what I mean?
Thank you, man.
All right, see you next week.
We'll see you next week.
Thank you. How powerful is this gesture, Chief?
It's a gesture that speaks volumes.
What's up, people? It's your girl Adiola. Nigerians. Why now? How can you guys not be impressed with the First Lady's emotional outburst about the kidnapped girls in Nigeria?
Do you come with two teachers? You were not informed too? Continue. No problem. God will see us. There is God. There is God in everything we are doing. Those bloods that are sharing in Bronu will answer. What of two teachers, what of two teachers that can tell us that they conducted that exam? Do you come with any? Principal? No, too. You waka come. Okay. Now the First Lady is calling you, come, I want to help you. Come to find your child, your missing child. Will you keep quiet? No. Child, there is God, oh. There is God, oh. The bloods we are sharing, there is God, oh. There is God, oh. There is God, oh. There is God, oh. There is God, oh.
Kalido, help me. Help me, please, pa. Not only you, Wakako. We don't finish. Now, to all of you that have been making fun of the First Lady, there is God, oh. I said, instead of us to focus on the missing girls, look at what Nigerians are doing. Designing t-shirts, coming up with posters. In fact, check this out.
Where is the AC? What about the two fans that I say you should try? They are not working. These electricities that the discos are sharing. There is darkness, oh. There is darkness, oh. No light in the land. There is darkness, oh.
There is darkness, I still cannot believe that Nigerians would disrespect their First Lady like this. You know that statement, there is God, has been trending on Twitter for days now. This person said, I wanted to download that Shekau's video, but I don't have enough data. See, Godia, che, there is God. This person said, I dare for my village. Internet's no problem. Shekau dare for the forest. Yet, in they get bandwidth, take upload video, 54 minutes for YouTube. Chai, there is God. My mother wanted me to go to school when I didn't want to go to school. Che, there is God. You see how notorious Nigerians are? I'm telling you, no respect. Haba, no matter what, this woman is still your First Lady. She's still your First Lady. Having said all that though, I personally think that Madam Patience was just trying to cause a distraction by putting up this drama. Seriously, why did it take her 21 days to care? Someone told me that she should have been crying since 2009 when Boko Haram started attacking people. Yes, and we heard that after these tears, which some people are calling crocodile tears, we heard that she arrested the protest leaders. Yes, and that she interrogated them, even though she denied it. Yes, so we heard about everything. Apparently, she accused them of fabricating the kidnap story in order to tarnish the image of her husband's administration. Yes, we heard about everything. I said, if that is true, if Patience and her husband are still thinking that this whole Boko Haram issue is just because some people don't like them, hey, then we have a problem, a serious one. Anyway, for those of you that are still doubting the kidnap story, a lot of people have been writing me, asking me, how do we even know that these girls were truly abducted? Where are the pictures? Where are their names? Well, I think I can answer some of those questions. Now, besides the testimonies of the girls who escaped, Borno State was ready to publish their names and the pictures actually, but they said the Ministry of Defense has been preventing them from publishing the names and the pictures. I don't know why the Ministry of Defense won't want us to see these pictures and the names of these girls. Meanwhile, the elders of the town of Chibok released their own list, the list of the names of the girls. They released 180 names. For those wondering why it's only the SS3 students that were on campus at the time of the attack, they had actually closed down this school for some time now because of fear of Boko Haram, which is why they removed girls from the signboard of the school. You will see Chibok Girls Secondary School. Right now it's just Chibok Secondary School. So they only decided to open up the school so that the seniors could write their final examinations. Also, have you ever wondered what happened to the students inside the hostels that were burnt down? I mean, we've seen pictures of the burnt down hostels, but there were no dead bodies in the pictures. I mean, usually we see the dead bodies of the students because we all know that Boko Haram has never attacked an empty school. And not only that, WAEC has confirmed that this particular school was taking part in the examination, that the students were actually writing the exam until that day. So they confirmed that the girls were actually kidnapped. Now, another thing is, Boko Haram leader himself released another video confirming that he abducted those girls.
I abducted a girl at a Western education school, and you're disturbed. I said Western education should end. Girl, you should go and get married. I abducted you girls. I will sell them in the market by Allah.
And lastly, Amnesty International has released a statement claiming that they actually warned the Nigerian military 4 hours prior to the raid that they just found out that Boko Haram was planning to attack that school that night. Unfortunately, the military failed to act. By the way, a lot of people have been circulating a video of Boko Haram killing one woman, slaughtering a woman. That particular video has been around for some time now. They dug it up and they were circulating rumors. So please, it's not the girls. Actually, right now, Boko Haram is asking to swap the girls for their own members that had been arrested and that are in prison. I think the most ridiculous thing right now is the fact that Nigerian government is not happy that Borno State cried out when these girls were kidnapped, that it did not keep quiet. Do you know that the president invited the governor and officials of Borno State to Aso Rock? President Goodluck Jonathan personally interrogated these key officials from 9 till 2 a.m. Now, at the end of the interrogation, they were detained and later they released them on bail. Can you imagine? Now, the following Sunday, they were again taken to the presidential villa, and this time they were interrogated by the First Lady, the impatient Jonathan. Do you know they kept them on their feet for 4 hours before they ushered them into the First Lady's chamber? All because Borno State government did not keep quiet about the kidnap. And by the way, this is the leader of Boko Haram, Abubakar Shekau, speaking in English.
We are Boko Haram as long as the Muslim read and practice the injunction in the Quran, they will be powerful. Therefore, they deliberated on how to tactically making the Quran insignificant and unimportant.
Evidently, this man is educated. I mean, those were not the words that you would use if your English level is not only you wakakom. You get what I'm saying? So he's definitely educated. He just doesn't think that others should be educated, especially the girl child. And I have a problem with him being educated and not wanting others to be educated. Now, the good thing is, all of you that have showed your support by protesting all over the world, you all made a difference. Thank you so much for your protest in Texas. You got the attention of the world. Thank you for your protest in Toronto, in Netherlands, in New York, in Atlanta, and Nigerians all over the world and lovers of Nigeria that protested. Thank you so much. Thank you, Malala. You know, we really appreciate it, including the First Lady. Yes, Michelle Obama, thank you. We appreciate it. Yes, bring back our girls. Yes. Anyway, thank you all so much for not keeping silent about this matter. We really appreciate it. And of course, the US has decided to send the FBI And the UK, as well as China, they're also sending in help. And so many other countries are joining in to help Nigeria. I mean, whatever it will take, we don't mind. Hopefully, our girls can all come back home to us very soon. And hopefully, the Nigerian government can sit tight from now on. Do you guys know that while all of this was going on, the presidency stationed about 6,000 security officers at the World Economic Forum in Abuja? And I'm like, what? You can afford to have 6,000 security officers at the Economic Forum and you can't send these people after the girls? I'm like, what? The whole of Abuja is practically shut down right now because of this conference. And every day those girls sleep in the Boko Haram camp. You have no idea and you never know what they're going through. And while we're hoping for these girls to be rescued, they have kidnapped additional 11 girls. 11 girls in addition have been kidnapped. Not only that, Boko Haram killed more than 300 people last Monday in the middle of all this crisis. So that's just for you to realize how much freedom they have. They're just, doing whatever they want. I can't wait, honestly, to see an end to all this. Enough is enough. It's been way too long. And guess what? I'm just keeping it real.